Chapter 18 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 18 of a Swimming Bath et Praeterea Exiguum. This was the best of the swimming bath season, and Sally rarely passed a day without a turn at her favourite exercise. If her swimming bath had been open on Sunday, she wouldn't have gone to church yesterday, not even to meet Dr. Vereker and talk about her father to him. As it was, she very nearly came away from Krakatoa Villa next morning without waiting to see the letter from Rheims, the post being late. Why is everything late on a Monday? However, she was intercepted by the postman and the foreign postmark. A dozen words on a card, but she read them several times and put the card in her pocket to show to Lætitia Wilson. She was pretty sure to be there. And so she was, and by 10 o'clock had seen the card and exhausted its contents. And by 5 minutes past, Sally was impending over the sparkling water of Paddington swimming bath. She was dry so far, and her blue bathing dress could stick out, but it was not to be for long, for her two hands went together after a preliminary stretch to make a cutwater, and down went Sally with a mighty splash into the deep. Into the moderately deep, suppose we say. At any rate, into 10,000 gallons of properly filtered Thames water, which had been, no doubt, sterilised and disinfected and examined under powerful microscopes until it hadn't got a microbe to bless itself with. When she came up at the other end, to taunt Lætitia Wilson with her cowardice for not doing likewise, she was a smooth and shiny Sally, like a deep blue seal above water, but with modifications towards floating fins below. "Now tell me about the row last night," said she, after reproaches met by Lætitia with, "It's no use, dear, I wasn't born a herring like you." Sally must have heard that there had been some family dissension at Ladbroke Grove Road as she came into the bath with Lætitia, whom she met at the towel-yielding guichet. However, the latter wasn't disposed to discuss family matters in an open swimming bath in the hearing of the custodian, to say nothing of possible concealed dressers in horse-boxes alongside. "My dear child, is this the place to talk about things in? Do be a little discreet sometimes," is her reply to Sally's request. "There's nobody here but us. Cut away, Tishy." But Miss Wilson will not talk about the row, whatever it was, with the chance of goodness knows who coming in any minute. For one thing, she wants to enjoy the telling and not to be interrupted, so it is deferred to a more fitting season and place. Goodness knows who, presumably, came in the shape of Henriette Prince, who was, after Sally, the next best swimmer in the Ladies' Club. After a short race or two, won by Sally in spite of heavy odds against her, the two girls turned their attention to the art of rescuing drowning persons. A very amusing game was played, each alternately committing suicide off the edge of the bath, while the other took a header to her rescue from the elevation which we just now saw Sally on, ready to plunge. The rules were clear. The suicide was to do her best to drag the rescuer under water, and to avoid being dragged into the shallow end of the bath. "I know you'll both get drowned if you play those tricks," said Lætitia nervously. "No, we shan't," vociferates Sally from the brink. "Now, are you ready, Miss Prince? Very well. Tishy, count 10. "Oh, I wish you wouldn't. 1, 2, 3, and Lætitia, all whose dignity and force of character go when she is bathing, does as she is bidden, and at the 10 the suicide, with a cry of despair, hurls herself madly into the water, and the rescuer flies to her succour. What she has to do is grasp the struggling quarry by the elbows from behind, and keep out of reach of her hands. But the tussle that ensues in the water is a short one, for the rescuer is no match for the supposed involuntary resistance of the convulsed suicide, who eludes the coming grasp of her hand with eel-like dexterity, and has her round the waist and drags her under water in a couple of seconds. "There now," says Sally triumphantly, as they stand spluttering and choking in the shallow water to recover breath. "Didn't I do that beautifully?" "Well, but anybody could like that. When real people are drowning, they don't do it like that." Miss Prince is rather rueful about it, but Sally is exultant. "Oh, don't they?" she says. "They're worse when it's real drowning, heaps worse." Whereupon both the other girls affirm in chorus that then nobody can be saved without Humane Society's drags, unless, indeed, you wait until they are insensible. "Can't they?" says Sally, with supreme contempt. "We were both of us drowned that time, fair. But now you go and drown yourself, and see if I don't fish you out. Fire away." They fire away, and the determined suicide plays her part with spirit, but she is no match for the submarine tactics of her rescuer, who seems just as happy under water as on land, and rising under her at the end of a resolute deep plunge, makes a successful grasp at the head of her prey, who is ignominiously towed into safety, doing her best to drown herself to the last. This little incident is so amusing and exciting that the three young ladies, who walk home together westward, can talk of nothing but rescues all the way to Notting Hill. Then Miss Henriette Prince goes on alone, and as Lætitia and Sally turn off the main road towards the home of the former, the latter says, "Now tell me about the row." It wasn't exactly a row, it seemed, but it came to the same thing. Mamma had made up her mind to be detestable about Julius Bradshaw. That was the long and short of it. And Sally knew, said Lætitia, how detestable Mamma could be when she tried. If it wasn't for Papa, Julius Bradshaw would simply be said not at home to, and have to leave a card and go. But she was going to go her own way and not be dictated to, maternal authority or no. Perhaps the speaker felt that Sally was mentally taking exception to universal revolt, for a flavour of excuse or justification crept in. "Well, I can't help it. I am 24, after all. I shouldn't say so if there was anything against him, but no man can be blamed for a cruel conjunction of circumstances, and Mamma may say what she likes, but being in the office really makes all the difference. And look how he's supporting his mother and sister, who were left badly off. I call it noble." "But you know, Tishy, you did say the negro couldn't change his spots, and that I must admit there were such things as social distinctions, and you talked about sweeps and dustmen, you know you did. Come, Tishy, did you or didn't you?" "If I said anything, it was leopard, not negro. And as for sweeps and dustmen, they were merely parallel cases used as illustrations, and I don't think I deserve to have them raked up." Miss Wilson is rather injured over this grievance, and Sally appeases her. "She shan't have them raked up, she shan't. But what was this row really about? That's the point. It was yesterday morning, wasn't it?" "How often am I to tell you, Sally dear, that there was really no row, properly speaking? If you were to say that there had been comments at breakfast yesterday, then recrimination overnight, and a stiffness at breakfast again this morning, you would be doing more than justice to it. You'll see now if Mamma isn't cold and firm and disinherity and generally detestable about it." "But what was it? That's what I want to know." "My dear, it was absolutely nothing. Why should it be stranger for Mr. Bradshaw to drive me home to save 2 hansoms than for you and Dr. Vereker and the Voyseys to go all in one growler?" "Because the Voyseys live just round the corner, quite close. It came to 3 shillings because it's outside the radius." The irrelevancy of this detail gives Lætitia an excuse for waiving the cab question, on which her position is untenable. She dilutes it with extraneous matter, and it is lost sight of. "It doesn't matter whether it's cabs or what it is. Mamma's just the same about everything. Even walking up Holland Park Lane after the concert at Kensington Town Hall. I am sure, if ever anything was reasonable, that was." She pauses for confirmation, is, in fact, wavering about the correctness of her own position and weakly seeking reassurance. She is made happier by a nod of assent from Miss Sally. "Awfully reasonable," is the verdict of the latter. Whatever there is lacking seriousness in the judge's face is too slight to call for notice, a mere twinkle to be ignored. Very little self-deception is necessary, and in this department success is invariable. "I knew you would say so, dear," Tishy continues, "and I'm sure you would about the other things too. Well, I was thinking about tea in Kensington Gardens on Sunday. We have, both of us, a perfect right to have tea independently, and the only question is about separate tables." Suppose I come, to make it square?" "Suppose you do, dear." And the proposal is a relief, evidently. A very slight insight into the little drama that is going on at Ladbroke Grove Road is all that is wanted for the purposes of this story. The foregoing dialogue, ending at the point at which the two young women disappear into the door of number 287, will be sufficient to give a fairly clear idea of the plot of the performance and to point to its denouement. The exact details may unfold themselves as the story proceeds. The usual thing is a stand-up fight over the love affair, both parties to which have made up their minds, becoming more and more obdurate as they encounter opposition from without, followed by reconciliations more or less real. Let us hope for the former in the present case, and that Miss Wilson and Mr. Bradshaw's lot may not be crossed by one of those developments of strange, inexplicable fury which so often break out in families over the schemes of two young people to do precisely what their parents did before them, and most ungovernably sometimes on the part of members who have absolutely no suggestion to make of any alternative scheme for the happiness of either. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 19. How Fenwick knew all about the Mass, and how Baron Kreutzkammer recognised Mr. Harrison. London again. Why do they call it the Messe des Paresseux? The question must have been asked just as Sally looked at her watch, because she saw the clock had stopped. But the nave of the Cathedral of Rheims was very unlike that of St. Satisfax, as the bride and bridegroom lingered in out of the sunshine, and the former took the unwarrantable liberty for a heretic of crossing herself from the holy water at the foot of the column near the door. But she made up for it by the amount of sous she gave to the old blind woman, who must have been knitting there since the days of Napoleon at least, if she began in her teens. "You haven't done it right, dearest. I knew you wouldn't. Look here." And Fenwick crosses himself, secundum artem, dipping his finger first to make it valid. "But how come you to know?" His wife does not say this, she only thinks it. And how came he to know about the Messe des Paresseux? She repeats her question, aloud. "Because the lazy people don't come to Mass till 10, he replies. They are talking under their breath, as English folk do in foreign churches, heedless of the loud gabble and resonant results of too much snuff on the part of ecclesiastics off duty. Their own salvation has been cultivated under a list-slipper, coconut matting, secretive pew-opener policy, and if they are new to it all, they are shocked to see the snuff taken over the heads and wooden sabots of the devout country folk, whose ancestors knelt on the same hard stones centuries ago, and prayed for great harvests that never came, and to avert lean years that very often did. The Anglican cannot understand the real aboriginal papist. Sally's mother was puzzled when she saw an old kneeling figure, toothless and parchment-skinned, on whose rosary a pinch of snuff ut supra descended, shake it off the bead in evidence and get on to the next Ave, even as one who has business before her. So many pounds of oakum to pick, so many bushels of peas to shell. It was a reality to her, and there was the Blessed Virgin herself, a visible certainty, who would see to the recognition of it at headquarters. Fenwick passed up the aisle, dreamily happy in the smell of the incense, beside his bride of yesterday's making, she intensely happy too, but in another way, for was not her bridegroom of yesterday, her husband of 20 years ago, cruelly wrenched away, but her husband for all that? Still, there was always that little rift within the lute that made the music, pray heaven not to widen. Always that thought, that he might recollect. How could he remember the Messe des Paresseux and keep his mind a blank about how he came to know of it? It was the first discomfort that had crossed her married mind. Put it away. It was easy to put it all away and forget it in the hush and gloom of the great church, filled with a strange intonation from heaven knows where, some side chapel unseen, of a psalm it would have puzzled David to be told was his, and a scented vapour Solomon would have known at once, for neither myrrh nor frankincense have changed one whit since his day. It was easy enough so long as both sat listening to Gloria in excelsis Deo et in terra pax, carried nem con by all sorts and conditions of creeds. But when the little bobs and tokens and skirt adjustments of the fat priest and his handsome abettor, a young fellow some girl might have been the wife of, with advantage to both, came to a pause, and the congregation were to be taken into confidence, how came Jerry to know beforehand what the fat one was going to say with that stupendous voice of his? Hoc est corpus meum, et hic est calix sanguinus mei. We all kneel, I think. Thus the bridegroom under his breath, and his companion heard, almost with a shudder, the self-same words from the priest as the kneeling of the congregation subsided. "Oh, Jerry, darling fellow, how can you know that, and not know—" "How I came by it? It's very funny, but I can't, and that's the truth. I don't feel as if I ever could know, what's more, but it all seems a matter of course." "Perhaps you're a Catholic all the while, without knowing it." "Perhaps I am, but I should like to know because of going to the other place with you. I shouldn't care about purgatory without you, Rosey dearest. No, not even with a reversionary interest in heaven." And then the plot thickened at the altar, and the odour of myrrh and frankincense and little bells rang to a climax, and the handsome young priest, let us hope, felt that he had got value for the loss of that hypothetical girl. That little incident in the great church at Rheims was the first anxiety of Rosalind Fenwick's married life, the first resumption of the conditions she had been so often unnerved by during the period of their betrothal. She was destined to be crossed by many such, but she was, as we have said, a strong woman, and had made up her mind to take these anxieties as part of the day's work, a charge upon her happiness that had to be paid. It was a great consolation to her that she could speak to her husband about the tension caused by her misgivings without assigning any special reasons for anxiety that would not be his as much as hers. She had to show uneasiness in order to get the relief his sympathy gave her, but there were unknown possibilities in the bush enough to warrant it without going outside what was known to both. No need at all that he should know of her separate unseen burden for that. But some of the jolts on the road, as we might call them, were to be sore trials to Rosalind. One came in the 4th week of their honeymoon, and quite spoiled for her the last 3 days of her holiday. However, Fenwick himself laughed about it. That was one comfort. It was at Sonnenberg. You know the great hotel or pension near the Sailorsburg that looks down on Lucerne Lake, straight over to where Tell shot the arrow? If you do not, it does not matter. Mr. and Mrs. Fenwick had never been there before, and have never been there since. And what happened might just as easily have happened anywhere else. But it was there, as a matter of fact. And if you know the place, you will be able to imagine the two of them leaning on the parapet of the terrace that overlooks the lake, watching the steamer from Lucerne creeping slowly to the landing place at the head of a white comet it has churned the indescribable blue of the lake to, and discussing whether it is nearest to oriental sapphire or to green jasper at its bluest. Rosalind had got used to continual wonderment as to when and where Fenwick had come to know so well this thing and that thing he spoke of so familiarly, so she passed by the strange positiveness of his speech about the shades of jasper, the scarcity of really blue examples, and his verdict that the bluest possible one would be just the colour of that water below them. She was not going to ask him how he came to be so mighty wise about chalcedony and chrysoprase and sardonyx, about which she herself either never knew or had forgotten. She took it all as a matter of course, and asked if the Baron's cigar was a good one. "Magnificent," Fenwick replied, puffing at it. "How shall we return his civility?" "Give him a cigar next time you get a chance." Fenwick laughs in derision of his own cigars. God bless me, my dearest love. Why, one of the barons is worth my whole box. We must discover something better than that." Both ponder over possible reciprocities in silence, but discover nothing, and seem to give up the quest by mutual consent. Then he says, "I wonder why he cosseted up to us last night in the garden so?" And she repeats, "I wonder why?" "I don't believe he even knows our name," she continues, and then he repeats, "I don't believe he knows our name. I'm sure he doesn't." "And it was so dark he couldn't have seen much of us. But his cigar's quite beautiful. Blow the smoke in my face, Jerry." She shuts her eyes to receive it. How handsome Sally would think Mamma was looking if she could see her now in the light of the sunset. Her husband thinks much to that effect, as he turns to blow the smoke on order into the face that is so close to his, as they lean arm in arm on the parapet the sun has left his warmth on, and means to take his eyes off in half an hour. They really look quite a young couple, and the frivolity of their conduct adds to the effect. Nobody would believe in her grown-up daughter to see that young Mrs. Algernon Fenwick. "I am very rude, Mrs. Harrison. If I intrude, you shall say I intrude." It is the Baron, manifestly. His form, or rather his bulk, for he cannot be said to have a form, he is amorphous, is baronial in the highest degree. His stupendous chest seems to be a huge cavern for the secretion of gutturals, which are discharged as heavy artillery at a hint from some unseen percussion cap within. Mrs. Fenwick starts, a little taken aback at the Baron's thunderclap, for he had approached unawares, and her closed eyes helped on the effect. When they opened, they looked round as for a third person, but the Baron was alone. "Where is Mrs. Harrison?" She asks the question with the most absolute unconsciousness that she was herself the person addressed. The Baron, still believing presumably that Fenwick is Mr. Harrison, is not a person to be trusted with the position created. He develops an offensive waggery, shakes the forefinger that has detected an escapade, and makes of his lips the round "oh" of shocked propriety, at heart in sympathy with the transgressor. His little grey eyes glare through his gold-rimmed spectacles, and his huge chest shakes with a substratum of laughter, only just loud enough to put in the text. "No, no, do not be afraid. She is not here. We understand. It is all understood. We shall be very discreet." And then the Baron pats space with his fingers only, not moving his hand, as a general indication of secrecy to the universe. Probably the slight flush that mantles the face he speaks to is less due to any offence at his fat, good-humoured German raillery than to some vague apprehension of the real nature of the position about to develop. But Fenwick imputes it to the former. If Rosey was inclined to treat the thing as a harmless joke, he would follow suit. But she looks hurt, and her husband, sensitive about every word that is said to her, blazes out. "What on earth do you mean? What the devil do you mean? How dare you speak to my wife like that?" He makes a half-step towards the burly mass of flesh, still shaking with laughter, but his wife stops him. "Do be patient, Jerry darling. Don't flare up like that. I'll have a divorce. I'll tell Sally." A threat which seems to have a softening effect. "Can't you see, dear, that there is some misunderstanding?" Fenwick looks from her to the Baron, puzzled. The latter drops his jocular rallying. "I saw last night that you did not know me, Mr. Harrison. That is strange. Have you forgotten Diedrich Kreutzhammer?" He says his name with a sort of quiet confidence of immediate recognition, but Fenwick only looks blankly at him. "He does not know me!" cries the German with an astonished voice. "Frisco! The Klondike! Chicago! The bridge at Brooklyn! Why, it is not 2 years ago!" He pauses between the names of the places, enforcing each as a reminder with an active forefinger. Fenwick seems suddenly to breathe the fresh air of a solution to the problem. He breaks into a sunny smile, to his wife's great relief. "Indeed, Baron Kreutzkammer, my name is not Harrison. My name is Fenwick, and this lady is my wife, Mrs. Fenwick. I have never been in any of the places you mention." For the moment he forgot his own state of oblivion, a thing he was getting more and more in the habit of doing. The Baron looked intently at him, and looked again. He slapped his forehead, not lightly at all, but as if good hard slaps would really correct his misapprehensions and put him right with the world. "I am all wrong," he said, borrowing extra force from an indurated G. "But it is very bustling. I am puzzled." By this he meant puzzled. Fenwick felt apologetic. "I don't know how to thank you for the cigar Mr. Harrison ought to have had," said he. He felt really ashamed of having smoked it under false pretences. "You shall throw it away, and I give you one for yourself. That is easy. But I am puzzled." He continued puzzled. Mrs. Fenwick felt that he was only keeping further comment and inquiry in check because it would have been a doubt thrown on her husband's word to make any. Her uneasiness would have been visible if her power of concealing it had not been fortified by her belief that his happiness as well as hers depended, for the present at any rate, on his ignorance of his own past. Perhaps she was wrong. With that we have nothing to do. We are telling of things as they happened. Only we wish to record our conviction that Rosalind Fenwick was acting for her husband's sake as well as her own, not from a vulgar instinct of self-preservation. The Baron made conversation and polished his little powerful spectacle lenses. He blew his nose like a salute of one gun in the course of his polishing. When we blow our nose, we hush our pocket-handkerchief back to its home and ignore it a little. The Baron didn't. He continued polishing on an unalloyed corner through the whole of a very perceptible amount of chat about the tricks memory plays us and the probable depth of the blue water below. Rosalind's uneasiness continued. It grew worse when the Baron, suddenly replacing his spectacles and fixing his eyes firmly on her husband, said sternly, "Yes, it is a bustle," but was relieved when equally suddenly he shouted in a stentorian voice, "We shall meet later," and took his leave. "He's a jolly fellow, the Baron, anyhow," said Fenwick. "I wonder whether they heard him at Altdorf." "Every word, I should think. But how I should like to see the Mr. Harrison he took you for." This was really part of a policy of nettle-grasping, which continued. She always felt happier after defying a difficulty than after flinching. After all, if Jerry's happiness and her own were not motive enough, consider Sally's. If she should really come to know her mother's story, Sally might die of it. Fenwick went on to the ending of the cigar, dreamily wondering, evidently bustled like the Baron. As he blew the last smoke away and threw the smoking end down the slope, he repeated her words spoken a minute before. "I should like to see the Mr. Harrison he took me for." "It would be funny to see oneself as others see one. Some power might give you the gifty, Jerry. If only we could meet that Mr. Harrison." Do you remember how we saw our profiles in a glass, and you said, "I'm sure those are somebody else"? Illogical female. Why was I illogical? I knew they were going to turn out us in the end, but I was sure I shouldn't be convinced at once. And the talk wandered away into a sort of paradoxical metaphysics. But when, later in the evening, this lady was described by confidential chat at the far end of the salon as that handsome young Mrs. Algernon Fenwick who was only just married, and whose husband was playing chess in the smoking-room, and what a pity it was they were not going to stop over Monday, she thus described, accurately enough, was rather rejoicing that handsome Mr. Fenwick, who looked like a Holbein portrait, was being kept quiet for half an hour, because she wanted to get a chance for a little chat with that dreadful noisy Prussian von, who made all the glasses ring at table when he shouted so. Rosalind had her own share of feminine curiosity, don't you see? And she was not by any means satisfied about Mr. Harrison. She did not acknowledge the nature of her suspicions to herself, but she would very much like to know for all that. She got her opportunity. "I shouldn't the least mind myself if smoking were allowed in the salon, Baron. You saw to-day that I really liked the smoke." "Ja, when I make that joke. It was a rude joke, but I am forgiven?" It was Jerry who had to be forgiven, breaking out like that. I hope he has promised not to do so any more. "He has promised to be good. I have promised to be good. We shall be sage enfants, as the French say. But I will tell you, Madame Fenwick, about my friend Harrison. Your Jerry is so like." "Let's go out on the terrace, then you can light a cigar and be comfortable. Yes, I'll have my wrap. No, that's the wrong side out. That's right now. Well, perhaps it will be a little cool for sitting down. We can walk about." "Now I can tell you about my friend in America that your husband is so like. He could speak French very well indeed." Rosalind looked up. "It was when I heard your husband speaking French to that Grossgräfin Pobzondonov that I think to myself, that was Algernon Harrison that I knew in California." "Suppose we sit down. I don't think it's too cold. Yes, this place will do nicely. It's sheltered from the wind." If she does look a little pale, and she feels she does, it will be quite invisible in this dark corner, for the night is dark under a canopy of blazing stars. "What were you saying about French?" "Algernon Harrison. That was his name. He could speak it well. He spoke it like a native. Better than I speak English. I speak English so well because I have a niece at Canterbury." This meant a niece at Canterbury. Baron Kreutzhammer speaks English so well that it's almost a shame to lay stress on his pronunciation of consonants. The spelling is difficult too, so we will give the substance of what he told Rosalind without his articulation. By this time she, for her part, was feeling thoroughly uneasy. It seemed to her, but it may be she exaggerated, that nothing stood between her husband and the establishment of his identity with this Harrison except the difference of name. And how could she know that he had not changed his name? Had she not changed hers? The Baron's account of Harrison was that he made his acquaintance about 3 years since at San Francisco, where he had come to choose gold-mining plant to work a property he had purchased at Klondike. Rosalind found it a little difficult to understand the account of how the acquaintance began, from want of knowledge of mining machinery. But the gist of it was that the Baron, at that time a partner in a firm that constructed stamping mills, was explaining the mechanism of one to Harrison, who was standing close to a small vertical pug mill, or mixer of some sort, just at the moment the driving engine had stopped and the flywheel had nearly slowed down. He went carelessly too near the still revolving machinery, and his coat flap was caught and wound into the helix of the pug mill. "It would have crowned me badly," said the Baron. But he remained unground, for Harrison, who was standing close to the moribund flywheel, suddenly flung himself on it, and with incredible strength actually cut short the rotation before the Baron could be entangled in a remorseless residuum of crushing power, which, for all it looked so gentle, would have made short work of a horse's thigh-bone. The Baron's coat was spoiled, though he was intact. But Harrison's right arm had done more than a human arm's fair share of work, and had to rest and be nursed. They had become intimate friends, and the Baron had gone constantly to inquire after the swelled arm. It took time to become quite strong again, he said. It was a fine, strong arm, and burned all over with gunpowder. "What you call tattooed in English." "Did it get quite well?" "Very nearly. There was a little blaze in the joint here." The Baron touched his thumb. "Where the pain remained, a rheumatic pain. He purchased a copper ring for it. It did him no good." Luckily, Rosalind had discarded the magic ring long since, or it might have come into court awkwardly. If she still entertained any doubts about the identity of her husband and Harrison, the Baron's next words removed them. They came in answer to an expression of wonder of hers that he should so readily accept her husband's word for his identity in the face of the evidence of his own senses. "I really think," she had said, "that if I were in your place I should think he was telling fibs." This was nettle-grasping. No, 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 shouted the Baron, so loud that she was afraid it would reach the chess players in the smoking room. I arrive at it by logic, by reason. Give me your attention. He held up one finger firmly as an act of hypnotism to procure it. Either I am right or I am wrong. I cannot be neither. You might be mistaken. The Baron's finger waved this remark aside impatiently. I will vary the syllogism, he shouted. Either your husband is Mr. Harrison or he is not. He cannot be neither. This was granted. Very well, then. If he is Mr. Harrison has told fibs. But I know Mr. Harrison would not tell fibs. Impossible. And if he is not? The Baron points out that in this case his statement is true by hypothesis, to say nothing of the intrinsic probability of truthfulness on the part of anyone so like Mr. Harrison. He is careful to dwell on the fact that this consideration of the matter is purely analysis of a metaphysical crux, indulged in for scientific illumination. He then goes on to apologise for having been so very positive. But no doubt one or two minor circumstances had so affected his imagination that he saw a very strong likeness where only a very slight one existed. I shall look again. I shall be wiser next time. But what were the minor circumstances? Rosalind asked. There was the French, the language, that was one. But there was another, his nose. I will tell you. When my friend Harrison grabbed hold of that wheel, his head go down edgewise. The Baron tried to hint at this with his own head, but his neck, which was like a prize bull's, would not lend itself to the illustration. That wheel was very smooth, with a sharp corner. His nose touch that corner. The Baron said no more in words, but pantomimic action and a whistle showed plainly how the wheel rim had glided on the bridge of Mr. Harrison's nose. It took off the cuticle and made a scar. Your husband's nose has that very scar. That affected my imagination. It is easy to understand. But the subject was frightening Rosalind. She would have liked to hear much more about Mr. Harrison, might even have ended by taking the fat Baron, whom she thoroughly liked, into her confidence. The difficulty, however, was about decision in immediate action, which would be irrevocable. Silence was safer, or sleep on it at least, for now she must change the conversation. How sweet the singing sounds under the starlight! But the Baron will not tolerate any such loose inaccuracy. It would sound the same in the daytime. The vibrations are the same. But he more than makes up for his harsh prosaism by singing in unison with the singers unseen. Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten, dass ich so traurig bin. No one could ever have imagined that such heavenly sounds could come from anything so fat and noisy. Mrs. Fenwick shuts her eyes to listen. When she opens them again, jerked back from a temporary dream paradise by the Baron remarking with the voice of Stentor or Boagernes that it is a very prudy lied, her husband is standing there. He has been listening to the music. The Baron adds that his friend Mr. Harrison was very fond of that lied. But when the two of them have said a cordial good night to the unwieldy Nightingale, who goes away to bed, as he has to leave early in the morning, Fenwick is very silent, and once and again brushes his hair about and shakes his head in the old way. His wife sees what it is. The music has gone as near touching the torpid memory as the wild autumn night and the cloud race round the moon had done in the little front garden at home a year ago. "A recurrence, Jerry?" she asks. "Something of the sort, Rosy love," he says. "Something quite mad this time. There was a steam engine in it, of all the things in the world. But it has been painful, evidently, a discomfort at least, as these things always are." Rosalind's apprehension of untimely revelations dictated a feeling of satisfaction that the Baron was going away next day. Her regret at losing the choice of further investigation admitted one of dissatisfaction that he had gone. The net result was unsettlement and discomfort, which lasted through the remainder of Sonnenberg, and did not lift altogether until the normalest of normal life came back in a typical London four-wheeler, which dutifully obeyed the injunction to go slowly, not only through the arch that injunction brooded over, but even to the end of the furlong outside the radius, which commanded an extra sixpence and got more. But what did that matter, when Sally was found watching at the gate for its advent, and received her stepfather with an undisguised hug, as soon as she found it in her heart to relinquish her mother. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 20. Mere daily life at Krakatoa, but Sally is quite Fenwick's daughter by now. Of her views about Dr. Vereker, and of Tishy's Aunt Frances. When you come back from a holiday to a sodden and monstrous London, it is best to be welcomed by something young, by a creature that is convinced that it has been enjoying itself, and that convinces you as well, though you can't for the life of you understand the details. Why should anything enjoy itself, or anything else, in this Cimmerian gloom, while away over there the great Alpine peaks are white against the blue, and otherwhere the music of 100 seas mixes with their thunder on 1,000 shores? Why come home? But when we do, and find that nothing particular has happened, and that there's a card for us on the mantelpiece, how stuffy are our welcomers, and how well they tone into the surrounding grey when they are elderly and respectable. It is different when we find that, from their point of view, it is we that have been the losers by our absence from all the great and glorious fun the days have been made of, while we were away on a mistaken and deluded continent, far from this delectable human ant-hill, this centre and climax of life with a capital letter. But then, when this is so, they have to be young, as Sally was. The ex-honeymooners came back to jubilant records of that young lady's experience during the 5 weeks of separation. She listened with impatience to counter-records of adventures abroad, much preferring to tell of her own at home. Mr. and Mrs. Fenwick acquiesced in the role of listeners, and left the rostrum to Sally after they had been revived with soup, and declined cutlets, because they really had had plenty to eat on the way. The rostrum happened to be a hassock on the hearthrug, before the little bit of fire that wasn't at all unwelcome, because September had set in quite cold already, and there was certain to be a warm Christmas if it went on like this, and it would be very unhealthy. And oh, do you know, thus Sally, after many other matters had been disposed of, there's been such an awful row between Tishy and her mother about Julius Bradshaw. Sally is serious and impressed, doesn't see the comic side, if there is one. Her mother felt that if there was to be a volley of indignation discharged at Mrs. Wilson for her share in the row, she herself, as belonging to the class mother, might feel called on to support her, and was reserved accordingly. "I suppose Lætitia wants to marry Mr. Bradshaw, is that it?" "Of course that's it. He hasn't proposed because he's promised not to, but he will any time Tishy gives a hint. Meanwhile, Goody Wilson has refused to sanction his visits at the house, and Lætitia has said she will go into lodgings. Sally, darling, I do wish you wouldn't call all the married ladies of your acquaintance Goody. You'll do it some day to their faces. It's only the middle-aged bouncers. Well, dear chick, do try and not call them Goody. What did... There, I was going to do it myself. What did Mrs. Wilson say to that?" "Said Tishy's allowance wouldn't cover lodgings, and she had nothing else to fall back on, so we go into the park instead." Even Mrs. Fenwick's habituation to her daughter's incisive method is no proof against this. She breaks into an affectionate laugh, and kisses its provoker, who protests. "Well, there's nothing in that. We have tea in the shilling places under the trees in Kensington Gardens. That's all right." "Of course it's all right, with a chaperone like you. Who could say anything? But do tell me, Sally darling, does Mrs. Wilson dislike this young man on his own account, or is it only the shop?" Only the shop, I do believe. And Tishy's 24. What is my stepfather sitting smiling at there in that contented way? Is that a Mossoo cigar? It smells very nice." "I was smiling at you, Sarah. No, it's not a Mossoo that I know of. A German baron gave it me. No, dearest, it really was all right. No, I really can't exactly say how, but it was all right for all that." This was in answer to a comment of his wife. "Never mind the German baron," Sally interrupts. "What business have you to smile at me, Jeremiah?" They had christened each other Jeremiah and Sarah for working purposes. "Because I chose. Because you're such a funny little article." He comes a little nearer to her, and putting his arm around her neck, pinches her off cheek. She gives him a very short kiss, hardly a real one, just an acknowledgement. He remains with her little white hand in his great hairy one, and she leans against him and accepts the position. But that cigar is on her mother's mind. "How many did he give you, Jerry? Now tell the truth." "He gave me a lot. I smuggled them. I can't tell you why it seemed all right I should accept them, but it did." "I suppose you know best, dear. Men are men, and I'm a female. But he was such a perfect stranger." She, of course, knew quite well that he was not, but there was nettle grasping in it on her part. "Yes, he was, but somehow he didn't seem so. Perhaps it was because I flew into such a rage with him about what he called his great joke. But it wasn't only that. Something about the chap himself. I can't tell what." And Fenwick becomes distrait, with a sort of restless searching on his face. He sits on, silent, patting Sally's little white hand in his, and letting the prized cigar take care of itself, and remains silent until, after a few more interesting details about the great row at Ladbroke Grove Road, all three agree that sleep is overdue, and depart to receive payment. Rosalind knows the meaning of it all perfectly. Some tiny trace of memory of the fat Kreutzkammer lingered in her husband's crippled mind, something as confused as the revolving engine's connection with the German Volkslied, but enough to prevent his feeling the 10 francs worth of cigars an oppressive benevolence. It was very strange to her that it should so happen, but having happened, it did not seem unnatural. What was stranger still was that Jerry should be there, loving Sally like a father, just as her own stepfather, Paul Nightingale, had come to love her, caressing her, and never dreaming for a moment how that funny little article came about. Yes, come what might, she would do her best to protect these two from that knowledge, however many lies she had to tell. She was far too good and honourable a woman to care a particle about truthfulness as a means to an easy conscience. She did not mind the least how much hers suffered if it was necessary to the happiness of others that it should do so. And in her judgment, though we admit she may have been wrong, a revelation of the past would have taken all the warmth and light out of the happy and contented little world of Krakatoa Villa. So long as she had the cloud to herself and saw the others out in the sunshine, she felt safe, and that all was well. She would have liked companionship inside the cloud, for all that. It was a cruel disappointment to find, when she came to reflect on it, that she could not carry out a first intention of taking Colonel Lund into her confidence about the Baron, and the undoubted insight he had given into some portion of Fenwick's previous life. Obviously, it would have involved telling her husband's whole story. Her belief that he was Harrison involved her knowledge that he was not Fenwick. The Major would have said at once, "Why not tell him all this Baron told you, and see if that wouldn't bring all his life back to him?" And then she would have to tell the Major who he really was, to show him the need of keeping silence about the story. No, danger lay that way. Too much finessing would be wanted. Too many reserves. So she bore her secret knowledge alone, for their sakes feeling all the while like the scapegoat in the wilderness. But it was a happy wilderness for her, as time proved. Her husband's temper and disposition were well described by Sally when she told Dr. Vereker in confidence one day that when he boiled he blew the lid off, but that he was a practical lamb and was wax in her mother's hands. A good fizz did good, whatever people said. And the doctor agreed cordially, for he had a mother whose temper was notoriously sweetness itself, but was manipulated by its owner with a dexterity that secured all the effects of discomfort to its beneficiaries without compromising her own claims to canonization. Fenwick's temper, this expression always means want of temper or absence of temper, was of the opposite sort. It occasioned no inconvenience to anyone, and everyone detected and classed it after knowing him for 24 hours. The married couple had not existed for 3 months in that form before this trivial individuality was defined by Anne and cook as only master. Sally became so callous after a slight passing alarm at 1 or 2 explosions that she would, for instance, address her stepfather, after hearing his volleys at some offender in the distance, with, "Who did I hear you calling a confounded idiot, Jeremiah?" To which he would reply, softening into a genial smile, "Lost my temper, I did, Sarah dear. Lost my temper with a wash. The wash sticks in pins and the heads are too small to get hold of." Or, "People shouldn't lick their envelopes up to the hilt and spoil one's ripping corner unless they want a fellow to swear." Or something similar belonging to the familiar trials of daily life. But really, safety valve tempers are so common that Fenwick's would scarcely have called for notice if it had not been that, on one occasion, a remark of Sally's about a rather more vigorous émeute than usual led her mother, accidentally thrown off her guard, to reply, "Yes, but you've no idea how much better he is," and then to stop suddenly, seeing the mistake she was making. She had no time to see a way out of the difficulty before Sally, puzzled, looked at her with, "Better than when? I've known him longer than you have, mother." For Sally always boasted of her earlier acquaintance. "Not when at all, kitten. How much better he is when we are alone. He never flares up then, that's what I meant." But she knew quite well that her sentence, if finished, would have stood, "How much better he is than he used to be." She was too candid a witness in the court of her own conscience to make any pretence that this wasn't a lie. Of course it was. But if she never had to tell a worse one than that for Sally's sake, she would be fortunate indeed. She was much more happy in the court of her conscience than she was in that of St. Satisfax, if we may ascribe a judicial status to him, to help us through with our analysis of her frame of mind. His was a court which, if not identical at all points with the analogous exponents of things divine in her youth, was fraught with the same jurisdiction, was vocal with resonances that proclaimed the same consequences to the unredeemed that the mumblings of a pastor of her early days, remembered with little gratitude, had been inarticulate with. Her babyhood had received the idea that liars would be sent unequivocally to hell, and her maturity could not get rid of it. Outside the precinct of the saint, the brief working morality that considers other folk first was enough for her. Within it, the theologism of an offended deity still held a traditional sway. Outside, her whole soul recoiled from the idea of her child knowing a story that would eat into her heart like a cancer. Within, a reserve corner of that soul, inoculated when it was new and susceptible, shuddered at her unselfish adhesion to the only means by which that child could be kept in ignorance. However, she was clear about one thing. She would apologise in prayer, but she would go to hell rather than have Sally made miserable. Thus it came about that Mrs. Fenwick continued a very devout churchgoer, and as her husband never left her side when he had a choice, he, too, became a frequent guest of St. Satisfax, whom he seemed to regard as a harmless though fantastic person who lived in some century or other, only you always forget which. His familiarity with the usages of the reformed St. Satisfax, and his power of discriminating the lapses of that saint towards the vices of his early unregenerate days, he being all the while perfectly unconscious how he came to know anything of either, continued to perplex his wife, and was a source of lasting bewilderment to Sally. A particular incident growing out of this was always associated in Rosalind's mind with an epithet he then applied to Sally for the first time, but which afterwards grew to be habitual with him. "Of course, it's the communion table," he said in connection with some discussion of church furniture. "We have no altars in our church nowadays. You're a papist, Sarah." "I thought communion tables were an evangelical start," said Sally irreverently. "A low church turn-out. Our Mr. Prince is a Tractarian and a Ritualist and a Puseyite and an Anglican. That's his game. The Bishop of London won't let him perform High Mass, and I think it a shame, don't you? But I say, Jeremiah..." And Jeremiah refrained from expressing whatever indignation he felt with the Bishop of London to find what Sally said. It was to the effect that it was incredible that he should know absolutely nothing about the original source of his information. "I can only tell you, Sarah dear," he said, with the ring of sadness in his voice that always came on this topic, "that I do remember nothing of the people who taught me, or the place I learned in. Yet I know about Tract number 90, and Pusey and Newman for all that. How I remember things that were information, and forget things that were things, is more than I can tell you. But can't you think of bits of history you know quite well, without ever recalling where you got them from?" "Of course I can. At least, I could if I knew some history. Only I don't. Oh yes, I do. Perkin Warbeck and Anne of Cleves. I've forgotten about them now, only I know I knew them both. I've answered about them in examinations. They're history all right enough. As to who taught me about them, couldn't say." "Very well, Sarah. Now put a good deal of side into your stroke, and you'll arrive at me." But the revival of the old question had dug up discomfort his mind had done its best to inter, and he went silent and sat with a half-made cigarette in his fingers, thinking gravely. Rosalind, at a writing-table behind him, moved her lips at Sally to convey an injunction. Sally, quickly apprehensive, understood it as, "Let him alone, don't rake up the electrocution." But Sally's native directness betrayed her, and before she had time to think, she had said, "All right, I won't." The consequence of which was that Fenwick, being, as Sally afterwards phrased it, too sharp by half, looked up suddenly from his reverie and said, as he finished rolling his cigarette, "What won't our daughter?" The pleasure that struck through his wife's heart was audible in her voice as she caught it up. "Our daughter won't be a silly, inquisitive little puss-cat, darling. It only worries you and does no good." And he replied to her, as she came behind him and stood with an appreciative side face against his, with a semi-apology for the phrase daughter, and allowed the rest of what they were speaking of to lapse. "I called her it for the pleasure of saying it," said he. "It sounded so nice." And then he knew that her kiss was approval, but of course had no conception of its thoroughness. For her part, she hardly dared to think of the strangeness of the position. She could only rejoice in its outcome. After that, it became so natural to him to speak of Sally as "our daughter," that often enough new acquaintances misconceived her relation to him, and had a shrewd insight that Mr. and Mrs. Fenwick must have been married very young. Once some visitors, a lady with one married daughter and two single ones, was so powerfully impressed with Sally's resemblance to her supposed parent that 3/4 of them went unconvinced away, in spite of the efforts of the whole household to remove the error. The odd fourth was supposed to have carried away corrective information. "I got the flat one, with the elbows in a quiet corner," said Sally, "and told her Jeremiah was only step, because they all shouted at once, so it was impossible to make them hear in a lump." Mistakes of this sort, occurring frequently, reacted on Mr. and Mrs. Fenwick, who found in them a constant support and justification for the theory that Sally was really the daughter of both, while admitting intellectual rejection of it to be plausible to commonplace minds. They themselves got on a higher level, where ex post facto parentages were possible. Causes might have miscarried, but results having turned out all right, it would never do to be too critical about antecedents. However, Sally was going to be our daughter, whether she was or not. Rosalind always found a curious consolation in the reflection that, however bewildering the position might be, she had it all to herself. This was entirely apart from her desire to keep Fenwick in ignorance of his past. That was merely a necessity for his own sake and Sally's, while this related to the painfulness of standing face to face with an incredible conjunction of surroundings. She, if alone, could take refuge in wonderstruck silence. If her knowledge were shared with another, how could examination and analysis be avoided? And these would involve the resurrection of what she could keep underground as long as she was by herself, backed by a thought, if needed, of the merry eyebrows and pearly teeth and sweet, soft youth of its unconscious result. But to be obliged to review and speculate over what she desired to forget, and was helped to forget by gratitude for its consequences, would have been a needless addition to the burden she already had to bear. The only person she could get any consolation from talking with was the Major, who already knew, or nearly knew, the particulars of the nightmare of 20 years ago. But then we feel that we are repeating this ad nauseam. He was quite in the dark about Fenwick's identity, and was to be kept there. Rosalind had decided it so, and she may have been right. Would she have done better by forcing on her husband the knowledge of his own identity, and risking the shock to her daughter of hearing the story of her outsider father's sin against her mother? Her decision against this course was always emphasized by, may even have been unconsciously due to, her prevision of the difficulty of the communication to Sally. How should she set about it? She pictured various forms of the attempt to herself, and found none she did not shudder at. The knowledge that such things could be would spoil the whole world for the girl. She had to confess to herself that the customary paltering with the meaning of words that enables modern novels to be written about the damnedest things in the universe would either leave her mind uninformed or call for a commentary, a rubric in the reddest of red letters. Even a resort to the brutal force of Oriental speech done into Jacobean English would be of little avail. For hypocrisy is at work all through juvenile reception of Holy Writ, and brings out as a result the idea that the writ is holy because it uses coarse language about things that hardly call for it. It Bowdlerises Potiphar's wife, and favours the impression that in Sodom and Gomorrah the inhabitants were dissipated and sat up late. This sort of thing wouldn't work with Sally. If the story were to be told at all, her thunderbolt directness would have it all out, down to the ground. Her mother went through the pros and cons again and again, and always came to the same conclusion: silence. But for all that, Rosalind had a background belief that a time would come when a complete revelation would be possible. Her mind stipulated for a wider experience for Sally before then. It would be so infinitely easier to tell her tale to one who had herself arrived at the goal of motherhood, utterly unlike as, so she took for granted, was to be the way of her arrival, sunlit and soft to tread, from the black precipice and thorny wastes that had brought her to her own. Any possible marriage of Sally's, however, was a vague abstraction of an indistinct future. Perhaps we should say had been, and admit that since her own marriage Mrs. Fenwick had begun to be more distinctly aware that her little daughter was now within a negligible period of the age when her own tree of happiness in life had been so curtly broken off short, and no new leafage suffered to sprout upon the broken stem. This identity of age could not but cause comparison of lots. Suppose it had been Sally, was the thought that would sometimes spring on her mother's mind, and then the girl would wonder what mamma was thinking of, that she should make her arm that was round her tighten as though she feared to lose her, or bring her an irrelevant, unanticipated kiss. This landmark period bristled with suggested questions of what was to follow it. Sally would marry, that seemed inevitable, and her mother, now that she was herself married again, did not shrink from the idea as she had done, in spite of her protests against her own selfishness. Miss Sally's attitude toward the tender passion did not at present give any grounds for supposing that she was secretly its victim, or ever would be. Intense amusement at the perturbation she occasioned to sensitive young gentlemen seemed to be the nearest approach to reciprocating their sentiments that she held out any hopes of. She admitted, as a pure abstraction, that it was possible to be in love, but regarded applicants as obstacles that stood in their own way. "I'm sure his adoration does him great credit," she said to Lætitia one day about a new devotee, for there was no lack of them. But it's his eyes and his nose and his mouth and his chin and his ears and his hair and his hands and his feet and his all together that... That what? Asked her friend. That you can't expect a girl to, then, if you insist upon it. Some girl will, you'll see, one of these days. What? Even that man with teeth? This was some chance acquaintance, useful for illustration, but not in the story. Lætitia knew enough of him to give a testimonial. He's a very good fellow, whatever you may say, said she. My dear Tishy, goodness is the distinguishing feature of the opposite sex. I speak as a person of my own. Men's moral qualities are always high. If it wasn't for their appearance, and their manners, and their defective intelligences, they would make the most charming husbands. How very young you are, Miss Wilson said, superior experience oozing out at every pore. Sally might have passed this by, but when it came to patting you on the cheek, she drew a line. Tishy, dear, do you mean to go on like that when I'm 100 and you're 105? Yes, dear. At least, I can't say. Anything may have happened by then. What sort of thing? Come, Tishy, don't be enigmatical. For instance? You'll change your mind and be wiser. You'll see. Which might have been consecutive in another conversation, but it was insufferably patronising in Lætitia to evade the centenarian forecast that should have come in naturally and retreat into a vague abstraction, managing to make it appear, Sally couldn't say how or why, that her own general remarks about man, which meant nothing, were a formal proclamation of celibacy on her part. It is odd how little the mere wording of a conversation may convey, especially girls' conversation. What is there in the above to warrant what came next from Sally? If you mean Dr. Vereker, that's ridiculous. I never mentioned his name, dear. Of course you didn't, you couldn't have, and wouldn't have, but anybody could tell what you meant just the same by leaving your mouth open when you'd done speaking. We confess freely that we should not have known, but... What are we? Why should Lætitia's having left her lips slightly ajar instead of closing them have meant Dr. Vereker? But the fact is, to quote an expression of Sally's own, brain waves were the rule and not the exception with her, and hypnotic suggestion raged as between her and Miss Lætitia Wilson, interrupting practice and involving the performers in wide-ranging, irrelevant discussion. It was on a musical occasion at Ladbroke Grove Road that this conversation took place. Lætitia wasn't going to deny Dr. Vereker, evidently, or else there really was something very engrossing about her G-string. Sally went on, while she dog's-eared her music, which was new, to get good turning-over advantages when it came to playing. My medical adviser's not bad, taken as an aunt. I don't quite know what I should do without poor Prosy. But as for anything, of course that's absurd. Why, half the fun is that there isn't anything. Lætitia knew as well as possible that her young friend, once started, would develop the subject on her own lines without further help from her. She furnished her face with a faint expression of amused waiting, not strong enough to be indictable, but operative, and never said a word. Foolery would spoil it all, pursued Sally. In fact, I put my foot down at the first go-off. I pointed out that I stipulated to be considered a chap. Prosy showed tact. I must say that for Prosy. Distinctly tact. You see, if I had had to say a single word to him on the subject, it would have been all up. Then possibly, in response to a threat of an inflection in her friend's waiting countenance, I should say, when I make use of the expression pointed out, perhaps I ought to say... conveyed to him. Sally gets the viola in place for a start and asks, is her friend ready? Waiting, it seems. So she merely adds, yes, I should say conveyed it to him. And off they go with a new piece of music in B-flat, and are soon involved in terrifying complications which have to be done all over again. At the end they are ungrateful to B-flat and say they don't much care for it. It will be better when they can play it, however. Then Lætitia schemes to wind Sally up a little. Doesn't the Goody goozle at you about him, though? You said she did. The Goody? Oh, yes. By the by, Mother says I mustn't call your ma Goody Wilson, or I shall do it to her face, and there'll be a pretty how-do-you-do. Prosy's parent broods over one and gloats as if one was crumpets. But Prosy himself is very good about her, aware of her shortcomings. I don't care what you call my mother. Call her any name you like. But what does Dr. Vereker say? About his'n? Says she's a dear good mother and I mustn't mind her. I say, Tishy. What, dear? What is the present position of the row? You said your mother. You know you did, coming from the bath, after Henriette went away. I did say my mother, dear, but I wish it were otherwise. I've told Mr. Bradshaw so. You'd be much nicer if you said Julius. Told him what? Told him a girl can't run counter to the wishes of her family in practice. Of course, well then, Julius, if you will have it, is ready to wait. But it's really ridiculous to talk in this way when, after all, nothing's been said. Has nothing? Not to anybody. Only him and me. At Riverford Hook? Why, yes, what I told you. We needn't go over it again. In the avenue. And the moonrise and things. What o'clock was it, please, ma'am? About 10:15, dear. We were in by 11. This was a faint attempt to help dignity by a parade of accuracy in figures and an affectation of effrontery. But really we needn't go over it again. You know what a nice letter he wrote Aunt Frances. And instead of waiting for an answer, Tishy, perhaps to avoid catechism about the moonrise and things, ploughs straight on into a recitation of her lover's letter to her aunt. Dear Lady Sales, of course it will, quite literally, give me the greatest possible pleasure to come. I will bring the Strad. And then afterwards he said, I hope your niece will give a full account of me and not draw any veils over my social position. However, this being written at my desk here on the shop paper will prevent any misunderstanding. Your Aunt Frances has been hatching you, you two, says Sally, ignoring the letter. She's a dear good woman, if ever there was one. I wish mamma was my aunt by marriage and she her. And then Lætitia went on to tell many things about the present position of the row between herself and mother, concerning which it can only be said that nothing transpired that justified its existence. Seeing that no recognition was asked for of any formal engagement, either by the young haberdasher himself, for that was the epithet applied to him behind his back, of course, by the older lady, or by the object of his ambitious aspirations, it might have been more politic, as well as more graceful, on her part, to leave the affair to die down, as love affairs unopposed are so very apt to do, instead of which she needs must begin endeavouring to frustrate what at the time of her first interference was the merest flirtation between a Romeo who was tied to his desk all day and a Juliet who was constantly coming into contact with other potential Romeos, plenty of them. Our own private opinion is that if the Montagues and Capulets had tried to bury the hatchet at a public betrothal of the two young people, the latter would have quarrelled on the spot. Setting their family circles by the ears again would almost have been as much fun as a secret wedding by a friar. You doubt it? Well, we may be wrong, but we are quite certain that the events which followed shortly after the chat between the two girls recorded above either would never have come to pass or would have taken an entirely different form if it had not been for the uncompromising character of Mrs. Sales Wilson's attitude towards her daughter's Romeo. We will give this collateral incident in our history a chapter to itself, for your convenience more than our own. You can skip it, you see, if you want to get back to Krakatoa Villa. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 21 of Julius Bradshaw's Inner Soul, and of the haberdasher's battle at Ladbroke Grove Road, on carpet stretching and vaccination from the calf, an after-dinner interview, and good resolutions. Evasive Trappists. You can remember, if you are male and middle-aged, or worse, some little incident in your own early life, more or less like that effervescence of unreal passion which made us first acquainted with Mr. Julius Bradshaw and his violin. Do you shake your head and deny it? Are you prepared to look us in the face and swear you never, when a young man, had a sleepless night because of some girl whom you had scarcely spoken to, and who would not have known who you were if you had been able to master your trepidation and claim acquaintance, and who, in the sequel, changed her identity and became what the greatest word coiner of our time called a speech friend of yours, without a scrap of romance or tenderness in the friendship? Sally's sudden change of identity from the bewitching little gardener who had fascinated this susceptible youth to a merely uncommonly nice girl was no doubt assisted by his introduction just at that moment to the present Mrs. Julius Bradshaw, for it would be the merest affectation to conceal the ultimate outcome of their acquaintance. When Julius came to Krakatoa Villa, he came already half disillusioned about Sally. What sort of an accolade he expected on arriving to keep his passion on its legs, heaven only knows. He certainly had been chilled by her easy-going invitation to her mother's. A definite declaration of callous indifference would not have been half so effective. Sally had the most extraordinary power of pointing out that she stipulated to be considered as a chap, or conveying it, which came to the same thing. On the other hand, Lætitia, who had been freely spoken of by Sally as making a great ass of herself about social tommy-rot and people's positions, and who was aware of the justice of the accusation, had been completely jerked out of the region of Grundy by Julius's splendid rendering of Tartini, and had felt disconcerted and ashamed, for Tishy was a thorough musician at heart. The consequence was an amende honourable to the young man, on whom, he having no idea whatever of its provoking cause, it produced the effect that might have been anticipated. Any young lady who wishes to enslave a young man will really do better work by showing an interest in himself than by any amount of fascination and allurement, on the lines of Greuze. We are by no means sure that it is safe to reveal this secret, so do not let it go any farther. Young women are formidable enough as it is, without getting tips from the camp of the enemy. Anyhow, Sally became a totally different identity to Mr. Julius Bradshaw. He, for his part, underwent a complete transformation in hers, so much so that the vulgar child was on one occasion quite taken aback at a sudden recollection of his début, and said to her stepfather, "Only think, Jeremiah, Tishy's Julius is really that young idiot that came philandering after me Sundays, and I had quite forgotten it." The young idiot had settled down to a reasonable personality, if not to a manifestation of his actual self, at any rate as near as he was likely to go to it for some time to come, for none of us ever succeeds in really showing himself to his fellow creatures outright. That's impossible. Sally had never said very much to her friend of this pre-introduction phase of Julius, had in fact thought little enough about it. Perhaps her taking care to say nothing at all of it in its later phase was her most definite acknowledgment of its existence at any time. It was only a laughable incident. She saw at once, when she took notice of that sofa séance, which way the cat was going to jump, and we are bound to say that it was a cat that soon made up its mind, and jumped with decision. Mrs. Sales Wilson's endeavour to intercept that cat had been prompt and injudicious. She destroyed whatever chance there was of a sudden volte-face on its part, and oh, the glorious uncertainty of this class of cat! First by taking no notice of it, aggressively, next by catching hold of its tail, too late. In the art of ignoring bystanders, she was no match for the cat, and detention seemed only to communicate impetus. Julius Bradshaw's first receptions at the Ladbroke Grove house had been based mainly on his Stradivarius. The dragon may be said to have admitted the instrument, but only to have tolerated its owner, as one might tolerate an organ-man who owned a distinguished monkey. Still, the position was an ambiguous one. The dragon felt she had made a mistake in not shutting the door against this lion at first. She had let him in to see if she could turn him out again, and the crisis of the campaign had come over the question whether Mr. Bradshaw might, or should, or could be received into the inner bosom of the household, that is to say, the dinner bosom. The Dragon said no. She drew the line at that. Tea, yes. Dinner, no. After many small engagements over the question in the abstract, the plot thickened with reference to the arrangements of a particular Thursday evening. The Dragon felt that a decisive battle must be fought, the more so that her son Egerton, whom she had relied on to back her against a haberdasher, though he might have been useless against a jockey or a professional cricketer, had gone over to the enemy, and announced, for the Professor had failed to communicate the virus of scholarship to this young man, that he was unanimous that Mr. Bradshaw should be forthwith invited to dinner. His mother resorted to the head of the household as to a court of appeal, but not, as we think, in a manner likely to be effective. Her natural desire to avenge herself on that magazine of learning for marrying her produced an unconciliatory tone even in her preamble. "I suppose," she said, abruptly entering his library in the vital centre of a delectable refutation of an ignoramus, "I suppose it's no use looking to you for sympathy in a matter of this sort, but—" "I'm busy," said the Professor. "Wouldn't some other time do as well?" "I knew what I had to expect," said the lady, at once allowing her desire to embitter her relations with her husband to get the better of her interest in the measure she desired to pass through Parliament. She left the room, closing the door after her with venomous quietness. The refutation would have to stand over. It was spoilt now, and the delicious sarcasm that was on his pen's tip was lost irrevocably. He blotted a sentence in the middle, put his pen in a wet sponge, and opened his door. He jerked it savagely open to express his attitude of mind towards interruption. His "What is it?" as he did so was in keeping with the door jerk. "I can speak of nothing to you if you are so tetchy." A word said spitefully with a jerk explanatory of its meaning. "Another time will do better now. I prefer to wait." When these two played at the domestic game of exasperate my neighbour, the temper lost by the one was picked up by the other and added to his or her pack. It was so often her pack that there must have been an unfair allotment of knaves in it when dealt. You know what that means in Beggar My Neighbour. On this occasion Mrs. Wilson won heavily. It was not every day that she had a chance of showing her great forbearance and self-restraint. On the stairs to an audience of a man in leather kneecaps who was laying a new drugget in the passage, and a model of discretion with a dustpan whose self-subordination was beyond praise. Her daughter Athene in the passage below, indicting her son Egerton for a misappropriation of 3 and 5pence, and a faint suspicion of Lætitia's bedroom door on the jar for her to listen through above. It wasn't fair on the Professor, though, for even before he exploded, his lady wife had had ample opportunity of reconnoitring the battlefield and, as it were, negotiating with auxiliaries by a show of gentle sweetness which had the force of announcement that she was being misunderstood elsewhere. But she would bear it, conscious of rectitude. Now, the Professor didn't know there was anyone within hearing, so he snapped, and she bit him sotto voce, but raised a meek voice to follow. "Another time will be better. I prefer to wait." This was all the public heard of her speech, but she went into the library. "What do you want to speak to me about?" Thus the Professor, remaining standing to enjoin the temporary character of the interview, to countercheck which the lady sank in an armchair with her back to the light. Both she and Lætitia conveyed majesty in swoops, filled up fauteuils, could motion humbler people to take a seat beside them. "Tishy's goody runs into skirts, so does she, if you come to that," was Sally's marginal note on this point. The countercheck was effectual, and from her position of vantage the lady fired her first shot. "You know perfectly well what I want to speak about." The awkward part of this was that the Professor did know. "Suppose I do. Go on." This only improved his position very slightly, but it compelled the bill to be read a first time. "Do you wish your daughter to marry a haberdasher?" "I do not. If I did, I should take her round to some of the shops." But his wife is in no humour to be jested with. "If you cannot be serious, Mr. Wilson, about a serious matter which concerns the lifelong well-being of your eldest daughter, I am only wasting my time in talking to you." She threatens an adjournment with a slight move. Her husband selects another attitude and comes to business. "You may just as well say what you have come to say, Roberta. It's about Lætitia and this young musician fellow, I suppose. Why can't you leave them alone?" Now, you see, here was a little triumph for Roberta. She had actually succeeded in getting the subject into the realm of discussion without committing herself to any definite statement, or, in fact, really saying what it was. She could prosecute it now indirectly on the lines of congenial contradiction of her husband. "I fully expect to be accused of interfering with what does not concern me. I'm not surprised. My daughter's welfare is, it appears, to be of as little interest to me as it is to her father." "Very well." "What do you wish me to do? Will you oblige me by telling me what it is you understand we are talking about?" A gathering storm of determination must be met, the Dragon decides, by a corresponding access of asperity on her part. She rises to the occasion. "I will tell you what I do not understand, but I do not expect to be listened to. I do not understand how any father can remain in his library, engaged in work which cannot possibly be remunerative, while his eldest daughter contracts a disgraceful marriage with a social inferior." The irrelevance about remuneration was ill-judged. "I can postpone the dictionary, if that will satisfy you, and go on with some articles for the encyclopaedia, which pay very well until after the ceremony. Is the date fixed?" "It is easy for you to affect stupidity, and to answer me with would-be witty evasions. But if you think to deter me from my duty, a mother's duty, by such pitiful expedients, you are making a great mistake. You make my task harder to me, Septimus, but you do not discourage me. You know as well as I do, although you choose to affect the contrary, that what I am saying does not relate to any existing circumstances, but only to what may come about if you persist in neglecting your duty to your family. I came into this room to ask you to exercise your authority with your daughter Lætitia, or if not your authority, for she is over 21, your influence. But I see that I shall get no help. It is, however, what I expected, no more and no less." And the skirts rustle with an intention of getting up and going away, injured. Mrs. Wilson had a case against her husband, if not a strong one. His ideas of the duties of a male parent were that he might incur paternity of an indefinite number of sons and daughters, and discharge all his obligations to them by providing their food and education. Having paid quittance, he was at liberty to be absorbed in his books. Had his payments been large enough to make his wife's administration of the household easy, he might have been justified, especially as she, for her part, was not disposed to allow him any voice in any matter. Nevertheless, she castigated him frightfully, at intervals, for not exercising an authority she was not prepared to permit. He was nothing but a ninepin, set up to be knocked down, an Aunt Sally who was never allowed to keep her pipe in her mouth for 10 consecutive seconds. The natural consequence of which was that his children despised him, but to a certain extent loved him, while on the other hand they somewhat disliked their mother, but, to a certain extent, respected her. It's very hard on the historian and the dramatist that everyone is not quite good or quite bad. It would make their work so much easier. But it would not be nearly so interesting, especially in the case of the last named. The Professor may have had some feeling on these lines when he stopped the skirts from rustling out of the apartment by a change in his manner. "Tell me seriously what you wish me to do, Roberta." "I wish you to give your attention, if not to the affairs that I cannot expect of your household, at least to this, you may call it foolish and pooh-pooh it, business of Lætitia and this young man. I really cannot say young gentleman, for it is mere equivocation not to call him a haberdasher." The Professor resisted the temptation to criticise some points of literary structure, and accepted the obvious meaning of this. "Tell me what he really is." "I have told you repeatedly he is nothing, unless we palter with the meaning of words, but a clerk in the office at the stores where we pay a deposit and order goods on a form. They were originally haberdashers, so I don't see how you can escape from what I have said. But I have no doubt you will try to do so. How comes he to be such a magnificent violinist? Are they all I know what you're going to say, and it's foolish. No, they are not all magnificent violinists, but you know the story quite well. Perhaps I do. But now listen. I want to make out one thing. This young man talked quite freely to me and Egerton about his place, his position, salary, everything. And yet you say he isn't a gentleman? Of course he isn't a gentleman. I don't in the least understand what you mean. It's some prevarication or paradox. Mrs. Wilson taps the chair arm impatiently. I mean this. If he isn't a gentleman, how comes it that he isn't ashamed of being a haberdasher? Because he isn't. Seem to take it all as a matter of course. I cannot follow your meaning at all, and I will not trouble you to explain it. The question now is, will you, or will you not, do something? Has the young gentleman, Mrs. Wilson snorted audibly, well, has this young haberdasher made any sort of definite declaration to Lætitia? I understand not, but it's impossible not to see. Would it not be a little premature for me to say anything to him? Have I asked you to do so? I am a little uncertain what it is you have asked me to do. Mrs. Wilson contrived, by pantomime before she spoke, to express her perfect patience under extremest trial, inflicted on her by an impudent suggestion that she hadn't made her position clear. She would, however, state her case once more with incisive distinctness. To that end she separated her syllables and accented selections from them, even as a resolute hammer accents the head of a nail. Have I not told you distinctly, the middle syllable of this word was a sample nail-head, 1,000 times that what I wish you to do, however much you may shirk doing it, is to speak to Lætitia, to remonstrate with her about the encouragement she is giving to this young man, and to point out to her that a girl in her position, in short, the duties of a girl in her position. Mrs. Wilson's come-down at this point was an example of a solemn warning to the elocutionist who breaks out of bounds. She was obliged to fall back arbitrarily on her keynote in the middle of the performance. Have I said this to you, Mr. Wilson, or have I not? Speaking from memory, I should say not. Yes, certainly not. But I can raise no reasonable objection to speaking to Lætitia, provided I am at liberty to say what I like. I understand that to be part of the bargain. If you mean, says the lady, whose temper had not been improved by the first part of the speech, if you mean that you consider yourself at liberty to encourage a rebellious daughter against her mother, I know too well from old experience that that is the case. But I trust that for once your right feeling will show you that it is your plain duty to tell her that the course she is pursuing can only lead to the loss of her position in society and probably to poverty and unhappiness. I can tell her you think so, of course, says the Professor dryly. I will say no more. Very freezingly. You know as well as I do what it is your duty to say to your daughter. What you will decide to say, I do not know. And premonitory rustles end in a move to the door. You can tell her to come in now, if you like. The Professor won't show too vivid an interest. It isn't as if the matter related to a Scythian war chariot, or a gold ornament from a prehistoric tomb, or vario lectiones. At least, Septimus, says the apex of the departing skirts, you will remember what is due to yourself and your family. I am nobody, so far as not to encourage the girl in resisting her mother's authority. And receiving no reply, departs, and is heard on the landing rejecting insufficient reasons why the drugget will not lay flat, and presently issuing a mandate to an upper landing. Your father wishes to speak to you in his library. I wish you to go. The last words not to seem to abdicate as Queen Consort. Lætitia isn't a girl whom we find new charms in after making her mother's acquaintance. You know how some young people would be passable enough if it were not for a lurid light thrown upon their identity by other members of their family. You know the sister you thought was a beauty and a dear until you met her sister, who was gristly and a jade. But it's a great shame in Tishy's case because we do honestly believe her seeming da capo of her mother is more skirts than anything else. We credit their respective apices with different dispositions, although, yes, it's quite true what you say, we don't see exactly from what corner of the Professor's his daughter's got her a better one. He's all very well, but... Anyhow, we are sorry for Tishy now, as she comes uneasily into the library to be spoken to. She comes in buttoning a glove and saying, "Yes, papa?" She was evidently just going out, probably arrested by the voices in the library. "Well, my dear, your mother wishes me to speak to you. By the by," he interrupts himself, "really is a very extraordinary thing, but it's just like work people. A man spends all his life laying carpets, and the minute he lays mine, it's too big or too small. The man outside, he's very tiresome. He says the passage is an unusual size. I should have taken that point when I measured it. It seems to me late in the day now the carpet's made up. However, that's neither here nor there. Your mother wishes me to speak to you, my dear." "What does she want you to say, papa?" "Well, it's sometimes not easy to understand your mother. I cannot say that I have gathered precisely what it is she wishes me to say, nor am I certain that I should be prepared to say it if I knew what it was." Tishy brightened perceptibly. "But I am this far in sympathy with what I suppose to be her meaning," Tishy's face fell, "that I should be very sorry to hear that you had made any binding promises to any young gentleman without knowing more of his antecedents and connections than I suppose you do at the present about this musical friend of yours, without consulting me." The perfunctory tone in which he added, "and your mother," made the words hardly worth recording. But perhaps the way they, in a sense, put the good lady out of court helped to make her daughter brighten up again. "Dear papa," she said, "I should never dream for one moment of doing such a thing, nor would Mr. Bradshaw dream of asking me to do so." "That's quite right, my dear, quite enough. Don't say anything more. I am not going to catechise you." And Tishy was not sorry to hear this, because her disclaimer of a binding promise was only true in the letter. In fact, our direct Sally had only the day before pounced upon her friend with, "You know perfectly well he's kissed you heaps of times," and Tishy had only been able to begin an apology she was not allowed to finish with, "And suppose he has?" However, her sense of an untruthfulness that was more than merely technical was based not so much on the bare fact of a kissing relation having come about as on a particular example. She knew it was the merest hypocrisy to make believe that the climax of that interview at Riverford Hook, where there were the moonrise and things, did not constitute a pledge on the part of both. However, Tishy is not the first young lady, let me tell you, if you don't know already, who has been guilty of equivocation on those lines. It is even possible that her father was conniving at it, was intentionally accepting what he knew to be untrue, to avoid the trouble of further investigation, and to be able to give his mind to the demolition of that ignoramus. A certain amount of fuss was his duty, but the sooner he could find an excuse to wash his hands of these human botherations and get back to his inner life, the better. Perhaps it was a sense of chill at the suspicion that her father was not concerned enough about her welfare that made Lætitia try to arrest his retirement into his inner life. Or it may have been that she was sensitive, as young folk are, at her new and strange experience of real love, and at the same time grated on, scraped the wrong way, in her harsh collision with her mother, who was showing Cupid no quarter, and was only withheld from overt acts of hostility to Julius Bradshaw by the knowledge that excess on her part would precipitate what she sought to avert. Whatever the cause was, her momentary sense of relief that her father was not going to catechise her was followed by a feeling that she almost wished he would. It would be so nice to have a natural parent who was really interested in his daughter's affairs. Poor Tishy felt lonely, and as if she was going to cry. She must unpack her heart, even if it bored papa, who she knew wanted to turn her out and right. She broke down over it. "Papa, indeed, I want to do everything you wish, whatever you tell me. I will be good, as we used to say." A sob grew in her throat over this little nursery recollection. Only, Only it isn't really quite true about no promises. We haven't made them, you know, but they're there all the same." Tishy stops suddenly to avoid a sob she knows is coming. A pocket handkerchief is called in to remove tears surreptitiously under a covering pretence of a less elegant function. The Professor hates scenes worse than poison, and Tishy knows it. "There, well, nothing to cry about. That's right." This is approval of the disappearance of the pocket handkerchief. Some confusion between cause and effect, perhaps. "Come, my child, come, Lætitia. Suppose now you tell me all about it." Tishy acknowledges to herself that she desires nothing better. Yes, papa dear, she will. Indeed she will. Tell him everything. And then makes a very fair revelation of her love affair. A little dry and stilted in the actual phrasing, perhaps, but then what can you expect when one's father is inclined to be stiff and awkward in such a matter, to approach it formally and consider it an interview? It was all mamma's fault, of course. Why should she be summoned before the bar of the house? Why couldn't her father find his way into her confidence in the natural current of events? However, this was better than nothing. Besides, we softened gradually as we developed the subject. One of us, who was Mr. Bradshaw at first, became Julius later, with a strong lubricating effect. We began with sincere attachment, but we loved each other dearly before we had done. We didn't know when it began exactly, which was a fib, for we were perfectly well aware that it began at that evening at Krakatoa Villa, which has been chronicled herein. But for a long time past, Julius had been asking to be allowed to memorialise the Professor on the subject. "But you know, papa dear, I couldn't say he was to speak to you until I was quite certain of myself. Besides, I did want him to be on better terms with mamma first." Professor Wilson flushed angrily and began with a knitted brow. "I wish your mother would..." but stopped abruptly. Then calming down, "But you are quite certain now, my dear Lætitia?" "Oh dear, yes, no doubt of that. And how about Julius?" The confident ring of the girl's laugh and her "Why, you should hear him!" showed that she at least was well satisfied of her lover's earnestness. "Well, my dear child," said the Professor, who was beginning to feel that it was time to go back to his unfinished ignoramus, tyro or sciolist, "I tell you what I shall do. When's he coming next? Thursday to dinner. Very well. I shall make a little opportunity for a quiet talk with him, and we shall see." The young lady came out of the library, on the whole comfortabler than she had entered it, and finished buttoning that glove in the passage. As she stood reflecting that papa would really be very nice if he would shave more carefully, for the remains of his adieu were still rasping her cheek, she was aware of the voice of the carpet. She heard it complain through the medium of its layer or stretcher, who seemed to mean to pass the remainder of his days scratching the head of perplexity on the scene of his recent failure to add to his professional achievements. "It's what I say to the governor," thus ran his Jeremiad, "in dealing with these here irregular settings out, where nothing's not to say parallel with anything else, nor dimensions lending theirselves to accommodation. Just you let me offer it in, I says, afore the final stitching to, or even a paper template in extra cases is a saving in the end. Because it stands to reason there goes more expense with an ill-cut squint or obtuse angle involving work to rectify than cut accurate in the first go-off. Not but what ruckles may disappear under the tread, only there's no reliance to be placed. You may depend on it to make a job there's nothing like careful planning and foresight in the manner of speaking. And as I say to the governor, there's no need for a stout brown paper template to go in waste, seeing it works in with the underpacking." And much more which Tishy could still hear murmuring on in the distance as she closed the street door and fled to an overdue appointment with Sally, into whose sympathetic ear she could pour all her new records of the progress of the row. To tell the whole of the prolonged pitched battle that ensued would take too much ink and paper. The Dragon fought magnificently so long as she had the powerful backing of her married daughter, Mrs. Sowerby Bagster, and the skirmishing help of Athene. This latter was, however, not to be relied on, might go over to the enemy at any moment. Mrs. Bagster, or Clarissa, who was an elder sister of Lætitia's, became lukewarm too, on a side issue being raised. It did not appear to connect itself logically with the bone of contention, having reference entirely to vaccination from the calf. But it led to an exaggerated sensitiveness on her part as to the responsibility we incurred by interference with what might, after all, be the will of Providence. If this should prove so, it would be our duty not to repine. Clarissa contrived to surround the subject with an unprovoked halo of religious meekness, and to work round to the conclusion that it would be presumptuous not to ask Mr. Bradshaw to dinner. Only this resulted absolutely and entirely from her refusing to have her 3 children all vaccinated from the calf forthwith, because their grandmother thought it necessary. The latter, finding herself deserted in her hour of need by a powerful ally, for 3 whole children had given Clarissa a deep insight into social ethics and a weighty authority, surrendered grudgingly. She tried her best to make her invitation to dinner take the form of leave to come to dinner, and partly succeeded. Her suggestions that she hoped Mr. Bradshaw would understand the rules of the game at the table of society caused the defection of her remaining confederate, Athene, who turned against her, exclaiming, "He won't eat with his knife, at any rate." However, it was too late to influence current events. The battle was fought and over. The obnoxious young man didn't eat with his knife when he came, with docility, a day after he received the invitation. Remember, he appears originally in this story as a chosen of Cattley's, one warranted to defy detection by the best informed genteelologist. He went through his ordeal very well on the whole, considering that Egerton, from friendship, was always on the alert to give him tips about civilised conduct, and that Mrs. Wilson called him nearly every known dissyllabic name with A's in it, Braithwaite, Palgrave, Bradlaugh, Playfair, and so on, but not Bradshaw. She did this the more as she never addressed him directly, treating him without disguise as the third person singular in a concrete form. This was short-sighted, because it stimulated her husband to a tone of civility which would probably have risen to deference if the good lady had not stopped just short of insult. Egerton and the only other male guest, who was the negative young pianist known to Sally as Somebody Elsley, having found it convenient to go away at smoking time to inspect the latter's bicycle, the Professor seized his opportunity for conversation with the third person singular. He approached the subject abruptly. "Well, it's Lætitia, I understand, that we're making up to, eh?" Perhaps it was this sudden conversion to the first person plural that made the young man blush up to the roots of his hair. "What can I say?" he asked hesitatingly. "You see, Professor Wilson, if I say yes, it will mean that I have been paying my addresses, as the phrase is, and taking receipts." "Exactly, and taking receipts without first asking her father's leave. And if I say no..." "If you say no, my dear young man, her father will merely ask you to help yourself and pass the port. Decanter with a little brass ticket. Yes, that one. Thank you. Well, I see what you mean, and we needn't construct enigmas. We really get to the point. Now tell me all about it." We don't feel at all sure the Professor's way of getting to the point was not a good one. You see, he had had a good deal to do with young men in early academical phases of existence, tutorships and the like, and had no idea of humming and hawing and stuttering over their affairs. Besides, it was best for Bradshaw, as was shown by the greater ease with which he went on speaking, and began telling the Professor all about it. "I shouldn't be speaking truthfully, sir, if I were to pretend things haven't gone a little beyond the exact rules. But you've no idea how easily one can deceive oneself." "Haven't I?" The Professor's mind went back to his own youth. He knew very well how easily he had done it. A swift dream of his past shot through his brain in the little space before Bradshaw resumed. "Well, it was only a phrase. Of course you know. I mean, it has all crept on so imperceptibly, and I have had no real chance of talking about it to you, sir, without asking for a formal interview. And until very lately, nothing Miss Wilson... Lætitia, what's the use of being prigs about it? Nothing Lætitia has said would have warranted me in doing this. I could have introduced the subject to Mrs. Wilson once or twice, but..." "All right, I understand. Well, now, What's the exact state of things between you and Lætitia?" You will guess what our wishes are, but we know quite well that their fulfilment is at present impossible. It may remain so. I have no means at present except a small salary, and my mother and sister have a claim on you. Is that it? The Professor's voice seems to forestall a forbidding sound, but he won't be in too great a hurry. He continues, "You must have some possibility in view, some sort of expectation?" Bradshaw's reply hesitated a good deal. I'm afraid allowed myself to fancy that, in short, I might be able to outgrow this unhappy nervous affection." "And then?" "I know what you mean, Professor Wilson. You mean that a violinist's position, however successful, would be less than you have a right to expect for your daughter's husband. Of course that is so, but I mean nothing of the sort." The Professor is abrupt and decisive, as one who repudiates. "I know nothing about positions. However, Mr. Bradshaw, you are quite right this far. That is what Mrs. Wilson would have meant. She knows about positions. What I meant was that you wouldn't have enough to live upon at the best in any comfort, and that I shouldn't be able to help you. Suppose you had a large family and the nervous affection came back." His hearer quakes at this crude, unfeeling forecast of real matrimonial facts. He and Lætitia fully recognise in theory that people who marry incur families, but, like every other young couple, would prefer a veil drawn over their particular case. The young man flinches visibly at the Professor's needlessly savage hypothesis of disasters. Had he been a rapid and skilful counsel in his own behalf, he would have at once pounced on a weak point and asked how many couples would ever get married at all if we were to beg and borrow every trouble the proper people, whoever they are ready to give away and lend. He can only look crestfallen and feel about in his mind for some way of saying, "If I wanted Lætitia to promise to marry me, that would apply. As matters stand, it is not to the purpose," without seeming to indict the Professor for prematureness. Of course, the position had been created entirely by the Dragon. Why could she not have let them alone, as her husband had said to her? Why not, indeed? But Master Julius has to see his way out into the open, and he is merely looking puzzled, and letting a very fair cigar out, and you know they are never the same thing relighted. Perhaps what he does is as good as anything else. "I see you are right, sir, and I am afraid I am to blame. I must be, because my selfish thoughtlessness, or whatever it ought to be called, has placed us in a position out of which no happiness can result for either." He looks interrogatively into the Professor's gold spectacles, but sees no relaxation in the slightly knitted brow above them. Their owner merely nods. "But you needn't take all the blame to yourself," he says. "I've no doubt my daughter is entitled to her share of it." To which Bradshaw tries to interpose a denial. "Only it really doesn't matter whose fault it is." The disconcerted lover, who felt all raw, public, and uncomfortable, wondered a little what the precise "it" was that could be said to be anyone's fault. After all, he and Lætitia were just two persons going on existing, and how could it be any concern of anyone else's what each thought of or felt for the other? It is true, he lacked absolution for the kissing transgressions. They were blots on a clean sheet of mere friendship. But would the Dragon be content that he and Lætitia should continue to see each other if they signed a solemn agreement that there was to be no kissing? You see, he was afraid he was going to be cut off from his lady love, and he didn't like the looks of the Professor. But he didn't propose the drawing up of any such compact. Perhaps he didn't feel prepared to sign it. However, he was to be relieved from any immediate anxiety. The Professor had never meant to take any responsibility, and now that he had said his say, he only wanted to wash his hands of it. "Now understand me, Bradshaw," said he, and there was leniency and hope in the dropped "Mr." "I do not propose to do more than advise, nor do I know, as my daughter is 24, what I can do except advise. We won't bring authority into court. Oh yes, no doubt Lætitia believes she will never act against my wishes. Many girls have thought that sort of thing, but—" He stopped dead with a little side twist of the head and a lip pinch, expressing doubt, then resumed. "So I'll give you my advice, and you can think it over. It is that you young people just keep out of each other's way, and let the thing die out. You've no idea till you try what a magical effect absence has. Poetry is all gammon. Take my advice and try it. Have some more port? No, thank me. Then let's go upstairs." Upstairs were to be found all the materials for an uncomfortable evening. A sort of wireless telegraphy that passed between Bradshaw and Lætitia left both in low spirits. They did not rise, the spirits, when the Professor said to the public generally, "Well, I must say good night, but you needn't go," and went away to his study, nor when his dragon followed him with a strong flavour of discipline on her. For thereupon it became necessary to ignore conflict in the hinterland of some folding doors, accompanied by sounds of forbearance and a high moral attitude. There was no remedy but music, and as soon as Bradshaw got at his Stradivarius, the mists seemed to disperse. The adagio of somebody's quartet No. 101 seemed to drive a coach and six through mortal bramble labyrinths. But as soon as it ceased, the mists came back all the thicker for being kept waiting, and the outcome of a winding-up interview between the sweethearts was the conclusion that after what had been said by the father of one of them, it was necessary that all should be forgotten, and be as though it had never been. And the gentleman next day, when he showed himself at his desk at Cattley's, provoked the remark that Paganini had got the hump this morning, which shows that his genius as a violinist was recognised at Cattley's. As for the lady, we rather think that she made up her mind in the course of the night that if her family were going to interfere in her love affairs, she would let them know what it was to have people yearning for other people in the house. For she refused boiled eggs, eggs and bacon, cold salmon trout and potted tongue at breakfast next day, and left half a piece of toast and half a cup of tea as a visible record that she had started pining and meant to do it in earnest. What Lætitia and Julius suffered during their self-inflicted separation, heaven only knows. This saying must be interpreted as meaning that nobody else did. They were like evasive Trappist monks, who profess mortification of the flesh, but when it comes to the scratch, don't flog fair. Whatever they lost in the cessation of uncomfortable communion at the eyrie or lair of the dragon was more than made up for by the sub-rosaceous or semi-clandestine character of the intercourse that was left. Stolen kisses are notoriously sweetest, but when, in addition to this, everyone is actually the very last the shareholders intend to subscribe for, their fascination is increased tenfold. And every accidental or purely unintentionally arranged meeting of these two had always the character of an interview between people who never meet, which, like most truths, was only false in exceptional cases. And in this instance these were numerous. Factitious absence of this sort will often make the heart grow fonder, where the real thing would make it look about for another, and another is generally to be found. It might have been unsafe to indulge in speculation based on the then status quo as to when the inevitable was going to happen. We know all about it now, but that doesn't count. Stories, true or false, should be told consecutively. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 22. It was that Mrs. Nightingale's fault. A satisfactory chap, Jerry. A telegram and a cloud. Bronchitis and asthma and fog. Sally goes to Mayfair. The old soldier has notice to quit. The most deeply rooted instinct of mankind is the one that prompts it to lay the blame on someone else. Mankind includes womankind, and woman includes, for we believe she is still living, the dragon of the last chapter. As it did not occur to this good lady that her own attitude of estrangement from Lætitia had anything to answer for in the rash and premature development of the latter's love affair, she cast about for a scapegoat, and found one in the person of Rosalind Fenwick. Someone had schemed the whole business, clearly, and who else could it be but that woman? Of course, Lætitia herself was simply the victim of a plot. She was young and inexperienced. People's daughters are. But nothing in the nefarious business had escaped the watchful eye of the dragon. At the time of the very first appearance of that Mrs. Nightingale on the scene, she had pointed out her insidious character, and forewarned North and North West Kensington of what was to be expected from a person of her antecedents. It was true no one knew anything about these latter, but then that was exactly the point. "It's useless attempting to find excuses for that woman, Clarissa," she had said. "It's always the same story with people of that sort. Whenever they have no proper introduction, they always turn out schemers and matchmakers. I detected her, and said so at once. It's easy for your father to pretend he has forgotten. He always does. My consolation is that I did my duty. And then, of course, it all turns out as I said. Anybody could have known what sort of person she was with half an eye." "And what sort of person is she?" asked Clarissa coldly. She had not forgotten the vaccination from the calf. "The sort of person you would expect. Unless, Clarissa, you are going to take a leaf out of your father's book and make believe you do not understand what is transparently on the surface. What interest can Major Roper have in inventing the story, I should like to know?" "How does he come to know so much about it? Who told him?" "Who told him? Why, of course, that very old gentleman. Oh, what's his name? You know." Mrs. Wilson tries if she can't recollect with a quick vibration of a couple of fingers to back up her brain. "Colonel Dunn." "Major Lund? Lunn or Dunn? Yes, I remember now. It's Lunn, because the girl said when she was a child she thought Sally Lunns had something to do with both. You may depend on it I'm right. Well, Major Roper's his most intimate friend. They belong to the same club." The ladies then lost sight of their topic, which lapsed into a rather heated discussion of whether the very old gentleman was a colonel or a major. As we don't want to hear them on this point, we may let them lapse too. It may have been because of some home anxieties, notably about the Major, whose bronchitis had been bad, that Rosalind Fenwick continued happily unconscious of having incurred any blame or taken any responsibility on herself in connexion with the Ladbroke Grove row, as Sally called it. If she had known of it, very likely it would not have troubled her, for she was really too contented with her own condition and surroundings to be concerned about externals. Whatever troubles she had were connected with the possibility, which always seemed to grow fainter, of a revival of her husband's powers of memory. Sometimes whole weeks would pass without an alarm. Sometimes some little stirring of the mind would occur twice in the same day. Still, the tendency seemed to be, on the whole, towards a more and more complete oblivion. But the fact is that so long as she had the Major invalided at Krakatoa Villa, for he was taken ill there, and remained on her hands many weeks before he could return to his lodgings, she had the haziest impressions of the outside world. Sally talked about the row while they were nursing the old boy, but really she heeded her very little. Then, when the invalid was so far reinstated that he was fit to be moved safely, Sally went away too, for a change. The respite to old Colonel Lund was not to be for long. But the rest, alone with her husband, was not unwelcome to Rosalind. "I can never have been 1/10 as happy, Rosey darling," said he to her one day, "as I have been in the last 6 months. I should recollect all about it if I had." "You're a satisfactory chap to deal with, Jerry. I must say that for you. You always beam, come what may. Even when you fly out, which you do, you know. It's more like a big dog than a wasp. You are always..." Now, Rosalind was going to say, "always like that." It was a mistake she was constantly in danger of, but she stopped in time and changed her speech to, You're not without your faults, you know. You never can come to an anchor and be quiet. You sit on the arms of chairs, and your hands are too big and strong. No, you needn't stop. Go on. We like leaving the words to elucidate the concurrent action. And you don't smell much of tobacco. Fenwick, however, had noticed the kink in the thread, and must needs wind it back to get a clear line. "I was always what?" said he. His wife saw a way out. "Always good when your daughter was here to manage you." It wasn't so satisfactory as it might have been, but answered in dealing with a mind so unsuspicious. Sally's having spent Christmas and stayed on a little at a friend's in the country lent plausibility to a past tense which might else have jarred. "I don't want the kitten all to myself, you know," said Fenwick. "It wouldn't be fair. After all, she was yours before she was mine." There was not a tremor in the hand that lay on his, the one that was not caressing her cheek. Not a sign of flinching in the eyes that turned round on him. Not a trace of hesitation in the voice that said, with concession to a laugh in it, "Yes, she was mine before she was yours." Such skill had grown in this life of nettle-grasping. Indeed, she hardly felt the sting now. This time she was able to go on placidly, in the unconnected way of talk books know not and life well knows. "Do you know what the kitten will be next August?" "Yes, 21. It's rather awful, isn't it?" "Which way do you mean? It's awful because she isn't fiancée, or awful because she might be at any minute?" "You've picked up her way of going to the point, Gerry. I never said anything about her being fiancée." "No, but you meant it." "Of course I did." "Well, then, because she might be any minute. I'm very glad she isn't. Why, you know I must be." "I am, anyhow." "Just think what the house would be without her." "The best place in the world still for me." She acknowledges this by a kiss on his hairy hand, which he returns via her forehead, and then goes on, "All the same, I'll be hanged if I know what we should do without our kitten. But has anything made you afraid?" "Oh no, nothing at all. Certainly, no, nothing. Have you noticed anything?" "Oh dear no. For anything I can see, she may continue a sort of mer-pussy to the end of time." Both laugh in a way at the name he has made for her, and then he adds, "Only—" "Only what?" "Nothing I could lay hold of." "I wonder whether you're thinking of the same thing as I am." Very singularly, it does not seem necessary to elucidate the point. They merely look at each other and continue looking, as Fenwick says, "They are a funny couple, if that's it." "They certainly are," she replies, "but I have thought so, for all that." And then both look at the fire as before, this being, of course, in the depth of winter. Rosalind speaks next. "There's no doubt about him, of course. But the chick would have told me at once if there had been anything to tell. No doubt she would. Of course, it's absurd to suppose he could see so much of her as he does, and not—" "Perfectly absurd. But then, you know, that young fiddler was very bad indeed about the chick until he made her acquaintance." "So he was," thoughtfully, as one who weighs. "The kitten met him with the sort of stony geniality that would have knocked the heart out of a Romeo. If Juliet had known the method, she could have nipped Shakespeare in the bud." "She didn't want to. Sally did." "But then Shakespeare might have gone on and written a dry, respectable story. Not a love story, an esteem story about how Juliet took an interest in Romeo's welfare, and Romeo posted her letters for her and presented her with a photograph album and so on, and how the families left cards." "But it isn't exactly stony geniality. It's another method altogether with the doctor, a method the child's invented for herself." Fenwick repeats, "A method she's invented for herself." "Exactly. Well, we shall have her back to-morrow. What time does she come?" And then her mother says, interrupting the conversation, "What's that?" "What's what?" "I thought I heard the gate go." "Not at this time of night." But Fenwick is wrong, for in a moment comes an imperious peal at the bell. A pair of boots, manifestly on a telegraph boy's cold feet, play a devil's tattoo on the sheltered doorstep. They have been inaudible till now, as the snow is on the ground again at Moira Villas. In 3 minutes the boots are released, and they and their wearer depart, callously uninterested in the contents of the telegram they have brought. If we were a telegraph boy, we should always be yearning to know and share the joys and sorrows of our employers. This boy doesn't, to judge by the way he sings that he is only the ghost of a mother-in-law, showing that he goes to the music halls. Less than 10 minutes after the telegraph boy has died away in the distance, Rosalind and her husband are telling a cab to take them to 174 Ball Street, Mayfair. It does so grudgingly because of the state of the roads. It wants 3 and 6pence, and gets it for the same reason. But it doesn't appear to be drawn by a logical horse who can deal with inferences, because it is anxious to know when its clients are going back, that it may call round for them. For the telegram was that there was no cause immediate apprehension, perhaps better come, Major. As might have been expected from such a telegram about a man of his age, just after seeming recovery from an attack of bronchitis, the hours on earth of its subject were numbered. Fever may abate, temperature may be brought down to the normal, the most nourishing possible nourishment may be given at the shortest possible intervals, but the recoil of exhaustion will have its way when there is little or nothing left to exhaust. Colonel Lund had possibly 2 or 3 years of natural life before him, disease apart, when a fierce return of the old enemy, backed by the severity of a London winter, and even more effectually by its fog, stopped the old heart a few thousand beats too soon, and ended a record its subject had ceased to take an interest in, a few paragraphs short of the normal finis. We allow our words to overtake our story in this way because we know that you who read, exactly what follows telegrams like the one that came to Mrs. Fenwick. If you are new and young, and do not know it yet, you will soon. However, we can now go back. When the economical landlady, a rather superior person, who had opened the street door, was preceding Rosalind up the narrow stairs and turning up gas jets from their reserve of darkness point, she surprised her by saying she thought there was the Major coming downstairs. "Yes, madam, the Major, Major Roper," she continued, in reply to an expression of astonishment. Rosalind had forgotten that Colonel Lund was, outside her own family, the Colonel. It was Major Roper, whom we have seen at the Hurkaroo Club, as purple as ever and more asthmatic. In fact, the noise that was the Major coming downstairs was also the noise of the Major choking in the fog. It came slowly down and tried hard to stop, in order that its source might speak intelligibly to the visitors. What time the superior person stood and grudged the gas. In the end, speech of a sort was squeezed out slowly, as the landlady, stung to action by the needless gas waste, plucked the words out of the speaker's mouth at intervals and finished them up for him. The information came piecemeal, but in substance it was that he had the day before found his old friend coughing his liver up in this damn fog, and had taken on himself to fetch the medical man and a nurse. That these latter, though therapeutically useless, as is the manner of doctors and nurses, had common sense enough to back him, Roper, in his view that Mrs. Fenwick ought to be sent for, although the patient opposed their doing so. So he took it upon himself to wire. There wasn't any occasion whatever for alarm, ma'am, not the slightest. You hear me and mark what I say. An old stager, ma'am. Ever such a little common sense, and half the patients would recover. A few details of the rapid increase of the fever, of the patient's resistance to the sending of his message, and an indication of a curious feeling on the old Colonel's part that it wouldn't be correct form to go back to be nursed through a second attack when he had so lately got safe out of the first one. All this landed the speaker in something near suffocation, and made his hearers protest quite uselessly against his again exposing himself to the fog, whereon the landlady, with a finger on the gas tap, nodded towards the convulsed old officer to supply her speech with a nominative, and spoke. What she said was merely, "Hasn't been to bed," and then waited for Rosalind to go upstairs with such aggressive patience that the latter could only say a word or two of thanks to Major Roper and pass up. He, for his part, went quicker downstairs to avoid the thanks, and the gas-tap vigil came to a sudden end the moment Rosalind turned the handle of the door above. Now, what is the object of all this endless detail of what might have easily been told in 3 words? Well, in 30, certainly. Simply this: to show you why Fenwick, following on after some discussion with the cab below, was practically invisible to the asthmatic one, who passed him on the stairs just as the light above vanished. So he had no chance of recognising the donor of his tiger's skin, which he might easily have done in open day, in spite of the 20 years between, for the old chap was as sharp as a razor about people. He passed Fenwick with a "Good evening," and Mr. Fenwick, he presumed, and his good lady was on ahead, as indicated by the speaker's thumb across his shoulder. Fenwick made all acknowledgments and felt his way upstairs in the dark till the nurse with a hand lamp looked over the banisters for him. When Sally came back to Krakatoa Villa early next day, she found an empty house, and a note signed Jeremiah that explained its emptiness. We had been sent for to the Major, and Sally wasn't to be frightened. He had had a better night than last night, the doctor and nurse said, and Sally might come on as soon as she had had a good lunch, only she was on no account to fidget. So she didn't fidget. She had the good lunch, very early, left Anne to put her things in the drawers, and found her way through the thickening fog to the Tube, only just anxious enough about the Major to feel, until the next station was Marble Arch, that London had changed and got cruder and more cold-hearted since she went away, and that the guard was chilly and callous about her, and didn't care how jolly a house-party she had left behind her at Riverford Hook. For it was that nice aunt of Tishy's that had asked her down for a few days, and the few days had caught on to their successors as they came and become a fortnight. But he appeared to show a human heart, at least, by a certain cordiality with which he announced the prospect of Marble Arch, which might have been because it was Sally's station. Now, he had said Lancaster Gate snappishly, and Queen's Road with misgiving, as though he would have fain added D.V. if the printed regulations had permitted it. Also, Sally thought there was good feeling in the reluctance he showed to let her out, based entirely on nervousness, lest she should slip, colloquially, between the platform. You don't save anything by taking the pink bus, nor any bus for that matter, down Park Lane, when the traffic tumbles down every half-minute, in spite of cinders lavished by the authority, and can't really see its way to locomotion when it gets up. So you may just as well walk. Sally did so, and in 10 minutes reached the queer little purlieu teeming with the well-connected, and named after the great mysteries they are connected with, that lies at the angle of Park Lane and Piccadilly. Persons of exaggerated sense of locality, or mature hereditary experience, can make short cuts through this district, but the wayfarer, broadly speaking, had better not try, lest he be found dead in a mews by the coroner, and made the subject of a verdict according to the evidence. Sally knew all about it of old, and went as straight through the fog as the ground plan of the streets permitted, to the house where her mother and a nurse were doing what might be done to prolong the tenancy of the top floor. But both knew the occupant had received notice to quit. Only it did seem so purposeless, this writ of ejectment and violent expulsion, when he was quite ready to go, and wanted nothing but permission. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 23. Of a fog that was up to date, and how a fire engine relieved Sally from a boy. How Sally got in at a gentleman's club, and how veterans could recollect her father, but they know what she can be told and what she can't. How Major Roper would go out in the fog. Mrs. Fenwick was not sorry to break down a little, now that her daughter had come to break down on. She soon pulled together, however. Breaking down was not a favourite relaxation of hers, as we have seen. Her husband had, of course, left her to go to his place of business, not materially the worse for a night spent without closed eyes and in the anxiety of a sick chamber. "Oh, mother, darling, you're quite worn out. How is he?" He's quiet now, kitten, but we thought the cough would have killed him in the night. He's only so quiet now because of the opiates. Only at his age." Mrs. Fenwick stopped and looked at the nurse, whose shake of the head was an assent to the impossibility of keeping a patient of 80 alive on opiates. Then, having gone thus far in indicating the grim probabilities of the case, Sally's mother added, as alleviation to a first collision with death, "But Dr. Mildmay says the inflammation and fever may subside, and then, if he can take nourishment..." But got no further, for incredulity of this sort of thing is in the air of the establishment. Not perhaps on Sally's part. Young people who have not seen death face to face have little real conception of his horrible unasked intrusion into the house of life. That house is to them almost as inviolable as the home of our babyhood was to the most of us, a sacred fane under the protection of an omnipotent high priest and priestess, papa and mamma. Almost as inviolable, that is, when those who live in it are our friends. Of course, the people in the newspapers go dying, are even killed in railway accidents. This frame of mind will change for Sally when she has seen this patient die. For the time being she is half insensible, can think of other things. "What did the party mean that let me in, mother darling? The fusty party? She said she thought it was the Major. I didn't take any notice till now. I wanted to get up." "It was the other Major, dear, Major Roper. Don't you know? He used to talk of him and say he was an old gossip." In the dropped voice and the stress on the pronoun one can hear how the speaker's mind knows that the old Colonel is almost part of the past. But they were very old friends. They were together in the mutiny. He was his commanding officer. Sally's eyes rest on the old sabre that hangs on its hook on the wall, where she has often seen it, ranking it prosaically with the other furnishings of the Major's apartment. Now a new light is on it, and it becomes a reality in a lurid past, long, long before there was any Sally. A past of muzzle-loading guns and Minié rifles, of forced marches through a furnace heat to distant forts that hardly owned the name, all too late to save the remnant of their defenders. A past of 100 massacres and 1,000 heroisms. A past that clings still, Sally dear, about the memory of us oldsters that had to know it, as we would fain that no things that are or are to be should ever cling about yours. But you have read the story often, and the tale of it grows and lives around the old sabre on the wall. Except as an explanation of the fusty party's reference to a Major, old Jack, that was Sally's Major's name for him, got very little foothold in her mind, until a recollection of her mother's allusion to him as an old gossip having made her look for a suitable image to place there, she suddenly recalled that it was he that had actually seen her father, talked to him in India 20 years ago, could, and no doubt would, tell her all about the divorce. But there, she couldn't speak to him about it here and now. It was impossible. Still, she was curious to see him, and the fusty but genteel one had evidently expected him. So during the remainder of what seemed to Sally the darkest day, morally and atmospherically, that she had ever spent, all but the bright morning when she ran into the fog somewhere near Surbiton, full of tales to tell of the house party that now seemed a happy dream, during this gloomy remainder Sally wondered what could have happened that the other Major should not have turned up. The fog would have been enough to account for any ordinary non-appearance, hardly for this one. For it turned out, as soon as it got full powers to assert itself, the densest fog on record. The Londoner was in his element. He told the dissatisfied outsider with pride of how at midday it had been impossible to read large pica on Ludgate Hill. He didn't say why he tried to do so. He retailed frightful stories, but always with a sense of distinction, of folk crushed under hoofs and cartwheels. If one half were true, some main thoroughfares must have been paved with flattened pedestrians. The satisfaction he derived from the huge extra profits of the gas companies made his hearer think he must be a shareholder, until pari passu reasoning proved him to have invested in fog signals. His legends of hooligans preying on the carcasses of strangled earls undisturbed had a set-off in others of marauders who had rushed into the arms of police and thought them bosom friends. while that of an ex-Prime Minister, who walked round and round for an hour and then rang at a house to ask where he was, ended in consolation, as the door was opened by his own footman, who told him he wasn't at home. Exact estimates were current, most unreasonably, of the loss to commerce, so much so that the other Londoner corrected him positively with "nearer £750,000, they say," and felt proud of his higher knowledge. But neither felt the least ashamed nor the least afraid of the hideous, inevitable future fog, when a suffocated population shall find, as it surely will, that it is at the bottom of a sea of unbreathable air, instead of one that merely makes it choke its stomach up and kills an old invalid or two. On the contrary, both regarded it as the will of a judicious providence, a developer of their own high moral qualities and a destroyer of their germs. Bronchitis and asthma are kittle-cattle to shoe behind, even where the sweet Mediterranean air blows pure upon Rapallo and Nervi. But what manner of cattle are they in a London fog? Can they be shoed at all? As Mrs. Fenwick sits and waits in terror to hear the first inevitable cough as the old man wakes, and talks in whispers to her daughter in the growing darkness, she feels how her own breath drags at the tough air, and how her throat resents the sting of the large percentage of sulphur monoxide it contains. The gas jet is on at the full, or rather the tap is, for the fishtail burner doesn't realise its ideal. It sputters in its lurid nimbus, gets bronchitis on its own account, tries to cough its tubes clear and fails. Sally and her mother sit on in the darkness and talk about it, shirking the coming suffocation of their old friend, and praying that his sleep may last till the deadly air lightens, be it ever so little. Sally's animated face shows that she is on a line of cogitation, and presently it fructifies. Suppose everyone let their fires out, wouldn't the fog go? It couldn't go on by itself. I don't know, chick. I suppose it's been all thought out by committees and scientific people. Besides, we should all be frozen. Not if we went to bed. What, in the daytime? Better do nothing in bed than be choked up. I dare say the fog wouldn't go away. You see, it's due to atmospheric conditions, so they say. That's only because nobody's there to stop 'em talking nonsense. Look at all that smoke going up our chimney. So it was, and a jolly blaze there was going to be when the 3 shovelfuls Sally had enthusiastically heaped on had incubated, and the time was ripe for the poker. Had you been there, you would have seen in Sally's face, as it caught the firelight flicker and pondered on the cause of the fog, that she had not heard a choking fit of the poor old sleeper in the next room, and in her mother's that she had, and all the memory of the dreadful hours just past. Her manner, too, was absent as she talked, and she listened constantly. Sally was to know what it was like soon. The opium sleep would end. "Isn't that him?" The mother's sharp ear of apprehension makes her say this. The daughter has not heard the buried efforts of the lung that cannot cough. It will succeed directly, if the patient is raised up, so. Both have gone quickly and quietly into the sick chamber, and it is the nurse who speaks. Her prediction is fulfilled, and the silent struggle of suffocation becomes a tearing convulsion that means to last some while, and does it. How the old, thin tenement of life can go on living unkilled is a problem to solve, but it survives this time. Perhaps the new cough mixture will make the job easier next time. We shall see. Anyhow, this attack, bad as it was, has not been so bad as the one he had at 3 this morning. Rosalind and Nurse Amelia invent a paroxysm of diabolical severity, partly for the establishment of a pinnacle for themselves to look down on Sally from, partly for her consolation. He wasn't able to speak for ever so long after that, and this time he is trying to say something. What is it, dear?
Couldn't we have a window open to let a little air in?
Well, we could have a window open, we could let a little air in, but only a very little, and that very little would bring with it copious percentages of moisture saturated with finely subdivided carbonaceous matter, of carbon dioxide and sulphur dioxide, and traces of hydric chloride, who is an old friend of our youth, known to us then as muriatic acid.
It's such a thick fog, Major dear,
As soon as it clears a little, we'll open the window, won't we, Sally?
Is Sally there? Come and touch my hand, kitten. That's right.
What is left of the Major can still enjoy the plump little white hand that takes the old fingers that once could grasp the sword that hangs on the wall. It will not be for very long now. A newspaper paragraph will soon give a short record of all the battles that sword left its scabbard to see, and will tell of its owner's service in his later days as Deputy Commissioner at Umritsur, and of the record of long residence in India it established, exceeding that of his next competitor by many years. Not a few old warriors that were in those battles, and many that knew his later time, will follow him beyond it very soon. But he is not gone yet, and his hand can just give back its pressure to Sally's as she sits by him, keeping her heart in and her tears back. The actual collapse of vital forces has not come, will not come for a few days. He can speak a little as she stoops to hear him.
Young people like you ought to be in bed, chick, getting beauty sleep. You must go home and make your mother go. You go. I shall be all right.
It isn't night, Major dear. Sally makes a paltry attempt to laugh. It's 3 PM. It's the fog. But she cannot hear what he says in answer to this, go close as she may. After a pause of rest, he tries again with raised voice.
Roper, old Jack, mustn't come. Asthma in the fog. Somebody go to stop him.
He is quite clear-headed, and when Sally says she will go at once, he spots the only risk she would run, being young and healthy.
Sure you can find your way? Over the clubhouse. Herkaroo Club.
And then is stopped by a threat of returning cough. But Sally knows all about it and can find her way anywhere, so she says. She is off in a twinkling, leaving her mother and the nurse to wait for the terrible attack that means to come in due course, as soon as the new cough mixture gets tired. Sally is a true Londoner. She won't admit, whoever else does, that a fog is a real evil. On the contrary, she inclines to Prussian tactics, flies in the face of adverse criticism with the decision that a fog is rather a lark when you're out in it. Actually face to face with a human creature choking, Sally's optimism had wavered. It recovers itself in the bracing atmosphere of a main thoroughfare charged to bursting with lines of vehicles, any one of which would go slowly alone, but the collective slowness of which finds a vent in a deadlock a mile away. An hour before we can move, we hear. By what human agency it comes about that any wheeled vehicle drawn of horses can thunder at a hand gallop through a matrix of such a deadlock, heaven only knows. But the glare of the lamps of the fire brigade, hot upon the wild excitement of their war cry, shows that this particular agglomeration of brass and copper, fraught with the suppressed energy of steam well up, means to try for it. Seems to have had some success already, in fact. It quite puts Sally in spirits, the rapid crescendo of the hissing steam, the gleaming boiler dome that might be the fruitful mother of all the helmets that hang about her skirts, the sudden leaping of the whole from the turgid opacity behind and equally sudden disappearance into the void beyond, the vanishing "Fire!" cry from which all consonants have gone, leaving only a sound of terror, all confirm her view of the fog as a lark. For you see, Sally believed the Major might pull through, even now. Also, the coming of the engine relieved her from what threatened to become a permanent embarrassment. A boy, who may have been a good boy or may not, had attached himself to her under pretext of either a strong organ of locality or an extensive knowledge of town. "Take you most anywhere for 4d, anywhere you like to name. Hammersmith, Hackney Wick, New Cross, Covent Garden Market, Regency Park. Come, I say, missus." Sally shouldn't have shaken her head as she did. She ought to have ignored his existence. He continued. "I don't mind making it 3d to the Regency Park. Come, missus, I say, think what a little money for the distance. How would you like to do it yourself?" Sally rashly allowed herself to be led into controversy. "I tell you I don't want to go to Regent's Park." But the boy passed this protest by, ignored it. "You won't get no better offer. You ask any of the boys. They'll tell you all alike. Regency Park for 3d. Or looky here now, missus, you make it across Westminster Bridge, and I'll say twopence halfpenny. Come now, across the bridge." This boy had quite lost sight of the importance of selecting a destination with reference to its chooser's life purposes, in his contemplation of the advantages of being professionally conducted to it. Sally was not sorry when the coming of the fire engine distracted his attention and led to his disappearance in the fog. Pedestrians must have been stopping at home to get a breath of fresh air indoors, as the spectres that shot out of the fog, to become partly solid and vanish again in an instant, seemed to come always one at a time. "Can you tell me, sir?" Sally is addressing a promising spectre, an old gentleman of sweet aspect. "Have I passed the Hurkaroo Club?" The spectre helps an imperfect hearing with an ear-covering outspread hand, and Sally repeats her question. "I hope so, my dear," he says. "I hope so. Because if you haven't, I have. I wonder where we are. What's this?" He pats the building at its reachable point, a stone balustrade on a step corner. "Why, here we are. This is the club. Can I do anything for you?" "I want Major Roper." And then, thinking more explanation asked for, adds, "Who wheezes." It's the only identification she can recall from Tishy's conversation and her mother's description. She herself had certainly seen their subject once from a distance, but she had only an impression of something purple. She could hardly offer that as identification. "Old Jack. He lives in a kennel at the top. Mulberry, tell Major Roper. Lady for him? Yes. Better send your card up, my dear. That's right." By this time they are in a lobby full of fog, in which electric light spots are showing their spiritless nature. Mulberry, who is like Gibbon the historian painted in carmine, a colour which clashes with his vermilion lappets, incites a youth to look sharp, also to take that card up to Major Roper. As the boy goes upstairs with it 2 steps at a time, Sally follows the old gentleman into a great saloon with standing desks to read skewered journals on, and is talking to him on the hearthrug. She thinks she knows who he is. "I came to stop Major Roper coming round to see our Major. Colonel Lund, I mean. It isn't fit for him to come out into the fog." "Of course it isn't. And Lund mustn't come out at his age. Why, he's older than I am." "What? Very ill with bronchitis? I heard he'd been ailing, but they said he was all right again. Are you his Rosie?" "No, no, mamma's that. She's more the age, you know. I'm only 20.
"Ah, dear, how one forgets. Of course, but he's bad, I'm afraid."
"He's very bad. Oh, General Pellew, because I know it's you. His cough is so dreadful, and there's no air for him because of this nasty fog. Poor mamma's there, and the nurse. I ought to hurry back, but he wanted to prevent Major Roper coming round and getting worse himself, so we agreed for me to come. I'll just give my message and get back."
"Your mamma was Mrs. Graythorpe. I remember her at Umballa years ago. I know. She changed her name to Nightingale. She is now Mrs." Sally supplied her mother's married name. "And you," continued Lord Pellew, "were baby Graythorpe on the boat."
"Of course. You came home with Colonel Lund. He's told me about that. Wasn't I a handful?"
Sally is keenly interested. "A small handful. You see, you made an impression. I knew you before, though. You had bitten me at Umballa."
"He's told me about that, too. Isn't that Major Roper coming now?" If it is not, it must be someone exactly like him, who stops to swear at somebody or something at every landing. He comes down by instalments. Till the end of the last one, conversation may continue. Sally wants to know more about her trajet from India, to take the testimony of an eyewitness. "Mamma says always I was in a great rage because they wouldn't let me go overboard and swim."
"I couldn't speak to that point. It seems likely, though. I always want to jump overboard now, but reason restrains me. You were not reasonable at that date."
"It is funny, though, that I've got so fond of swimming since. I'm quite a good swimmer." Major Roper is by this time manifest volcanically at the bottom of the staircase. But before he comes in, Lord Pellew has time to say so is his nasturtium granddaughter a good swimmer. He has 13, and has christened each of them after a flower. He hopes 13 isn't unlucky. And then Major Roper comes in apologetic. Sally can just recollect having seen him before, and thinks him as purple as ever.
"Lund Lund, 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 he begins, each time he says the name being baffled by a gasp, but holding tight to Sally's hand as though to make sure of her staying till he gets a chance. He gets none, apparently, for he gives it up, whatever he was going to say, with the hand, and says instead, in a lucky scrap of intermediate breath, I was coming round, just coming, only no getting those dem boots on, and then becomes convulsively involved in an apology for swearing before a young lady. She, for her part, has no objection to his damning his boots if he will take them off and not go out. This she partly conveys, and then, after a too favourable brief report on the patient's state, inevitable under the circumstances, she continues. That's what I came on purpose to say, Major Roper. You're not to come out on any account in the fog. Colonel Lund wouldn't be any better for your coming, because he'll think of you going back through the fog and he'll fret. Please do give up the idea of coming until it clears. Besides, he isn't my grandfather. An inconsecutive finish to a correcter mistake of old Jack's. She resumes the chair she had risen from when he came in, and thereupon he, suffering fearfully from having no breathing apparatus and nothing to use it on, makes concession to a chair himself, but all the while waves a stumpy finger to keep Sally's last remark alive till his voice comes. The other old soldier remains standing, but somewhat on Sally's other side, so that she does not see both at once. A little voice, to be used cautiously, comes to the Major in time. Good Lord, my dear, excuse... Old chap, you know. Why, good Lord, what a fool I am. Why, I knew your father in India. But he stops suddenly, to Sally inexplicably. She does not see that General Pellew has laid a finger of admonition on his lips. I never saw my father, she says. It is a kind of formula of hers which covers all contingencies with most people. This time she does not want it to deadlock the conversation, which is what it usually serves for, so she adds, You really knew him? Hardly knew, is the reply. Put it I met him 2 or 3 times, and you'll about toe the line for a start. Going off at that, we soon come up to my knowing the Colonel's not your grandfather. Major Roper does not get through the whole of the last word. Asthma forbids it, but his meaning is clear. Only Sally is a direct Turk, as we have seen, and likes clearing things up. You know my friend Letitia Wilson's mother, Major Roper? The Major expresses not only that he does, but that his respectful homage is due to her as a fine woman, even a queenly one, by kissing his fingertips and raising his eyes to heaven. Well, Letitia, Tishy I call her, says you told her mother you knew my father in India and went out tiger hunting with him, and he shot a tiger 200 yards off and gave you the skin. Sally lays stress on the 200 yards as a means of identification of the case. No doubt the Major owned many skins, but shot at all sorts of distances. It is embarrassing for the old boy, because he cannot ignore General Pellew's intimations over Sally's head, which she does not see. He is to hold his tongue. That is their meaning. Yes, but when you've made a mistake, it may be difficult to begin holding it in the middle. Perhaps it would have been safer to lose sight of the subject in the desert of asthma, instead of reviving it the moment he got to an oasis. Some misunderstanding, said he, when he could speak. I've got a tiger skin the man who shot it gave me out near Nagpur, but he wasn't your father. How true that was. Do you remember his name? Sally wants him to say it was Palliser again, to prove it all nonsense. But a warning finger of the old General makes him desperate, and he selects as partially true the supposed alias which, do you remember all this, he had ascribed to the tiger shooter in his subsequent life in Australia? Perfectly well. His name was Harrison, a fine shot. He went away to Australia after that. Sally laughs out. How very absurd of Tishy, she says. She hadn't even got the name you said right. She said it was Palliser. It sounds like Harrison. She stopped to think a minute. But even if she had said it right, it wouldn't be my father, because his name, you know, was Graythorpe. Like mine before we both changed to Nightingale, Mother and I. We did, you know. Old Jack assents to this with an expenditure of breath not warranted where breath is so scarce. He cannot say, of course, and that he recollects too often. Perhaps he is glad to get on a line of veracity. The General says, Of course. Also, your mother, my dear, was Mrs. Graythorpe when I knew her at Umballa and on the boat.
Both these veterans call Sally "my dear," and she doesn't resent it. But her message is really given, and she ought to get back. She succeeds in finally overruling Major Roper's scheme of coming out into the fog, which has contrived to get blacker still during this conversation, but has more trouble with the other old soldier. She only overcomes that victor in so many battlefields by representing that if he does see her safe to Ball Street, she will be miserable if she doesn't see him safe back to the club. "And then," she adds, "we shall go on till doomsday. Besides, I am young and sharp." At which the old General laughs and says, "Isn't he? Ask his granddaughters." Sally says no, he isn't, and she can't have him run over to please anybody. However, he will come out to see her off, though old Jack must do as he's told and stop indoors. He watches the little figure vanish in the fog, with a sense of the merry eyebrows in the pretty shoulders, like the number of a cab fixed on behind. When General Pellew had seen Sally out, to the great relief of Gibbon of the various Reds in the lobby, he returned and drew a chair for himself beside Major Roper, who still sat wrestling with the fog where he had left him. "What a dear child! Oh yes, she'll be all right. Take better care of herself than I should of her. She would only have been looking after me to see that I didn't get run over." He glanced round and dropped his voice, leaning forward to the Major. "She must never be told." "You're right, Pellew. Damn mistake of mine to say. I'm a damn mutton-headed old gobblestick. No better." We give up trying to indicate the Major's painful interruptions and struggles. Of course, he might have saved himself a good deal by saying no more than was necessary. General Pellew was much more concise and to the purpose. "Never be told. I see one thing. Her mother has told her little or nothing of the separation." "No. Damn bad business. Keep it snug's the word." "You saw she had no idea of the name. It was Palliser, wasn't it?" "Unless it was Verschoyle." Major Roper only says this to convince himself that he might have forgotten the name, a sort of washy palliation of his Harrison invention. It brings him within a measurable distance of a clear conscience. "No, it wasn't Verschoyle. I remember the Verschoyle case." By this time old Jack is feeling quite truthful. "It was Palliser, and it's not for me to blame him. He only did what you or I might have done. Any man. A bit hot-headed, perhaps, but look here, Roper." The General dropped his voice and went on speaking almost in a whisper, but earnestly, for more than a minute. Then he raised it again. "It was that point. If you say a word to the girl, or begin giving her any information, and she gets the idea you can tell her more, she'll just go straight for you and say she must be told the whole. I can see it in her eyes. And you can't tell her the whole. You know you can't." The Major fidgeted visibly. He knew he should go round to learn about his old friend. It was barely a quarter of a mile, as soon as the least diminution of the fog gave him an excuse, and he was sure to see Sally. He exaggerated her age. "The girl's 22," said he weakly. The General continued. "I'm only speaking, mind you, on the hypothesis. I'm supposing the case to have been what I told you just now. Otherwise you could work the telling of it on the usual lines. Unfaithfulness, estranged affections, desertion, all the respectable, producible phrases. But as for making that little Miss Nightingale understand, that is without making her life unbearable to her. It can't be done, Major. It can't be done, old chap." "I see your game. I'll tell her to ask her mother." "It can't be done that way. I hope the child's safe in the fog." The General embarked on a long pause. There was plenty of time, more time than he had, so his thought ran, when his rear guard was cut off by the Afridis in the Khyber Pass. But then the problem was not so difficult as telling this live girl how she came to be one, telling her, that is, without poisoning her life and shrouding her heart in a fog as dense as the one that was going to make the street lamps outside futile when night should come to help it. telling her without dashing the irresistible glee of those eyebrows, and quenching the smile that opened the casket of pearls that all who knew her thought of her by. Both old soldiers sat on to think it out. The older one first recognised the insolubility of the problem. "It can't be done," said he. "Girls are not alike. She's too much like my nasturtium granddaughter now." "I shall have to tell her dem lies." "That won't hurt you, old Jack." "I'm not complaining." "Besides, I shall have to tell 'em too, as likely as not. You must tell me what you've told, so as to agree. I should go round to ask after Lund, only I promised to meet an old 35th man here at 5. It's gone 1:30. He's lost in the fog, but I can't go away till he comes." Old Jack is seized with an unreasoning sanguineness. "The fog's clearing," he says. "You'll see. It'll be quite bright in half an hour. Nothing near so bad as it was now. You just look at that window." The window in question, when looked at, was not encouraging. So far as could be seen at all through the turgid atmosphere of the room, it was a parallelogram of solid opacity crossed by a window frame, with a hopeless tinge of Roman ochre. But old Jack was working up to a fiction to serve a purpose. By the time he had succeeded in believing the fog was lifting, he would be absolved from his promise not to go out in it. It was a trial of strength between credulity and the actual. The General looked at the window and asked a bystander what he thought, sir, who felt bound to testify that he thought the prospect hopeless. "You're allowing nothing for the time of day," said Major Roper, and his motive was transparent. Sure enough, after the General's friend had come for him, an hour late, the Major took advantage of the doubt whether absolute darkness was caused by fog or mere night, and in spite of all remonstrances, began pulling on his overcoat to go out. He even had the effrontery to appeal to the hall porter to confirm his views about the state of things out of doors. Mr. Mulberry added his dissuasions with all the impressiveness of his official uniform and the cubic area of its contents. But even his powerful influence carried no weight in this case. It was useless to argue with the infatuated old boy, who was evidently very uneasy about Major Lund, and suspected also that Miss Nightingale had not reported fair in order to prevent him coming. He made himself into a perfect bolster with wraps, and put on a respirator. This damned thing, however, he took off again, as it impeded respiration, and then went out into the all but solid fog, gasping and choking frightfully, to feel his way to Hill Street, and satisfy himself the best thing was being done to his old friend's bronchitis. "They'll kill him with their damned nostrums," said he to the last member of the club he spoke to, a chance ex-Secretary of State for India, whom he took into his confidence on the doorstep. "A little common sense, sir. That's what's wanted in these cases. It's all very fine, sir, when the patient's young and can stand it." His cough interrupted him, but he was understood to express that medical attendance was fraught with danger to persons of advanced years, and that in such cases his advice should be taken in preference to that of the profession. He recovered enough to tell Mulberry's subordinate to stop blowing that damn whistle. There were cabs enough and to spare, he said, but they were affecting non-existence from malicious motives, and as a stepping-stone to ultimate rapacity. Then he vanished in the darkness, and was heard coughing till he turned a corner. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 24. How Major Roper met that boy and got upstairs at Ball Street. An interview between asthma and bronchitis. How Sally pinioned the purple veteran and there was no boy. How the governor done hawking and got qualified for a subject of psychical research. Old Jack's powers of self-delusion were great indeed if, when he started on his short journey, he really believed the fog had mended. At least, it was so dense that he might never have found his way without assistance. This he met with in the shape of a boy with a link, whom Sally at once identified from his description, given when the Major had succeeded in getting up the stairs and was resting in the sitting-room near the old sabre on the wall, wiping his eyes after his effort. Colonel Lund was half unconscious after a bad attack, and it was best not to disturb him. Fenwick had not returned, and no one was very easy about him, but every one affirmed the reverse, and joined in a sort of creed to the effect that the fog was clearing. It wasn't, and didn't mean to for some time, but the unanimity of the creed fortified the congregation, as in other cases. No two believers doubted it at once, just as no two Alpine climbers, strung together on the moraine of a glacier, lose their foothold at the same time. "I know that boy," said Sally. "His nose twists and gives him a presumptuous expression, and he has a front tooth out and puts his tongue through. Also, his trousers are tied on with strings." "Everlasting young beggar, if ever there was one," says the old soldier, in a lucid interval when speech is articulate. But he is allowing colloquialism to run riot over meaning. No everlasting person can ever have become part of the past, if you think of it. He goes on to say that the boy has had twopence and is to come back for fourpence in an hour, or threepence, if you can see the gas lamps, because then a link will be superfluous. Sally recognises the boy more than ever. "I wonder," she says, "if he is waiting outside, because the party of the house might allow him inside. Do you think I could ask, mother?" "You might try, kitten," is the reply, not given sanguinely, and Sally goes off, benevolent. "Even when your trousers are tied up with string, a fog's a fog," says she to herself. "I knew our friend Lund first of all," thus the Major, nodding towards the bedroom door. "Why, God bless my soul, Mum, I knew Lund first of all 46 years ago in Delhi. 46 years! And all that time, if you believe me, he's been the same obstinate mool. Never taking a precaution about anything, nor listening to a word of advice." This is about as far as he can go without a choke. Rosalind goes into the next room to get a tumbler of water. The nurse, who is sitting by the fire, nods towards the bed, and Rosalind goes close to it to hear. "What is it, dear?" She speaks to the invalid as to a little child.
"Isn't that old Jack choking? I know his choke. What does he come out for in weather like this? What does he mean? Send him back. No, send him in here."
The nurse puts in a headshake as a protest, but for all that Sally finds, when she returns, that the two veterans are contending together against their two enemies, bronchitis and asthma, with the intelligence department sadly interrupted, and the enemy in possession of all the advantageous points. "He oughtn't to try to talk," says Rosalind, "but he will." She and Sally and the nurse sit on in the fog-bound front room. The gaslights have no heart in them, and each wears a nimbus. Rosalind wishes Jerry would return, aloud. Sally is buoyant about him. He's all right. Trust him. What about the everlasting young beggar? "I persuaded Mrs. Kindred," says Sally, "and we looked outside for him, and he'd gone." Fancy a woman being named Kindred. When people are so genteel, one can believe anything. But what do you think the boy's name is? Chancellorship. Isn't that queer? She knows him, says he's always about in the neighbourhood. He sleeps in the mews behind Great Toff House. Her mother isn't listening. She rises for a moment to hear what she may of how the talk in the next room goes on, and then coming back says again she wishes Jerry was safe indoors, and Sally again says, "Oh, he's all right." The confidence these two have in one another makes them a couple apart, a sort of league. What Mrs. Fenwick heard a scrap of in the next room would have been, but for the alarums and excursions of the two enemies aforementioned, a consecutive conversation as follows. "You getting round, Colonel?" "A deal better, Major. I want to speak to you." "Fire away, old cocky-wax. You remember Hopkins, Cartwright Hopkins, man with a squint, at Multan. Expression of his, old cocky-wax?" "I remember him. Died of typhoid at Burrampore. Now you listen to me, old chap, and don't talk. You'll only make yourself cough." "It's only the dem fog. I'm all right." "Well, shut up.
That child in the next room. It's her I want to talk about. You are the only man, as far as I know, that knows the story. She doesn't. She's not to be told." "Mum's the word, sir. Always say nothing, that's my motto. Penderfield's daughter at Copal. At least he was her father. One damn father's as good as another, as long as he goes to the devil." This may be a kind of disclaimer of inheritance as a factor to be reckoned with, an obscure suggestion that human parentage is without influence on character. It is not well expressed. "Listen to me, Roper. You know the story. That's the only man I can't say God forgive him to. God forgive me, but I can't." "Devil take me if I can. Yes, it's all right. They're all in the next room." "But the woman was worse. She's living, you know." "I know. Shining light. Purifying society. That's her game. I'd purify her if I had my way." "Come a bit nearer. My voice goes. I've thought it all out. If the girl, who supposes herself to be the daughter of her mother's husband, tries to run you into a corner, you understand?" "I understand." "Well, don't you undeceive her. Her mother has never told her anything. She doesn't suppose she had any hand in the divorce. She thinks his name was Graythorpe and doesn't know he wasn't her father. Don't you undeceive her. Promise." But the speaker is so near the end of his tether that the Major has barely time to say, "Honour bright, Colonel," when the bronchial storm bursts. It may be that the last new anodyne, which is warranted to have all the virtues and none of the ill effects of opium, had also come to the end of its tether. Mrs. Fenwick came quickly in, saying he had talked too much, and Sally, following her, got Major Roper away, leaving the patient to her mother and the nurse. The latter knew what it would be with all this talking. Now the temperature would go up, and he would have a bad night, and what would Dr. Mildmay say? Till the storm had subsided and a new dose of the sedative had been given, Sally and old Jack stood waiting in sympathetic pain. You know what it is when you can do nothing. The latter derived some insignificant comfort from suggestions through his own choking that this was all due to neglect of his advice. When only moans and heavy breathing were left, Sally went back into the bedroom. Her mother was nursing the poor old racked head on her bosom, with the sword hand of the days gone by in her own. She said, without speaking, that he would sleep presently, and the fewer in the room the better, and Sally left them so and went back. Yes, the Major would take some toddy before he started for home, and it was all ready, lemons and all, in the black polished wood cellaret, with eagle's claws for feet. Sally got the ingredients out and began to make it, but first she gently closed the door between the rooms to keep the sound of their voices in. "You really did see my father, though, Major?" There seemed to be a good deal of consideration before the answer came, not all to be accounted for by asthma. "Yes, certainly. Oh, yes, I saw Mr. Graythorpe once or twice. Another spoonful. That's plenty." A pause. "Now, don't spill it. Take care, it's very hot. That's right." Another pause. "Major Roper?" "Yes, my dear. What?" "Do tell me what he was like." "Have you never seen his portrait?" "Mother burnt it when I was small. She told me. Do tell me what you recollect him like." "Fine, handsome fella. Well set up. Fine shot, too. Gad, that was a neat thing. A bullet through a tiger 200 yards off, just behind the ear." "But I thought his name was Harrison." The Major has got out of his depth entirely through his own rashness. Why couldn't he leave that tiger alone? Now he has to get into safe water again. A good long choke is almost welcome at this moment. While it goes on, he can herald, by a chronic movement of a raised finger, his readiness to explain all as soon as it stops. He catches at his first articulation, so that not a moment may be lost. There were 2 tigers. That's the explanation. Harrison shot one, and Graythorpe the other. The cross-examiner is dissatisfied. "Which was the one that shot the tiger 200 yards off, just behind the ear?" The old gentleman responds with a spirited decision.
Your father, my dear, your father. That tiger round at my rooms. Show it you, if you like. That skin was given me by a fellow named Harrison in the commissariat. Quite another sort of Johnny. He was down with the Central Indian Horse. Quite another place." He dwells on the inferiority of this shot, the smallness of the skin, the close contiguity of its owner. A very inferior affair. But being desperately afraid of blundering again, he makes the fact he admits, that he had confused between the two cases, a reason for a close analysis of the merits of each. This has no interest for Sally, who, indeed, had only regarded the conversation so far as a stepping stone she now wanted to leap to the mainland from. After all, here she is face to face with a man who actually knows the story of the separation, and can talk of it without pain. Why should she not get something from him, however little? You see, the idea of a something that could not be told was necessarily foreign to a mind some somethings could not be told too. But she felt it would be difficult to account to Major Roper for her own position. The fact that she knew nothing proved that her mother and Colonel Lund had been anxious that she should know nothing. She could not refer to an outsider over their heads. Still, she hoped, as Major Roper was deemed on all hands an arrant old gossip, that he might accidentally say something to enlighten her. She prolonged the conversation in this hope. "Was that before I was born?" "The tiger shooting? Well, really, my dear, I shouldn't like to say. It's 20 years ago, you see. No, I couldn't say when it was." He is beginning to pack himself in a long woollen scarf. An overcoat with fur facings will shortly cover in, and is, in fact, preparing to evacuate a position he finds untenable. "I must be thinking of getting home," he says. Sally tries for a word more. "Was it before he and mother fell out?" It's on the Major's lips to say, "Before the proceedings," but he changes the expression. "Before the split? Well, no, I should say after the split. Yes, probably after the split." But an unfortunate garrulity prompts him to say more. "After the split, I should say, and before the..." And then he feels he is in a quagmire, and flounders to the nearest land. "Before your father went away to Australia." Then he discerns his own feebleness, recognising the platitude of this last remark. For nobody could shoot tigers in an Indian jungle after he had gone off to Australia. Clearly, the sooner he gets away, the better. A timely choking fit interposes to preserve its victim from further questioning. The patient in the next room is asleep or torpid, so he omits farewells. Sally's mother comes out to say good night, and Sally goes down the staircase with him and his asthma, feeling that it is horrible and barbarous to turn him out alone in the dense blackness. Perhaps, however, the peculiar boy with the strange name will be there. That would be better than nothing. Sally feels there is something indomitable about that boy, and that fog nourishes and stimulates it. But, alas, there is no boy. And yet it certainly would be fourpence if he came back, for though it may be possible to see the street gas lamps without getting inside the glass, you can't see them from the pavement. Nevertheless, the faith that it is clearing, having been once founded, lives on itself in the face of evidence, even as other faiths have done before now. So the creed is briefly recited, and the Major disappears with a word good night still on his lips, and his cough, gasp, or choke dies away in the fog as he vanishes. Somebody is whistling Arhudunos as he comes from the other side in the darkness. Somebody who walks with a swinging step and a resonant footbeat. Someone who cares nothing for fogs. Fenwick's voice is defiant of it, exhilarated and exhilarating, as he ceases to be a cloud and assumes an outline. Sally gives a kiss to frozen hair that crackles. "What's the kitten after out in the cold? How's the Major?" "Which? Our Major? He's a bit better, and the temperature's lower." Sally believed this. A little thermometer thing was being wielded as an implement of optimism, and had lent itself to delusions. "Oh, how scrunchy you are! Your hands are all ice. Mamma's been getting in a stew about you, Squire." On which Fenwick, with the slightest of whistles, passes Sally quickly, and goes 4 steps at a time up the stairs,
still illuminated by Sally's gas waste, for she had left the lights at full cock all the way up. "My dearest, you never got my telegram?" This is to Rosalind, who has come out on the landing to meet him. But the failure of the telegram, lost in the fog no doubt, is a small matter. What shelves it is the patient grief on the tired, handsome face Fenwick finds tears on as he kisses it. Sally has the optimism all to herself now. Her mother knows that her old friend and protector will not be here long. That, of course, has been true some time. But there's the suffering, present and to come. "We needn't stop the little chick hoping a little still, if she likes." She says it in a whisper. Sally is on the landing below. She hears the whispering and half guesses its meaning. Then she suppresses the last gas tap and follows on into the front room, where the three sit talking in undertones for perhaps an hour. Yes, that monotonous sound is the breathing of the patient in the next room, under the new narcotic which has none of the bad effects of opium. The nurse is there watching him and wondering whether it will be a week or 24 hours. She derives an impression from something that the fog really is clearing at last, and goes to the window to see. She's right, for at an opposite window are dimly visible, from the candles on either side of the mirror, 2 white arms that are doing the hair of a girl whose stays are much too tight. She is dressing for a late dinner or an early party. Then the nurse, listening, understands that the traffic has been roused from its long lethargy. "I thought I heard the wheels," she says to herself. Then Sally also becomes aware of the sound of the traffic, and goes to her window in the front room. "You see, I'm right," she says. "The people are letting their fires out, and the fog's giving. Now I'm going to take you home, Jeremiah." For the understanding is that these two shall return to Krakatoa Villa, leaving Rosalind to watch with the nurse. She will get a chop in half an hour's time. She can sleep on the sofa in the front room if she feels inclined. All which is duty carried out or arranged for. After her supper, Rosalind sat on by herself before the fire in the front room. She did not want to be unsociable with the nurse, but she wanted to think, alone. A weight was on her mind. The thought that the dear old friend, who had been her father and refuge, should never know that she again possessed her recovered husband on terms almost as good as if that deadly passage in her early life had never blasted the happiness of both. He would die, and it would have made him so happy to know it. Was she right in keeping it back now? Had she ever been right? But if she told him now, the shock of the news might hasten his collapse. Sudden news need not be bad to cause sudden death, and maybe the story would be too strange for him to grasp. Better be silent. But oh, if he might have shared her happiness! Drowsiness was upon her before she knew it. Better perhaps sleep a little now while he was sleeping. She looked in at him and spoke to the nurse. He lay there like a lifeless waxwork, blown through like an apparatus out of order to stimulate breath, and doing it badly. How could he sleep when now and then it jerked him so? He could, and she left him and lay down and went suddenly to sleep. After a time that was a journey through a desert without landmarks, she was as suddenly waked. "What? I thought you spoke." And so someone had spoken, but not to her. She started up and went to where the nurse was conversing through the open window with an inarticulate person in the street below, behind the thick window curtain she had kept overlapped to check the freezing air. "What is it?" "It's a boy, but I can't make out what he says." "Let me come." But Rosalind gets no nearer his meaning. She ends up with, "I'll come down," and goes. The nurse closes the window and goes back to the bedroom. The street door opens easily, the Chubb lock being the only fastening. The moment Rosalind sees the boy near, she recognises him. There is no doubt about the presumptuous expression or the cause of it, also the ostentatious absence of the front tooth, clearly accounting for inaudibility at a distance. "What do you want?" asked Rosalind. "Nothing at all for myself. I come gratis, I did. There's many wouldn't." He's not too audible even now, but he would be better if he did not suck the crossrail of the area paling. "Why did you come?" "To bring you the news."
The old bloke's a friend of yours, missus. Or perhaps he ain't. I can mizzle, you know, and no harm done."
"Oh, no, don't mizzle on my account. Tell me about the old bloke. Do you mean Major Roper?"
"Supposing I do, why shouldn't I?"
This singular boy seems to have no way of communicating with his species except through defiances and refutations. Rosalind accepts his question as an ordinary assent, and does not make the mistake of entering into argument. "Is he ill?" The boy nods. "Is he worse?" Another nod. "Has he gone home to his club?" The boy evidently has a revelation to make, but would consider it undignified to make it, except as a denial of something to the contrary. He sees his way after a brief reflection.
"He ain't gone. He's been took."
"He's been taken? How has he been taken?"
"On a prambulance. Going easy, but he didn't say nothing. Not half a word."
"Had he fainted?" But this boy has another characteristic. When he cannot understand, he will not admit it. He keeps silence and goes on absorbing the railing. Rosalind asks further. "Was he dead?"
"It'd take a lawyer to tell that, missus."
"I can't stand here in the cold, my boy. Come in, and come up and tell us." So he comes up, and Rosalind speaks to the nurse in the other room, who comes, and then they turn seriously to getting the boy's story. He is all the easier for examination from the fact that he is impressed, if not awed, by his surroundings. All the bounce is knocked out of him now that his foot is no longer on his native heath, the street. Witness that the subject of his narrative, who would certainly have been the old bloke where there was a paling to suck, has become a simple pronoun and no more.
"I seen him afore, missus," he says, "that time what I lighted him round for twopence. And he says to come again in 3/4 of an hour, and I says yes, I says, and he says not to be late, nor yet I shouldn't, only the water runs so slow off the main, and I was kept, missus, a drawing of it off their own pails at the balcony house by the Moose, where my suppliers froze."
"I see. You got a job to carry up pails of water from that thing that sticks up in the road?"
"Yes, missus, by means of the turncock. Similar, I got wet. But I didn't go to be late. It weren't much, in the manner of speaking. I was on his heels, close."
"You caught him?"
"Heard him hawking in the fog, and I says to my mate, boy by the name of Hucklebridge, only chiefly called Slimy, to distinguish him, I says that was my governor, safe and square by the token of the sound of it, and then I catches him up in the fog, follering by the sound. My word, missus, he was bad. Wanted to holler me over the coals, he did, for behind my time. I could hear him wanting to do it, but he couldn't come by the breath."
"Poor old Jack." The two women look at each other, and then say to the boy, "Go on."
"Holding by the palings he was, and going slow. Then he choked it off like, and got a chance for a word, and he says, 'Now, you young seesaw,' that's what he says, missus, 'seesaw, just you stir your stumps and cut along to the clubhouse, and tell that damn red-faced fool Mulberry to look sharp and send one of the young fellers to lend an arm, and not to come hisself.' And then he got out a little flat bottle of something short, and went for a nip, but the cough took him, and it sprouted over his wrapper and was wasted."
The women look at each other again. The nurse sees well into the story, and says quickly under her breath to Rosalind, "He'd been told what to do if he felt it coming. A drop of brandy might have made the difference." The boy goes on as soon as he is waited for.
"Mr. Mulberry, he comes running hisself, and a couple more on 'em, and then they all calls me a young varmint by reason of the governor having got lost. But a gentleman what comes up, he says all go opposite ways, he says, and you'll hear him in the fog. So I runs up a passage, and in the middle of the passage I tumbles over the governor, lying across the passage. Then I hollers, and then they come."
"Oh dear," says Rosalind, for this boy had that terrible power of vivid description which flinches at no realism, seems to enjoy the horror of it, does not really. Probably it was only his intense anxiety to communicate all, struggling with his sense of his lack of language, a privilege enjoyed by governors. But Rosalind feels the earnestness of his brief epic. He winds it up.
"But the governor, he done hawking, nor he never spoke. The gentleman I told you, he says leave him lying a minute, he says, and he runs. Then back he comes with the apothecary, in with the red light, and they rips the governor's sleeves up, spoiling his coat, and they prokes into his arm with a packing needle. Much use it done. And then they says it weren't the fog, and I called 'em a liar, 'cause it's clearing off, they says. It weren't, not much. I see the perambulance come, and they shoved him in, and I hooked it off, and heard 'em saying, 'Where's that young shaver?' they says. 'He'll be wanted for his testament.' So I hooked it off."
"And where did you go?"
"To a wisit on a friend, I did. Me and Slimy, him I mentioned afore, and he says to come on here, only later. So then I come on here."
Rosalind finds herself in the face of what she feels must mean old Jack's sudden death, thinking how sorry she is she can command no pair of trousers of a reasonable size to replace this boy's drenched ones, a pair that would need no string. A crude brew of hot toddy, and most of the cake that had appealed to Major Roper in vain, and never gone back to the cellaret, were the only consolations possible. They seemed welcome, but under protest.
"Shan't I carry of 'em outside, missis?"
"On the stairs, then." This assent is really because both women believe he will be comfortabler there than in the room. "Where are you going to sleep?" Rosalind asks, as he takes the cake and tumbler away to the stairs. She puts a gas jet on half-cock.
"Twopenny Doss in Spur Street, off of Horseferry Road, Westminster."
This identification is to help Rosalind, as she may not be able to spot this particular Doss house among all she knows. "Do you always sleep there?"
"Nah, missis, weather permitting, in our moos, on the heap. The horsekeeper gives a sack in return for a bit of cleaning, early, before coming away."
"What are you?" says Rosalind. She is thinking aloud more than asking a question, but the boy answers.
"I'm a wife, I am. Never learned no trade, you see. Oh, yeah, I've been to school. Board school scholared, but they don't learn you no trade. You passes your standards and chucks 'em."
This incredible boy, who deliberately called himself a waif, that was his meaning, was it possible that he had passed through a board school? Well, perhaps he was the highest type of competitive examinee, who can learn everything and forget everything. "But you have a father?"
"I could show him to you. But he don't hold with teaching his sons trades by reason of their getting some of his wages. He's in the sanitary engineering himself, but he don't do no work."
Rosalind looks puzzled.
"That's his trade. Sanitary engineering. Lavatories, plumbing and fitting. Been out of work better'n 3 years. He can jint you off puppies' tails, though, at a shilling. But he don't only get a light job now and again, 'cause the trade ain't what it was. They've been shearing of him off of late years. Thank you, missis."
The refreshments have vanished as by magic, and Rosalind gives the boy the rest of the cake and a coin, and he goes away, presumably to the Doss house he smells so strong of, having been warmed, that a flavour of the heap in the mews would have been welcome in exchange. So Rosalind thinks as she opens the window a moment and looks out. She can quite see the houses opposite. The fog has cleared till the morning. Perhaps it is the relenting of the atmospheric conditions, or perhaps it is the oxygen that the patient has been inhaling off and on, that has slightly revived him. Or perhaps it is the champagne that comes up through a tap in the cork and reminds Rosalind's ill-slept brain of something heard very lately. What on earth exactly was it? Oh, she knows. Of course, the thing in the street the sanitary engineer's son drew the pails of water at for the house with the balcony. It's pleasanter to know, might have fidgeted her if she had not found out. But she is badly in want of sleep, that's the truth.
"I thought Major Roper was gone, Rosey."
He can talk through his heavy breathing. It must be the purer air. "So he is, dear. He went 2 hours ago." She sits by him, taking his hand as before. The nurse is, by arrangement, to take her spell of sleep now.
"I suppose it's my head. I thought he was here now, just this minute."
"No, dear, you've mixed him up with Jerry when he came in to say good night. Major Roper went away first. It wasn't 7 o'clock." But there is something excited and puzzled in the patient's voice as he answers, something that makes her feel creepy.
"Are you sure? I mean, when he came back into the room with his coat on."
"You're dreaming, dear. He never came back. He went straight away."
"Dreaming? Not a bit of it. You weren't here."
He is so positive that Rosalind thinks it best to humour him. I suppose I was speaking to Mrs. Kindred. What did he come back to say, dear?"
"Oh, nothing. At least, I had told him not to chatter to Sallykin about the old story, and he came back, I suppose, to say he wouldn't."
He seemed to think the incident as an incident closed, but presently goes on talking about things that arise from it.
"Old Jack's the only one of them that knew anything about it, that Sallykin is likely to come across. Pellew knew, of course, but he is not an old chatterbox like Roper."
Ought not Rosalind to tell the news that has just reached her? She asks herself the question and answers it. Not till he rallies, certainly. If he does not rally, why then he either will know or won't want to. She has far less desire to tell him this than she has to talk of the identity of her husband. She would almost be glad, as he is to die, her old friend, that she should have some certainty beforehand of the exact time of his death, so that she might, only for an hour, have a companion in her secrecy. If only he and she might have borne the burden of it together. She reproached herself, now that it was too late, with her mistrust of his powers of retaining a secret. See how keenly alive he was to the need of keeping Sally's parentage in the dark, and that was what the whole thing turned on. Jerry's continued ignorance might be desirable, but was a mere flea-bite by comparison. In her strained, sleepless, overwrought state, the wish that the Major should know of her happiness while they could still speak of it together grew from a passing thought of how nice it might have been, that could not be, to a dumb, dominant longing that it should be. Still, after all, the only fear was that he should talk to Jerry, and how easy to keep Jerry out of the room. And suppose he did talk, would Jerry believe him? There was risky ground there, though. She was not sorry when no more speech came through the heavy breathing of the invalid. He had talked a good deal, and a semi-stupor followed, relieving her from the strong temptation she had felt to lead him back to their past memories, and feel for some means of putting him in possession of the truth. As the tension of her mind grew less, she became aware this would have been no easy thing to do. Then, as she sat holding the old hand, and wondering that anything so frail could still keep in bond a spirit weary of its prison, drowsiness crept over her once more, all the sooner for the monotonous rhythm of the heavy breath. Consciousness gave place to a state of mysterious discomfort, complicated with intersecting strings and a grave sense of responsibility, and then to oblivion. After 1,000 years, probably minutes on the clock, a jerk woke her. "Oh dear, I was asleep."
"You might give me another nip of the champagne, Rosey dear, and then you must go and lie down. I shall be all right. Is it late?"
"Not very. About 12. I'll look at my watch." She does so, and it is past 1. Then the invalid, being raised up towards his champagne, has a sudden attack of coughing, which brings in the nurse as a reserve. Presently he is reinstated in semi-comfort, half a tone weaker, but with something to say, and so little voice to say it with. Rosalind puts her ear close, and repeats what she catches. "Why did Major Roper come back? He didn't, dear. He went away about 7 and has not been here since."
"He was in the room just this minute."
The voice is barely audible, the conviction of the speaker absolute. He is wandering. The nurse's mind decides in an innermost recess that it won't be very long now. Rosalind looked out through a spot she had rubbed clean on the frozen window-pane, and saw that it was bright starlight. The fog had gone. That boy, he was asleep at the twopenny doss, and the trousers were drying. What a good thing that he should be totally insensitive to atmosphere, as no doubt he was. The hardest hours for the watcher by a sick bed are those that cannot be convinced that they belong to the previous day. 1 o'clock may be coaxed or bribed easily enough into winking at a pretence that it is only a corollary of 12. 2 o'clock protests against it audibly, and every quarter chime endorses its claim to be to-morrow. 3 o'clock makes short work of an imposture only a depraved effrontery can endeavour to foist upon it. Rosalind was aware of her unfitness to sit up all night, all this next night, but nursed the pretext that it had not come and that it was still to-day, until a sense of the morning chill, and something in the way the sound of each belated cab confessed to its own scarcity, convinced her of the uselessness of further effort. Then she surrendered the point, short of the stroke of 3, and exchanged posts with the nurse, who promised to call her at once, should it seem necessary to do so. Sleep came with a rush and dreamless oblivion. Then immediately the hand of the nurse on her shoulder, and her voice, a sudden shock in the absolute stillness. "I thought it better to wake you, Mrs. Nightingale. I am so sorry." "Oh dear, how long have I slept?" Rosalind's mind leapt through a second of unconsciousness of where she is and what it's all about, to a state of intense wakefulness. "What o'clock is it?" "It's 6:30. I should have left you to have your sleep out, only he wanted you. Yes, he woke up and asked for you, and then asked again. He's hardly coughed." "I'll come." Rosalind tried for alacrity, but found she was quite stiff. The fire was only a remnant of red glow that collapsed feebly as the nurse touched it with the poker. It was a case for a couple of little gluey wheels, and a good contribution to the day's fog, already in course of formation, with every grate in London panting to take shares. Rosalind did not wait to see the black column of smoke start for its chimney-pot, but went straight to the patient's bedside.
"Is that Rosey? I can't see very well. Come and sit beside me. I want you."
He was speaking more easily than before, so his hearer thought. Could it be a change for the better? She put her finger on the pulse, but it was hard to find. The fever had left him for the time being, but its work was done. It was wonderful, though, that he should have so much life in him for speech. "What is it, Major dear? Let's get the pillow right there. That's better. Yes, dear. What is it?"
"I've got my marching orders, Rosey. I shall be all right. Shan't be sorry when it's over. Rosey girl, I want you to do something for me. Is my watch there with the keys?"
"Yes, dear, the 2 little keys."
"The little one opens my desk with the brass corners. Yes, that one. Open the top flap and look in the little left-hand drawer. Got it?"
"Yes. You want the letters out? There's only 1 packet."
"That's the lot. Read what's written on 'em."
"Only Emily, 1837.
"Quite right. That was your aunt, you know, your father's sister. Don't cry, darling. Nothing to cry about. I'm only an old chap. There.
Rosalind sat down again by the bed, keeping the packet of letters in her hand. Presently the old man, who had closed his eyes as though dozing, opened them and said,
"Have you put them on the fire?"
"No, was I to?"
"That's what I meant. I thought I said so, yes. Pop 'em on."
Rosalind went to the fireside and stood hesitating till the old man repeated his last words. Then threw the love letters of 60 years ago in a good hot place in the burning coal. A flare, and they were white ash, trying to escape from a valley of burning rocks. Then even that was free to rise. Maybe the only one who ever read them would be a mere attenuated ash, at least, as far as what lay on that bed went, so pale and evanescent even now.
"A fool of a boy, Rosey dear,"
said the old voice, as she took her place by the bed again.
"Just a fool of a boy to keep him all those years. And she married to another fellow and a great-grandmother. Ah, well, don't you cry about it, Rosey. All done now."
She may have heard him wrong, for his voice went to a whisper. She wondered at the way the cough was sparing him. Then she thought he was falling asleep again, but presently he spoke.
"I shall do very well now. Nothing but a little rest. That's all I want now. Only there's something I wanted to say about...
About Sally? Rosalind guessed quickly and certainly.
About the baby. Your baby, Rosey. That man that was her father, he's on my mind."
"Oh, me, forget him, dear, forget him. Leave him to God." Rosalind repeated a phrase used 20 years ago by herself in answer to the old soldier's first uncontrollable outburst of anger against the man who had made her his victim. His voice rose again above a whisper as he answered.
"I heard you say so, dear child, then. That time. You were right, and I was wrong. But what I've said, many a time, God forgive me, that I prayed he was in hell. I would be glad now to think I had not said it."
"Don't think of it. Oh, my dear, don't think of it. You never meant it."
But I did, though, and would again, mind you, Rosey. Only not now. Better let him go, for Sallykin's sake. The child's the puzzle of it."
Rosalind thought she saw what he was trying to say, and herself tried to supplement it. "You mean, why isn't Sally like him?"
To be sure. Like father, like son, they say. His son's a chip off the old block, but then he's his mother's son too. Two such. And then see what comes of 'em. Sallykin's your daughter, Rosey's daughter. Sallykin."
He seems to be drowsing off from mere weakness, but he had something to say, and his mind made for speech, and found it.
"Yes, Rosey, it's the end of the story. Soon off I shall be. Not very long now. Wasn't it foggy?"
"Yes, dear, it was. But it's clear now. It's snowing."
"Then you could send for Jack Roper. Old Jack, he can tell me something I want to know. I know he can."
"But it's the middle of the night, dear. We can't send for him now. Sally shall go for him again when she comes in the morning. What is it you want to know?"
"What became of poor Algernon Palliser? I know old Jack knows. Something he heard. I forget things. My head's not good. Rosey, darling, if I'd been there in the first of it, I could have got speech of him. I might have...
As the old man's mind wandered back to the terrible time, it dragged his hearers with it. Rosalind tried to bear it by thinking of what Sally was like in those days, crumpled, violent, vociferous, altogether intransigeante. But it was only a moment's salve to a reeling of the reason she knew must come if this went on. If he slept, it might be averted. She thought he was dropping off, but he roused himself again to say,
"What became of poor Palliser, your husband?"
Then Rosalind, whose head was swimming, let the fact slip from her that the dying man had never seen or known her husband in the old days, only he had always spoken of him as one to be pitied, not blamed, even as she herself thought of him. Incautiously she now said, "Poor Jerry," forgetting that Colonel Lund had never known him by that name, or so slightly that it did not connect itself. Yet his mind was marvellously clear, too, for he immediately replied,
"I did not mean Fenwick. I meant your first husband. Poor boy. Poor fellow, what became of him?"
"His name was Algernon, too," was all the answer she could think of. It was a sort of forlorn hope in nettle-grasping. Then she saw it had little meaning in it for her listener. His voice went on, almost whispering.
"Many a time I've thought, if we could have found the poor boy and shown him Sally, he might have...
Rosalind could bear it no longer. Whoever reads this story carelessly may see little excuse for her that she should lose her head at the bedside of a dying man. It was really no matter for surprise that she should do so. Consider the perpetual tension of her life, the broken, insufficient sleep of the last 2 days, the shock of old Jack's sudden death a few hours since. Small blame to her, to our thinking, if she did give way. To some it may even seem, as to us, that the course she took was best in the end. And indeed her self-control stood by her to the last. It was a retreat in perfect order, not a flight. Nor did she, perhaps, fully measure how near her old friend was to his end, or release. A better name, perhaps. "Major dear, I have something I must tell you." The old eyelids opened, and his eyes turned to her, though he remained motionless, quite as one who caught the appeal in the tension of her voice and guessed its meaning.
"Rosey, darling, yes, tell me now."
His voice tried to rise above a whisper. An effort seemed to be in it to say, "Don't keep anything back on my account." "So I will, dear. Shut your eyes and lie quiet and listen. I want to tell you that I know my first husband is not dead. Yes, dear, don't try to speak. You'll see when I tell you. Algernon Palliser is not dead, though we thought he must be. He went away from Lahore after the proceedings, and he did go to Australia, no doubt, as we heard at the time. But after that he went to America, and was there till 2 years ago. And then he came to England." The old man tried to speak, but this time his voice failed, and Rosalind thought it best to go straight on. "He came to England, dear, and met with a bad accident, and lost his memory."
"What?"
The word came so suddenly and clearly that it gave her new courage to go on. She must tell it all now, and she felt sure he was hearing and understanding all she said. "Yes, dear, it's all true. Let me tell it all. He lost his memory completely, so that he did not know his own name."
"My God!"
"Did not know his own name, dear. Did not know his own name. Did not know the face of the wife he lost 20 years ago. All a blank. Yes, it was he himself, and I took him and kept him, and I have him now. And oh, my dear, he does not know it. Knows nothing. He does not know who I am, nor who he was, nor that Sally is the baby. But he loves her dearly, as he could never have loved her if... She could say no more. The torrent of tears that was the first actual relief to the weight upon her heart of 2 years of secrecy grew and grew till speech was overwhelmed. But she knew that her story, however scantily told, had reached her listener's mind, though she could not have said precisely at what moment he came to know it. The tone of his exclamation, "My God!" perhaps had made her take his knowledge for granted. Of one thing, however, she felt certain, that details were needless, would add nothing to the main fact, which she was quite convinced her old friend had grasped, with a mind still capable of holding it, although it might be in death. Even so one tells a child the outcome only of what one tells in full to older ears. Then, quick on the heels of the relief of sharing her burden with another, followed the thought of how soon the sympathy she had gained must be lost, buried, so runs the code of current speech, in her old friend's grave. All her heart poured out in tears on the hand that could still close fitfully upon her own, as she knelt by the bed on which he would so soon lie dying. Presently his voice came again, a faint whisper she could just catch.
"Tell it me again, Rosey. What you told me just now. Just now."
And she felt his cold hand close on hers as he spoke. Then she repeated what she had said before, adding only, "But he may never come to know his own story, and Sally must not know it." The old whisper came back, and she caught the words,
"Then it is true. My God!"
She remained kneeling motionless beside him. His breath, weak and intermittent, but seeming more free than when she left him 4 hours since, was less audible than the heavy sleep of the overtaxed nurse in the next room, heard through the unclosed door. The familiar early noises of the street, the life outside that cares so little for the death within, the daily bread and daily milk that wake us too soon in the morning, the cynical interchanges of cheerful early risers about the comfort of the weather, all grew and gathered towards the coming day. But the old Colonel heard none of them. What thought he still had could say to him that this was good and that was good, hard though it might be to hold it in his mind. But one bright golden thread ran clear through all the tangled skeins. He would leave Rosey happy at last, for all the bitterness her cup of life had held before. The nurse had slept profoundly, but she was one of those fortunate people who can do so at will, and then wake up at an appointed time, as many great soldiers have been able to do. As the clock struck 8, she sat up in the chair she had been sleeping in and listened a moment. No sound came from the next room. She rose and pushed the door open cautiously and looked in. Mrs. Fenwick was still kneeling by the bed, her face hidden, still holding the old man's hand. The nurse thought surely the still white face she saw in the intermittent gleams of a lamp flame flickering out was the face of a dead man. Need she rouse or disturb the watcher by his side? Not yet, certainly. She pulled the door very gently back, not closing it. A sound came of footsteps on the stairs, footsteps without voices. It was Fenwick and Sally, who had passed through the street door, open for a negotiation for removal of the snow, for the last 2 hours had made a white world outside. Sally was on a stair-flight in the rear. She had paused for a word with the boy Chancellorship, who was a candidate for snow removal. He seemed relieved by the snow. "It was a tidy lot better morning than last night, missis. He'd breakfasted, yes, off of coffee, and paid for it, and buttered half slices, and no stinting for twopence." Sally had a fellow feeling for this boy's optimism, but he had something on his mind. For when Sally asked him if Major Roper had got home safe last night, his cheerfulness clouded over, and he said first, "Couldn't say, missis," and then, "He's been got home, you may place your dependence on that," adding, inexplicably to Sally, "He won't care about this weather. It won't be no odds." She couldn't wait to find out his meaning, but told him he might go on clearing away the snow, and when Mrs. Kindred came he was to say Miss Rosalind Nightingale told him he might. She said she would be answerable, and then ran to catch up Fenwick. The nurse came out to meet them on the landing, and in answer to Fenwick's half-inquiry, or look of inquiry, Sally did not gather which, said, "Yes, at least I think so. Just now." Sally made up her mind. It was death. But it was not, quite. For as the nurse, preceding them, pushed the door of the sick-room gently open, the voice of the man she believed dead came out almost strong and clear in the silence. "Evil has turned to good. God be praised." But they were the last words Colonel Lund spoke. He died so quietly that the exact moment of dissolution was not distinguishable. Fenwick and Sally found Rosalind so overstrained with grief and watching that they asked for no explanation of the words. Indeed, they may not have ascribed any special meaning to them. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 25. About 6 months, and how a cabman saw a ghost. Of Sally's and the doctor's modus vivendi, and the shoesmith family. How Sally made tea for Buddha, and how Buddha foresaw a stepdaughter. Delirium tremens. It may make this story easier to read at this point if we tell our reader that this 25th chapter contains little of vital import, is in fact only a passing reference to 1 or 2 by-incidents that came about in the half-year that followed. He cannot complain that they are superfluous if we give him fair warning of their triviality, and enable him to skip them without remorse, but they register, to our thinking, what little progress events made in 6 very nice months, a period time may be said to have skipped, and whoso will may follow his example and lose but little in the doing of it. Very nice months they were. Only one cloud worth mention in the blue, only one phrase in a minor key. The old familiar figure of the Major, intermittent certainly, but none the less invariable, making the house his own, or letting it appropriate him, hard to say which, was no longer to be seen. But the old sword had been hung in a place of honour near a portrait of Paul Nightingale, Mrs. Fenwick's stepfather, its old owner's school friend of 70 years ago. At her death it was to be offered to the school. No surviving relative was named in the will, if any existed. Everything was left unconditionally to my dear daughter by adoption, Rosalind Nightingale. Some redistributions of furniture were involved in the importation of the movables from the 2 rooms in Ball Street. The black cabinet or cellaret with the eagle talons found a place in the dining-room in the basement, into which Fenwick, only it seems so odd to go back to it now, was brought on the afternoon of his electrocution. Sally always thought of this cabinet as Major Roper's cabinet, because she got the whisky from it for him before he went off in the fog. If only she had made him drunk that evening, who knows but it might have enabled him to fight against the terrible heart failure that was not the result of atmospheric conditions. She never looked at this cabinet, but the thought passed through her mind. Her mother certainly told her nothing at this time about her last conversation with the Colonel, or almost nothing. Certainly she mentioned more than once what she thought a curious circumstance, that the invalid, who was utterly ignorant of old Jack's death, had persisted so strongly that he was present in the room when he must have been dead some hours. Every one of us has his little bit of psychical research, which he demands respect for from others, whose own cherished private instances he dismisses without investigation. This example became Mrs. Fenwick's, who, to be just, had not set herself up with one previously, in spite of the temptation the Anglo-Indian is always under to espouse Mahatmas and buried fakirs and the like. There seemed a good prospect that it would become an article of faith with her, her first verdict that it was a hallucination having been undermined by a certain contradictiousness produced in her by an undeserved discredit poured on it by pretenders to a superior ghost insight, who, after all, tried to utilise it afterward as a peg to hang their own particular ghosts on, which wasn't researching fair. Sally was no better than the rest of them. If anything, she was a little worse. And Rosalind was far from sure that her husband wouldn't have been much more reasonable if he hadn't had Sally there to encourage him. As it was, the League became, pro hac vice, a league of incredulity, a syndicate of materialists. Rosalind got no quarter for the half-belief she had in what the old Colonel had said on his deathbed. Her report of his evident earnestness and the self-possession of his voice carried no weight. Failing powers, delirium, effects of opiates, and 10 degrees above normal had it all their own way. Besides, her superstition was weak-kneed. It only went the length of suggesting that it really was very curious when you came to think of it, and she couldn't make it out. That the incident received such very superficial recognition must be accounted for by the fact that Krakatoa Villa was not a villa of the speculative thinker class. We have known such villas elsewhere, but we are bound to say we have known none where speculative thought has tackled the troublesome questions of deathbed appearances, haunted houses, et id genus omne, with the result of coming to any but very speculative conclusions. The male head of this household may have felt that he himself, as a problem for the psychical researcher, was ill-fitted to discuss the subject. He certainly shied off expressing any decided opinions. "What do you really think about ghosts?" said his wife to him one day, when Sally wasn't there to come in with her chaff. "Ghosts belong in titled families. Middle-class ghosts are a poor lot. Those in the Army and Navy cut the best figure on the whole. Junior United Service ghosts." "Jerry, be serious, or I'll have a divorce." This was a powerful grip on a stinging nettle. Rosalind felt braced by the effort. "Did you ever see a ghost, old man?"
Not in the present era, sweetheart. I can't say about B.C.
He used to speak of his life in this way, but his wife always felt sorry when he alluded to it. It seldom happened.
No, I've never seen one to my knowledge. I've been seen as a ghost, though, which is very unpleasant, I assure you.
Rosalind's mind went back to the fat Baron at Sonnenberg. She supposed this to be another case of the same sort. "When was that?" she said.
"Monday. I took a hansom from Cornhill to our bonded warehouse. It's under a mile, and I asked the driver to change half a crown. I hadn't a shilling. He got out a handful of silver, and when he had picked out the 2 shillings and sixpence, he looked at me for the first time, and started and stared as if I was a ghost in good earnest."
"Oh, Jerry, he must have seen you before it happened." Remember that this was, in the spirit of it, a fib, seeing that the tone of voice was that of welcome to a possible revelation. To our thinking, the more honour to her who spoke it, considering the motives. Jerry continued.
"So I thought at first, but listen to what followed. As soon as his surprise, whatever caused it, had toned down to mere recognition point, he spoke with equanimity. 'I've driven you afore now, mister,' said he. 'You won't call me to mind. Parties don't, not when fares, when drivers quite otherwise. I'm by way of taking notice myself. You'll excuse me?' Then he said, 'Warp,' to the horse, who was trying to eat himself and dig the road up. When they were friends again, I asked, where had he seen me? Might I happen to call to mind Livermore's Rents and that turn up? That was his reply. I said I mightn't, or didn't, at any rate. I had never been near Livermore's Rents, nor anyone else's rents that I could recall the name of. 'Try again, governor,' said he. 'You'll recall if you try hard enough. He recollects it, I'll go bail. My God, you did let him have it.' 'Was it a fight?' I asked. 'Well, do you know, darling, that cabby addressed me seriously, took me to task for want of candour. "That ain't worthy of a governor like you," he said. "Why make any concealments? Why not treat me open?" I gave him my most solemn honour that I was utterly at a loss to guess what he was talking about, on which he put me through a sort of retrospective catechism, broken by reminders to the horse. "You don't recollect going easy over the bridge for to see the shipping? Nor yet the little narrow court right-hand side of the road, with an iron post under an arch, and parties hollering murder at the far end? Nor yet the way you held him in hand and played him? Nor yet what you sampled him out at a finish? My God!" He slapped the top of the cab in a sort of ecstasy. "Never saw a neater thing in my life. No unnecessary violence, no agitation. And him carried off to the ground as good as dead. Ah, I made inquiry after, and that was so." I then said it must have been someone else very like me, and held out my half-crown. He slipped back his change into his own pocket, and when he had buttoned it over ostentatiously, addressed me again with what seemed a last appeal. "I take it, governor," said he, "you may have such a powerful list of fighting fixtures in the week that you don't easy recollect one out from the other. But now, do you mean to say your memory don't serve you in this? I drove you over to Bishopsgate, cross London Bridge. Very well. Then you brought an hat, white Panama, and took change, seeing your own was lost. And you was going to pay me, and I drove off, refusing to accept a farden under the circumstances. Don't you recollect that?" I said I didn't. "Well, I did," said he, "and with your leave I'll do the same thing now. I'll drive you most anywhere you like to name in reason, but I won't take a farden." And do you know, he was off before my surprise allowed me to say a word. Now, Jerry, was it that made you so glum on Monday when you came back? I recollect quite well. So would Sally. "Oh, no, it was uncomfortable at first, but I soon forgot all about it. I recollect what it was put me in the dumps quite well. It was a long time after the cabby." "What was it?" "Well, it was as I walked to the station. I went a little way round and passed through an anonymous sort of churchyard. I saw a box in a wall with contributions on it, and remembering that I really had no right to the cabby's shilling or 18 pence, I dropped a florin in. And then, Rosey dear, I had the most
horrible recurrence I've had for a long time. Something about the same place and the same box, and someone else putting 3 shillings in it. And it was all mixed up with a bottle of champagne and a bank. I can't explain why these things are so painful, but they are. You know, Rosey." "I know, dear." His wife's knowledge seemed to make her quite silent and absent. She may have seen that the recovery of this cabman would supply a clue to her husband's story. Had he taken the number of the cab? No, he hadn't. Very stupid of him. But he had no pencil, or he could have written it on his shirt sleeve. He couldn't trust his memory. Rosey didn't feel very sorry the clue was lost. As for him, did he, we wonder, really exert himself to remember the cab's number? But when the story was told afterwards to Sally, the moment the Panama hat came on the tapis, she struck in with, "Jeremiah, you know quite well you had a Panama hat on the day you were electrocuted, and what's more, it was brand new, and what's more, it's outside in the hall." It was brought in, and produced a spurious sense of being detectives on the way to a discovery. But nothing came of it. All through the discussion of this odd cab incident, the fact that Fenwick would have written down the cab driver's number on his shirt sleeve was on the watch for a recollection by one of the 3 that a something had been found written on the shirt cuff Fenwick was electrocuted in. The ill-starred shrewdness of Scotland Yard, by detecting a mere date in that something, had quite thrown it out of gear as an item of evidence. By the way, did no one ever ask why should any man, being of sound mind, write the current date on his shirt sleeve? It really is a thing that can look after its own interests for 24 hours. The fact is that no sooner do coincidences come into court than sane investigation flies out at the skylight. There was much discussion of this incident, you may be sure. But that is all we need to know about it. Our other chance gleanings of the half-year are in quite another part of the field. They relate to Sally and Dr. Vereker's relation to one another. If this relation had anything lover-like in it, they certainly were not taking Europe into their confidence on the subject. Whether their attitude was a spontaneous expression of respectful indifference, or a parti pris to mislead and hoodwink her, of course Europe couldn't tell. All that continent, or the subdivision of it known as Shepherd's Bush, could see was a parade of callousness and studied civility on the part of both. The only circumstance that impaired its integrity or made the bystander doubt the good faith of its performers was the fact that one of them was a girl, and an attractive one, so attractive that elderly ladies jumped meanly at the supposed privileges of their age and sex, and kissed her a great deal more than was at all fair or honourable. The ostentatious exclusion of Cupid from the relationship of these two demanded a certain mechanism. Every meeting had to be accounted for, or there was no knowing what matchmaking busybodies wouldn't say, or rather what they would say would be easily guessable by the lowest human insight. Not that either of them ever mentioned precaution to the other. All its advantages would have vanished with open acknowledgement of its necessity. These arrangements were instinctive on the part of both, and each credited the other with a mole-like blindness to their existence. For instance, each was graciously pleased to believe, or at least to believe that the other believed, in a certain institution that called for a vast amount of checking of totals, comparisons of counterfoils, inspection of certificates, verification of data, everything, in short, of which an institute is capable that could make incessant correspondence necessary and frequent personal interviews advisable. It could boast of heaven knows how many titled patrons and patronesses, committees and subcommittees, referees and auditors. No doubt the mere mention of such an institution was enough to render gossip speechless about any single lady and gentleman whom it accidentally made known to one another. Its firm of solicitors alone, with a line all to itself in its prospectuses, was enough to put a host of loves to flight. On which account Anne, at Krakatoa Villa, when she announced "A person for you, Miss Sally," was able to add, "From Dr. Vereker, I think, miss," without the faintest shade of humorous reserve, as of one who sees and does not need to be told. And when Sally had interviewed a hopeless and lopsided female, who appeared to be precariously held together by pins, and to have an almost superhuman power of evading practical issues, she, fortified by this institution, was able to return to the drawing-room and say, without a particle of shame, that she supposed she should have to go and see old Prosy about Mrs. Shoesmith to-morrow afternoon. And when she called at the doctor's at tea-time, because that didn't take him from his patients, as he made a point of his tea because of his mother, if it was only 10 minutes, both he and she believed religiously in Mrs. Shoesmith, and Dr. Vereker filled out her form, we believe we have the phrase right, with the most businesslike gravity at the little table where he wrote his letters. Mrs. Shoesmith's form called for filling out in more senses than one. The doctor's mother's form would not have borne anything further in that direction, except indeed she had been provided with hooks to go over her chair back and keep her from rolling along the floor, as a sphere might if asked to sit down. A suggestion of the exceptional character of all visits from Sally to Dr. Vereker, and vice versa, was fostered by the domestics at his house as well as at Krakatoa Villa. The maid Craddock, who responded to Sally's knock on this Shoesmith occasion, threw doubt on the possibility of the doctor ever being visible again, and kept the door mentally on the jar while she spoke through a moral gap an inch wide. Of course, that is only our nonsense. Sally was really in the house when Craddock heroically, as a forlorn hope in a lost cause, offered to go and see, and going said, "Miss Nightingale, and is Dr. Vereker expected in to tea?" without varnish of style or redundance of wording. But Sally lent herself to this insincere performance, and remained in the hall until she was called on to decide whether she would mind coming in and waiting, and Dr. Vereker would perhaps be back in a few minutes. All this was part of the system of insincerity we have hinted at. So was the tenor of Sally's remarks, while she waited the few minutes, to the effect that it was a burning shame that she should take up Mrs. Vereker's time, a crying scandal that she should interrupt her knitting, and a matter of penitential reflection that she hadn't written instead of coming, which would have done just as well. To which Mrs. Vereker, with a certain parade of pretended insincerity, to make the real article underneath seem bona fide, replied with mock-incredible statements about the pleasure she always had in seeing Sally, and the rare good fortune which had prompted a visit at this time, when, in addition to being unable to knit owing to her eyes, she had been absorbed in longing for news of a current event that Sally was sure to know about. She particularised it. "Oh, it isn't true, Mrs. Vereker. You don't mean to say you believed that nonsense? The idea! Tishy, just fancy!" Goody Vereker, the name Sally thought of her by, couldn't shake her head. The fullness at the neck forbade it, but she moved it cosily from side to side continuously, much as a practicable image of Buddha might have done. "My child, I've quite given up believing and disbelieving things. I wait to be told, then I ask if it's true. Now you've told me. It isn't true, and that settles the matter." "But whoever could tell you such nonsense, Mrs. Vereker?" "A little bird, my dear." The image of Buddha left off the movement of incredulity, and began a very gentle, slow nod. "A little bird tells me these things. All sorts of things. But now I know this one's untrue. I should never dream of believing it. Not for one moment." Sally felt inclined to pinch, bite, or otherwise maltreat the speaker, so very worthless did her offer of optional disbelief seem, and indeed so very offensive. But her inclination only went the length of wondering how she could get at a vulnerable point through so much fat. "Tishy quarrels with her mother, I know," said she, "but as to her doing anything like that... Besides, she never told me. Besides, I should have been asked to the wedding. Besides, etc." For you see, what this elderly lady had asked the truth about was, had or had not Lætitia Wilson and Julius Bradshaw been married privately 6 months ago? Probably, during eons and epochs of knitting, she had dreamt that someone had told her this. Or even more probably she had invented it on the spot to see what change she could get out of Sally. She knew that Sally, prudently exasperated, would give tongue, whereas conciliatory, cosy inquisition, the right way to approach the elderly gossip, would only make her reticent. Now it was only necessary to knit, and Sally would be sure to develop the subject. The line she appeared to take was that it was a horrible shame of people to say such things, in view of the fact that it was only yesterday that Tishy had quite settled that rash matrimony in defiance of her parents would not only be inexcusable, but wrong. Sally laid a fiery emphasis on the onlyness of yesterday, and seemed to imply that had it been a week ago, there would have been much more plausibility in the story of this secret nuptial of 6 months back. "Besides," she went on, accumulating items of refutation, "Julius has only his salary, and Tishy has nothing, though of course she could teach. Besides, Julius has his mother and sister, and they have only 150 a year. It does as long as they all live together, but it wouldn't do if Julius married." On which the old goody, Sally told her mother after, embarked on a long analysis of how joint housekeeping could be managed if Tishy would consent to be absorbed into the Bradshaw household. She made rather a grievance of it that Sally could not supply data of the sleeping accommodation at Georgiana Terrace, Bayswater. If she had known that, she could have got them all billeted on different rooms. As it was, she had to be content to enlarge on the many economies the family could achieve if they consented to be guided by a person of experience, e.g. herself. "Of course, dinner would have to be late," she said, "because of Mr. Bradshaw not getting home till nearly 8. They would have to make it supper, and it might be cold. It's a great saving, and makes it so easy when there's one servant." Sally shuddered with horror at this implied British household. Poor Tishy! "But they're not going to marry till they see their way!" she exclaimed in despair. She felt that Tishy and Julius were being involved, entangled, enmeshed by an old matrimonial octopus in gilt-rimmed spectacles, like Professor Wilson's, who could knit tranquilly all the while she herself could do nothing to save them. It might be cold. Every evening, perhaps. Who knows? "Very proper, my dear," thus the octopus. "I felt sure such a nice, sensible girl as Miss Wilson never would. That is Conrad." It really was a sound of a latchkey, but speech is no mere slave to fact. "And I was really quite glad when Dr. Prosy came in, the way the goody was going on about Tishy." So Sally said to her mother when she had completed her report of the portion of this visit she chose to tell about. On which her mother said, "What a dear little humbug you are, kitten." And she replied, as we have heard her reply before, "Well, there's nothing in that," and posed as one who has been misrepresented. But her mother stuck to her point, which was that Sally knew she was quite glad when Dr. Vereker came in, Tishy or no. Whatever the reason was that Sally was quite glad at the appearance of Dr. Prosy, there could be no doubt about the fact. Her laugh reached the cook in the kitchen, who denounced Craddock the parlourmaid for not telling her it was Miss Nightingale, when it might have been a visitor, seeing no noise come of it. Cook remarked she knew how it would be. There was the doctor picking up like, and hadn't she told Craddock so? But Craddock said no. "Mrs. Shoesmith again, the everlasting Mrs. Shoesmith!" exclaimed the doctor. It was very unfeeling of them to laugh so over this unhappy woman, who was the survivor of 2 husbands and the proprietor of 1, and the mother of 7 daughters and 5 sons, each of whom was a typical case, and all of whom sought admission to institutes on their merits. The lives of the whole family were passed in applications for testimonials and certificates, alike bearing witness to their chronic qualifications for it. Sally was mysteriously hard-hearted about them, while fully admitting their claims on the public. "That's right, Dr. Conrad." Sally had inaugurated this name for herself. "Honoria Purvis Shoesmith. Mind you put in the Purvis right. Now write down lots of diseases for her to have." Sally is leaning over the doctor's chair to see him write as she says this. There is something in the atmosphere of the situation that seems to clash with the actual business in hand. The doctor endeavours, not seriously enough perhaps, to infuse a flavour of responsibility. My professional dignity, Miss Nightingale, will not permit of the scheme of diagnosis you indicate. If any disorders entirely without symptoms were known to exist, I should be delighted to ascribe the whole of them to Mrs. Shoesmith. Don't be prosy, Dr. Conrad. Fire away. You told me lots. You know you did. Rheumatic arthritis, gout, pyemia. Come, I say, Miss Sally, draw it mild. I never said pyemia. Anemia, perhaps. Very well, and then we can let it go at that. Fire away. The doctor looks round his own corner at the rows of pearls and the laugh that frames them, the merry eyebrows and the scintillating eyes they accentuate. A perilous intoxication, not to be too freely indulged in by a serious professional man at any time. In business hours, certainly not. But if the doctor were quite in earnest over a sort of Spartan declaration of policy his heart feels the prudence of, would that responsive twinkle flutter in his face behind its mock gravity? He is all but head over heels in love with Sally, so why pretend? Really, we don't know, and that's the truth. Wouldn't it be a good way to consider what it is that is really the matter, and make out the statement accordingly? He goes on looking at Sally, scratches himself under the chin with his pen, and waits for an answer. Good, sensible general practitioner. See how practical he is. Now, I should never have thought of that. Well, what shall we put her down as? Chronic arthritis? Spinal curvature? Tuberculosis of the cervical vertebrae? Those all sound very nice, but I don't think it matters which you choose. If she hasn't got it now, she'll develop it if I describe it. When I told her mother couldn't get rid of her neuritis, she immediately asked to know the symptoms, and forthwith claimed them as her own. Well, there now, and to think what I was just saying to Shoesmith this very morning, just in the crick of the thumb joint, you can't hardly abear yourself. And then she told how she said to Shoesmith frequent, where was the use of his getting impatient and exclaiming the worst expressions, because his language went beyond a quart and no reasonable excuse. Mr. Shoesmith doesn't seem a very promising sort. He's a tailor, isn't he? No, he's a messenger. He runs on errands and does odd jobs. But he can't run. I've seen him. He can only shamble. And his voice is hoarse and inaudible. And he has a drawback. 2 drawbacks, in fact. He's no sooner give coppers on a job than he drinks them. What's the other? His susceptibility to intoxicants. His head is that weak that most anything upsets him. So you see. Poor chap. He is handicapped in the race of life. As for his wife, when I saw her, she was suffering with acute rheumatism and bad feeling, and I may add defective reasoning power. However, the doctor fills in blanks, adds a signature, and says, "There we are." And Mrs. Shoesmith is disposed of as an applicant to the institution, and will no doubt reap some benefits that we need not know the particulars of. But she remains as a subject for the student of human life. Also tea comes. Also, which is interesting, Sally proceeds to make it. Now, if the reserves this young lady had made about this visit, if her pretence that it was a necessity arising from a charitable organisation, if the colour that was given to that pretence by her interview with the servant Craddock, if any of these things had been more or less than grossest hypocrisy, would it, we ask you, have been accepted as a matter of course that she should pull off her gloves and sit down to make tea with a mature knowledge of how to get the little linchpin out of the spirit lamp and of how many spoonfuls? No. The fact is, Sally was a more frequent visitor to the image of Buddha than she chose to admit. And as for the doctor, he seized every legitimate opportunity of cello practice at Krakatoa Villa. But GPs cannot call their time their own. "The funny part of Mrs. Shoesmith," said Sally, when the pot was full up and the lid shut, "is that the moment she's brought into contact with warm soapy water and scrubbing brushes, she seems to renew her youth. She brings large pins out of her mouth and secures her apron, and then she scrubs. Now you may blow the methylated out and make yourself useful, Dr. Conrad." "Does she put back the pins when she's done scrubbing?" the doctor asks when he has made himself useful. "She puts them back against another time, so I have understood. I suppose they live in her mouth. That's yours with 2 lumps. That's your mother's. No, I won't pour it yet. She's asleep." For the fact is that the goody, anxious to invest herself with an appearance of forbearance towards the frivolities of youth, readiness to forego from amiability any share in the conversation, insights into the rapport of others, especially male and female rapport, and general superiority to human weakness, had endeavoured to express all these things by laying down her knitting, folding her hands on her circumference, and looking as if she knew and could speak if she chose. But if you do this, even the maintenance of an attentive hypodermic smile is not enough to keep you awake, and off you go. The goody did, and the smile died slowly off into a snore. Never mind, she was in want of rest, so she said. It was curious, too, for she seldom got anything else. It would have been unfeeling to wake her, so Dr. Vereker went and sat a good deal nearer Sally, not to make more noise than was necessary. This reacted, an outsider might have inferred, on the subject matter of the conversation, making it more serious in tone. And as Sally put the little Turk's cap over the pot to keep it warm, and the doctor knew perfectly well that the blacker the tea was, the better his mother liked it, this lasted until that lady woke up with a start, a long time after, and said she must have been asleep. Then, as cook was aware in the kitchen, some more noise came of it, and Sally carried off Mrs. Shoesmith's certificate. "You know, Dr. Conrad, it makes you look like a real medical man," she said at the gate, referring to the detention of the doctor's pill-box, which awaited him, and he replied that it didn't matter. King, the driver, looked as if he thought it did, and appeared morose. Is it because coachmen always keep their appointments with society, and society never keeps its appointments with coachmen, that a settled melancholy seems to brood over them, and their souls seem cankered with misanthropy? The doctor had rather a rough time that evening, for among the patients he was going to try and see and get back to dinner, thus ran current speech of those concerned, there was a young man from the West Indies who had come into something considerable, but he was afflicted with a disorder he called the jumps, and the doctor's diagnosis, if correct, showed that the vera causa of this aptly named disease was alcohol of SPGR something, to which the patient was in the habit of adding very few atoms of water indeed. The doctor was doing all he could to change the regimen, but only succeeded in making his patient weak and promise amendment. On this particular evening the latter quite unexpectedly went for the doctor's throat, shouting, "I see your plans!" and King had to be summoned from his box to help restrain him. So Dr. Vereker was tired when he got home late to dinner, and would have felt miserable, only he could always shut his eyes and think of Sally's hands that had come over his shoulder to discriminate points in Mrs. Shoesmith's Magna Charta. They had come so near him that he could smell the fresh, sweet dressing of the new kid gloves. 6 1/2, we believe. But although he liked his goody mother to talk to him about the girl who had christened her so, he was tired enough this evening to wish that her talk had flowed in a less pebbly channel. For she chose this opportunity to enlarge upon the duties of young married women towards their husbands' parents, their mothers especially. Her conclusion was a little unexpected. "I have said nothing throughout, my dear. I should not dream of doing so. But if I had, I trust I should have made it clearly understood how I regarded Miss Lætitia Wilson's conduct." "But there wasn't any. Nobody contracted a private marriage." "My dear Conrad, have I said that any one has done so? Have I used the expression private marriage?" "Why, no, I don't think you have. Not to-day, at least." "When have I done so? Have I not, on the contrary, from the very beginning told you I should take the first opportunity of disbelieving so absurd and mischievous a story? And have I lost a moment? Was it not the first word I said to Sally Nightingale before you came in, and without a soul in the room to hear? I only ask for justice, but if my son misrepresents me, what can I expect from others?" At this point, patient toleration only. "But, mother dear, I don't want to misrepresent you, only I'll be hanged if I see why Tishy Wilson is to be hauled over the coals." A suggestion of proper spirit showed itself. "I am accustomed to your language, and will say nothing. But, my dear Conrad, for you are always my son, and will remain so, whatever your language may be,
Do you, my dear Conrad, do you really sanction the attitude of a young lady who refuses to marry? Public and private don't come into the matter because of a groundless antipathy? For it is admitted on all hands that Mrs. Julius Bradshaw is a person of rather superior class. She's Mrs. Bradshaw, not Mrs. Julius, but what makes you suppose Tishy Wilson objects to her? My dear Conrad, you know as well as I do that is a mere prevarication. Why evade the point? But in my opinion you do wisely not to attempt any defence of Laetitia Wilson. It may be true that she has not laid herself open to misconstruction in this case, but the lack of good feeling is to all intents and purposes the same as if she had. And I must say, my dear Conrad, I am surprised that a professional man with your qualifications should undertake to justify her. But Miss Wilson hasn't done anything. What are you wigging away at her for, mother dear? Have I not expressly said that she has done nothing whatever? Of course she has not, and I hope never will. But it is easy for you, Conrad, to take refuge in a fact which I have been scrupulously careful to admit from the very beginning. And wigging away! What language! Never mind the language, mother darling. Tell me what it's all about. Tired as he is, he gets up from the chair he has not been smoking in, because this is the drawing-room, to go round and kiss what is probably the fatty integument of a very selfish old woman, but which he believes to be that of an affectionate mother. "What's it all about?" he repeats. "My dear Conrad, is it not a little unfeeling to ask me what it's all about when you know?" "I don't know, mother dear. I can do any amount of guessing, but I don't know." "I think, my dear, if you will light my candle and ring for Craddock to shut up, that I had better go to bed." Which her son does, but perversely abstains from giving the old lady any assistance to saying what it is in her mind to say. But she did not intend to be baffled, for when he had piloted her to her state apartment, carrying her candle, under injunctions on no account to spill the grease, and a magazine of wraps and wools and unintelligible sundries, she contrived to invest an elucidation of her ideas with an appearance of benevolence by working in a readiness to sacrifice herself to her son's selfish longing for tobacco. "Only just hear me to the end, my dear, and then you can get away to your pipe. What I did not say, for you interrupted me, did not relate so much to Miss Laetitia Wilson as to Sally Nightingale. She, I am sure, would never come between any man she married and his mother. I am making no reference to any one whatever, although, however old I am, I have eyes in my head and can see. But I can read character, and that is my interpretation of Sally Nightingale's." "Sally Nightingale and I are not going to make it up, if that's what you mean, mother. She wouldn't have me, for one thing." "My dear, I am not going to argue the point. It is nearly 11, and unless I get to bed I shan't sleep. Now go away to your pipe and think of what I have said, and don't slam your door and wake me when you come up." She offered him a selection to kiss, shutting her eyes tight, and he gave place to Craddock and went away to his unwholesome smelly habit, as his mamma had more than once called it. His face was perplexed and uncomfortable. However, it got ease after a few puffs of pale returns, and a welcome minute of memory of the bouquet of those sixes. But his little happy oasis was a very small one, for a messenger came with a furious pull at the night bell and a summons for the doctor. His delirium tremens case had very nearly qualified its brain for a post-mortem, at least if there were any of it left, by getting at a pistol and taking a bad aim at it. The unhappy dipsomaniac was half shot, and prompt medical attendance was necessary to prevent the something considerable being claimed by his heir at law. Whether this came to pass or not does not concern us. This much is certain, that at the end of 6 months, which this chapter represents, and which you have probably skipped, he was as much forgotten by the doctor as the pipe his patient's suicidal escapade had interrupted, or the semi-vexation with his mother he was using it as an anodyne for. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 26. Mourning at Ladbroke Grove Road and family dissension. Facciolati and a legacy. The last concert this season. The goody will come to Iggulden's, but fancy Prosy in love. Towards the end of the July that very quickly followed, Rosalind noticed an intensification of what might be called the Ladbroke Grove Road Row Chronicle, a record transmitted by Sally to her real and adopted parent in the instalments in which she received it from Tishy. This record on one occasion depicted a battle royal at breakfast. "Over the marmalade," Sally said. She added that the dragon might just as well have let the Professor alone. "He was reading," she said, "the classification of roots in prehistoric dialects, because I saw the back, and Tacitus was on the butter, but the dragon likes the grease to spoil the bindings, and she knows it." A vision of priceless Groliers soaking passed through Rosalind's mind. "Wasn't that what the row was about, then?" she asked. "I don't think so," said Sally, who had gone home to breakfast with Tishy after an early swim. "It's difficult to say what it was about. Really, the Professor had hardly said anything at all, and the dragon said she thought he was forgetting the servants. Fawcett wasn't even in the room, and then the dragon said, 'Yes, shut it,' to Athene. Fancy saying 'yes, shut it' in a confidential semitone. Really, I can't see that it was so very wrong of Egerton, though he is a booby, to say that there was no fun in having a row before breakfast. He didn't mean them to think he meant them to hear." "But how did it get from the marmalade to Tishy's haberdasher?" asked Fenwick. "Can't say, Jeremiah. It all came in a buzz, like a wops's nest, and then Egerton said it was rows, rows, rows all day long, and he should hook it off and get a situation. It is rows, 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 so it's no use pretending it isn't. But it always comes round to the haberdasher grievance in the end. This time Tishy went to her father in the library and confessed up about Kensington Gardens." Both hearers said, "Oh, I see." And then Sally transmitted the report of this interview. It had not been stormy, and may be looked at by the light of the Professor's last remark. "The upshot is, Tish, that you can marry Julius against your mother's consent right off, and never lose a penny of your aunt's legacy." "Legacy is good, very excellent good," said Fenwick. "How much was it, Sarah?" "Oh, I don't know. Lots. A good lot. £1,000. The dragon wanted to make out that it was conditional on her consent to Tishy's marriage. That was fibs. But what I don't see is that Gaffer Wilson ever said a word to Tishy about his own objections to her marrying Julius, if he has any." "Perhaps," Rosalind suggested, "she hasn't told you all he said." But to this Sally replied that Tishy had told her over and over and over again, only she said over so often that her adopted parent said for heaven's sake stop, or he should write the word into his letters. However, the end of the last dispatch was at hand, and he himself took up the conversation on signing it. "Yours faithfully, Algernon Fenwick. That's the lot. I agree with the kitten." "What about?" "About if he has any. I believe he'd be glad if Miss Wilson took the bit in her teeth and bolted." "You agree with Prosy?" As Sally says this without a thought in a thoughtful face but what belongs to the subject, her mother is conscious that she herself is quite prepared to infer that Prosy already knows all about it. She has got into the habit of hearing that he knows about things. "What does Vereker say?" Thus Fenwick. "He'll be here in a minute, and you can ask him. That's him. That's his ring." "It's just like any other ring, chick." It is her mother who speaks, but Sally says, "Nonsense, as if I didn't know Prosy's ring." And Dr. Vereker appears, quartet bound, for this was the weekly musical evening at Krakatoa Villa. "Jeremiah wants to know whether you didn't think Tishy's male parent would be jolly glad if she and Julius took the bit in their teeth and bolted." "I shouldn't be the least surprised if they did," is the doctor's reply, but it does not strike Sally as rising to the height of her draconic summary. "You're not shining, Dr. Conrad," she says. "You're evading the point. What do you think Gaffer Bristles thinks? That's the point." Dr. Conrad appears greatly exhilarated and refreshed by Sally, whose mother seems to share his feeling, but she enjoins caution for all that. "Do take care, kitten," she says. "They're on the stairs." But Sally considers they are miles off and will take ages getting upstairs. "They've only just met at the door," is her explanatory comment, showing appreciation of one human weakness.
"Suppose we were to get it put in more official form," Fenwick suggests. "Would Professor Sales Wilson be very much shocked if his daughter and Paganini made a runaway match of it?"
The name Paganini has somehow leaked out of Catley's counting house and become common property.
"I think, if you ask me," says Vereker, speaking to Fenwick, but never taking his eyes off Sally, on whom they feed, "that Professor Sales Wilson would be very much relieved."
"That's right," says Sally, speaking as to a pupil who has profited. "Now you're being a good little general practitioner." And then, the ages having elapsed with some alacrity, the door opens and the two subjects of discussion make their appearance. The anomalous cousin did not come with them, having subsided. Mrs. Fenwick herself had taken the pianoforte parts lately. She had always been a fair pianist, and application had made her passable, a good makeshift anyhow. So you may fill out the programme to your liking, it really doesn't matter what they played, and consider that this musical evening was one of their best that season. It was just as well it should be so, as it was their last till the autumn. Sally and her mother were going to the seaside all August and some of September, and Fenwick was coming with them for a week at first, and after that for short week-end spells. He had become a partner in the wine business, and was not so much tied to the desk. "Well, then, it's good-bye, I suppose." The speaker is Rosalind herself, as the Stradivarius is being put to bed. But she hasn't the heart to let the verdict stand, at least as far as the doctor is concerned. She softens it, adds a recommendation to mercy. "Unless you'll come down and pay us a visit, we'll put you up somewhere."
"I'm afraid it isn't possible," is the answer.
But the doctor can't get his eyes really off Sally, even as a small boy might strain at the leash to get back to a sauce of cake against the grasp of an iron nurse. Even so, Dr. Conrad rebels against the grip of professional engagements, which is the name of his cold, remorseless tyrant. But Sally is harnessing up a coach and six to drive through human obligations. Her manner of addressing the doctor suggests previous talk on the subject. "You must get the locum and come. You know you can, and it's all nonsense about can't." What would be effrontery in another character makes Sally speak through and across the company. A secret confidence between herself and the doctor that you are welcome to the full knowledge of and be hanged to you is what the matter of the two implies.
"I spoke to Neckett about it, and he can't manage it," says the doctor in the same manner. But the first and second violin are waiting to take leave.
"We'll say good night then, or good-bye, if it's for 6 weeks."
Tishy is perfectly unblushing about the "we." She might be conveying Mr. Tishy away. They go, and get away from Dr. Vereker, by the by. An awkward third isn't wanted.
"There's plenty more Necketts where he comes from," pursues Sally, as the other two, for that is how Fenwick thinks of them, get themselves and their instruments out of the house. "So don't be nonsensical, Dr. Conrad. Stop a moment, I must speak to Tishy." And Sally gives chase and overtakes the other two just by the fire alarm, where Fenwick came to a standstill. Do you remember? It certainly has been a record effort to get away first. You know this experience yourself at parties? Sally speaks to Tishy in the glorious summer night, and the three talk together earnestly under innumerable constellations, and one gas lamp that elbows the starry heavens out of the way, a self-asserting, cheeky gas lamp. The doctor organises tactics rapidly. He can hear that Sally's step goes up the street, and then the voices at a distance. If he can say good-bye and rush away, just as Sally does the same, why then they will meet outside, don't you see? Rosalind and her husband seem to have wireless telegrams passing, for when Sally vanishes there is a ring as of instruction received in the tone of Fenwick's voice as he addresses the doctor. "Couldn't you manage to get your mother to come too, Vereker? She must be terribly in want of a change." "So I tell her, but she's so difficult to move." "Have a sedan chair thing." "I don't mean that. Not physically difficult. I mean She's got so anchored no one can persuade her to move. She hasn't been away for ages. Sally must go and persuade her. It is Rosalind who says this. I'm sure Sally will manage it. She will, if anyone can, says the doctor. Of course, I could soon get a locum if there was a chance of mother. And then the conversation supports itself on the possible impossibility of finding a lodging at St. Sennans-on-Sea, and consoles itself with its intense improbability till the doctor finds it necessary to depart, with the promptitude of a fire-engine suddenly rung up. He had calculated his time to a nicety, for he met Sally just as the other two got safe around the corner. "Oh, no," said Fenwick, replying to a query. "He doesn't mean to carry it all the way. He'll pick up a cab at the corner." The query was about the violoncello, and Fenwick was coming back to the room where his wife was closing the piano in anticipation of Anne. He had discreetly launched the instrument and its owner under the stars and left the street door standing wide open, a shallow pretence that he believed Sally already in touch with it. "They are a funny couple," Rosalind said. "Just fancy, they've known each other 2 years, and there they are. But I do like him. It's all his mother, you know." "What is?" "Why, goose, of course I mean he would speak at once if it wasn't for that obese mother of his."
"But she's so fond of Sally."
In reply to this, his wife kisses his cheeks, forehead and chin consecutively, and he says it was right that time, only the other way round. This refers to a system founded on the crossing incident at Rheims. "Of course she is, darling, or pretends she is, but he can neither divorce his mamma nor ask the kitten to marry her. You see?"
"I see. In fact, I've thought so myself. In confidence, you know. But is no compromise possible?"
Rosalind shakes a slow, regretful, negative head, and her lips form a silent no. Not with her. The woman has her own share of selfishness, and her son's too. He has none.
"But Sally—"
"I see what you mean. Sally goes to the wall one way if she doesn't the other. So he works out selfish, poor dear fellow, in the end. But, Jerry, darling, let me tell you this. You have no idea how impossible that young man thinks it that a girl should love him. If he thought it possible the kitten really cared about, or could care about him, he'd go clean off his head. Indeed, I am right."
"Perhaps you are. There she is."
Sally ran straight upstairs, leaving Anne to close the door. She at once discharged her mind of its burden, more suo. "Prosy thinks so too."
"Thinks what?"
"Thinks they'll go and get married one fine morning, whether or no." But she seemed to be the only one much excited about this. Something was preoccupying the other two minds, and our Sally had not the remotest notion what. Nevertheless, it came about that before the next Monday, the day of Sally's departure with her mother to St. Sennans-on-Sea, that young person paid a farewell visit to the obese mother of her medical adviser, and found her knitting.
"That, my dear, is what I am constantly saying to Conrad," was her reply to a suggestion of Sally's that she wanted change and rest. "Only this very morning, when he came into my room to see that I had fresh-made toast, because you know, my dear, how tiresome servants are about toast. They make it overnight and warm it up in the morning. Cook is no exception, and I have complained till I'm tired. I should be sorry to change. She's been here so long. But I did hear the other day of a nice, respectable person—" Sally interrupted, catching at a slight pause. "But when Dr. Conrad came into your room, what did he say?" "My dear, I was going to tell you." She paused, with closed eyes and folded hands of aggressive patience, for all trace of human interruption to die down, and then resumed. "I said to Conrad, I think you might have thought of that before. And then he was sorry. I will do him that justice. My dear boy has his faults, as I know too well, but he is always ready to admit he is wrong." "We can get you lodgings, you know," said Sally, from sheer intuition, for she had not a particle of information so far about what passed over the toast. The old lady seemed to think the conversation had been sufficiently well filled out, for she merely said, "Facing the sea,"
and went on knitting. Sally and her mother knew St. Sennan well, had been at his watering place twice before, so she was able, as it were, to forecast lodgings on the spot. "I dare say Mrs. Iggulden's is vacant," she said. "I wish you could have hers. She's such a nice old body. Her husband was a pilot, and she has one son a coastguard and another in the Navy, and one daughter has no legs but can do shell work, and the other's married a tax collector." But Goody Vereker was not going to be beguiled into making herself agreeable. She took up the attitude that Sally was young and easily deceived. She threw a wet blanket over her narrative of the Iggulden family and ignored any murmurs that came from beneath it. "Seafaring folk are all alike," so she said. "When I was your age, my dear, I simply worshipped them. My father and all his brothers were devoted to the sea, and my Uncle David published an account of his visit to the Brazils. But you will learn by experience. At any rate, I trust there are no vermin. That is always my terror in these lodging-houses, and ill-aired beds." Was it fair, Sally thought to herself, to expose that dear old Mrs. Iggulden, who lived in a wooden dwelling covered with tar, between two houses built of black shiny bricks, but consisting chiefly of bay windows, with elderly visitors in them looking through telescopes at the shipping, and telling the credulous it was brigs or schooners? Was it fair to expose Mrs. Iggulden to this gilt-spectacled lobworm? Sally didn't know that Mrs. Iggulden could show a proper spirit, because in her own case the conditions had never been favourable. They had practised no incantations. "Very well then, Mrs. Vereker. As soon as ever Mamma and I have shaken down, we'll see about Iggulden's, and if they can't take you, then somebody else will." "I am in your hands," said the Goody, smiling faintly and submissively. She leaned back with her eyes closed and was afraid she had done too much. She used to have periodical convictions to that effect. Sally had an appointment with Lætitia Wilson at the swimming bath, so the Goody, in an access of altruism, perceived that she mustn't keep her. She herself would try to rest a little. All people, as we suppose, lead two lives, more or less. Their outer life, that of the world and action, and an inner life they have all to themselves. But how different is the proportion of the two lives in different subjects, and how much less painful the latter life is when we feel we could tell it all if we chose. Only we don't choose, because it's no concern of yours or anyone else's. This was Sally's frame of mind. She would not have felt the ghost of a reserve of an inmost thought, from her mother, for instance, in the face of questions asked, though she kept her own counsel about many points whose elucidation was not called for. It may easily be that Rosalind asked no questions about some things because she had no wish that her daughter should formulate their answers too decisively. Her relation with Conrad Vereker, for example, was it love or what? If there was to be marrying and families and that sort of thing, and possible interference with swimming matches and athletics and so on, would she as soon choose this man for her accomplice as any other she knew? Suppose she was to hear to-morrow that Dr. Vereker was engaged to Sylvia Peplow. Would she be glad or sorry? Rosalind certainly did ask no such questions. If she had, the answers to the first two would have been, we surmise, very clear and decisive. What nonsense! Fancy Prosy being in love with anybody, or anybody being in love with Prosy. And as for marrying, the great beauty of it all was that there was to be no marrying. Did he understand that? Oh dear, yes. Prosy understood quite well. But we wonder, is the image our mind forms of Sally's answer to the third question correct or incorrect? It presents her to us as answering rather petulantly, "Why shouldn't Dr. Conrad marry Miss Peplow if he likes and she likes? I dare say she'd be ready enough, though." And then pretending to look out of the window. And shortly afterwards, "I suppose Prosy has a right to his private affairs as much as I have to mine," but with lips that tighten over her speech, without a smile. Note that this is all pure hypothesis. But she had nothing to conceal that she knew of, had Sally. What a difference there was between her inner world and her mother's, who could not breathe a syllable of that world's history to any living soul. Rosalind acknowledged to herself now how great the relief had been when, during the few hours that passed between her communication to her old friend on his deathbed and the last state of insensibility from which he never rallied, there had actually been on this earth one other than herself who knew all her story and its strange outcome. For those few hours she had not been alone, and the memory of it helped her to bear her present loneliness. She could hear again, when she woke in the stillness of the night, the voice of the old man, a whisper struggling through his half-choked respiration that said again and again, "Oh, Rosey, darling, can it be true? Thank God! Thank God!" And the fact that what she had then feared had never come to pass, the fact that, contrary to her expectations, he had been strangely able to look the wonder in the face and never flinch from it, seeing nothing in it but a priceless boon. This fact seemed to give her now the fortitude to bear without help the burden of her knowledge, the knowledge of who he was, this man that was beside her in the stillness, this man whose steady breathing she could hear, whose heartbeats she could count. And her heart dwelt on the old soldier's last words, strangely, almost incredibly resonant, a hard-won victory in his dying fight for speech. "Evil has turned to good. God be praised." It had almost seemed as if the parting soul, on the verge of the strangest chance man has to face, lost all measure of the strangeness of any earthly thing, and was sensible of nothing but the wonderment of the great cause of all. But one thing that she knew, and could not explain, was that this secret knowledge, burdensome in itself, relieved the oppression of one still more burdensome, and helped her to drive it from her thoughts. We speak of the collision of the record in her mind of what her daughter was and whence, with the fact that Sally was winding herself more and more, daughter-wise, round the heart of a man whose bond with her mother she, small and unconscious, had had so large a share in rending asunder 20 years ago. It was to her, in its victory over crude physical fact, even while it oppressed her, a bewildering triumph of spirit over matter, of soul over sense, this firm consolidating growth of an affection such as nature means but often fails to reach between child and parent. And as it grew and grew, her daughter's actual paternity shrank and dwindled until it might easily have been held a matter for laughter, but for the black cloud of devildom that hung about it, and stamped her as the infant of a nativity in the Venusberg, whose growing afterlife had gone far to shroud the horror of its lurid caverns with a veil of oblivion. We say all these things quite seriously of our Sally, in spite of her incorrigible slanginess and vulgarity. We can now go on to St. Sennans-on-Sea, where we shall find her in full blow, but very sticky with the salt water she passes really too much of her time in, even for a merpussy. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 27. St. Sennans-on-Sea. Miss Gwendolen Arkwright. Would any other child have been Sally? How Mrs. Iggulden's cousin Solomon surrendered his couch. St. Sennans-on-Sea consists of 2 parts, the new and the old. The old part is a dear little old place, and the new part is beastly. So Sally says, and she must know, because this is her 3rd visit. The old part consists of Mrs. Iggulden's and the houses we have described on either side of her, and maybe 24 more wooden or black brick dwellings of the same sort. Also of the beach and its interesting lines of breakwater that are so very jolly to jump off, or lie down and read novels under in the sea smell. Only not too near the drains, if you know it. If you don't know it, it doesn't matter so much, because the smell reminds you of the seaside, and seems right and fitting. You must take care how you jump, though, off these breakwaters, because where they are not washed inconceivably clean, and all their edges smoothed away beyond belief by the tides that come and go for ever, they are slippery, with green sea ribbons that cling close to them, and green sea fringes that cling closer still, and brown sea ramifications that are studded with pods that pop if you tread on them, but are not quite so slippery, only you may just as well be careful even with them. And we should recommend you, before you jump, to be sure that you are not hooked over a bolt, not merely because you may get caught and fall over a secluded reading public on the other side, but because the red rust comes off on you and soils your white petticoat. If you don't mind jumping off these breakwaters, and it really is rather a lark, you may tramp along the seafront quite near up to where the fishing luggers lie, each with a capstan all to itself, under the little extra old town the red-tanned fishing nets live in houses that are like sailless windmill tops, whose plank walls have almost merged their outlines in innumerable coats of tar, laid by long generations back of the forefathers of the men in oilcloth head-and-shoulder hats who repair their nets for ever in the Channel wind. Unless you want a boat to-day, in which case they will scull you about while you absolutely ache sympathetically with their efforts, of which they themselves remain serenely unaware till you've been out long enough. Then they beat you cleverly on the top of a wave, and their family circle seizes you, boat and all, and runs you up the shingle before the following wave can catch you and splash you, which it wants to do. There is an aroma of the Norman Conquest and of the Domesday Book about the old town. Research will soon find out, if she looks sharp, that there is nothing Norman in the place except the old arch in the amorphous church tower and a castle at a distance on the flats. But the flavour of the past is stronger in the scattered memories of bygone sea battles not a century ago, and the names of streets that do not antedate the Georges, than in these mere scraps that are always open to the reproach of medievalism and are separated from us by a great gulf. And it doesn't much matter to us whether the memories are of victory or defeat, or the names those of sweeps or heroes. All's one to us. We glow, perhaps rashly, for you see we really know very little about them, and he who has read no history to speak of, if he glows about the past on the strength of his imperfect data, may easily break his molasses jug. So whether our blood is stirred by Nelson and Trafalgar, whereof we have read, or by the Duke of York and Walcheren, whereof we haven't, or Mighty Little, we feel in touch with both these heroes, for they are modern. Both have columns, anyhow, and we can dwell upon their triumph or defeat almost as if it wasn't history at all, but something that really happened, without running any risk of being accused of archaism or of deciphering musty tomes. And we can enjoy our expedition all the same to the ruined keep in the level pastures, where the long-horned black cattle stand and think, and flap their tails still, just as they did in the days when the basement dungeons, now choked up, held real prisoners with real broken hearts. But there is modern life too at St. Sennans, institutions that keep abreast of the century. Half the previous century ago, when we went there first, the circulating library consisted, so far as we can recollect it, of a net containing bright leather balls, a collection of wooden spades and wheelbarrows, a glass jar with powder puffs, another with toothbrushes, a rocking horse, rashly stocked in the first heated impulse of an overconfident founder, a few other trifles, and, most important of all, a bookcase that supplied the title role to the performance. That bookcase contained, we are confident, Edition Principe of Mrs. Ratcliffe, Sir Walter Scott, Bulwer Lytton, Currer Bell, well, even Fanny Burney, if you come to that. There certainly was a copy of Frankenstein, and 50 years ago our flesh was so compliant as to creep during its perusal. It wouldn't now. But even 50 years ago there was never a volume that had not been defaced out of all knowledge by crooked marks of the most inquisitive interrogation and straight marks of the most indignant astonishment by the reading public in the shadows of the breakwaters. It really read, that public did, and what's more, it often tore out the interesting bits to take away. I remember great exasperation when a sudden veil was drawn over the future of two lovers, just as the young gentleman had flung himself into the arms of the young lady. An unhallowed fiend had cut off the sequel with scissors and boned it. That was done, or much of it, when the books were new, and the railway station was miles away. When the church wasn't new, but old, which was better. It has been made new since, and has chairs in it, and memorial windows by Stick & Co. In those days its Sunday folk were fisher folk mostly, and a few local magnates or parvates, squirophants they might be called, and a percentage of the visitors. Was St. Sennan glad or sorry, we wonder, when the last two sorts subscribed and restored him? If we had been he, one of us would have had to have the temper of a saint to keep cool about it. Anyhow, it's done now, and can't be undone. But the bathing machines are not restored, at any rate. Those indescribables yonder, half rabbit hutch, half dry dock. A long row for ladies and a short one for gentlemen, 300 yards apart. Couldn't trust 'em any nearer, bless you. These superannuated God-knows-whats, struggling against disintegration from automatic plunges down a rugged beach, and creaking journeys back you are asked to hold on through. It's no use going on drying. These tributes to public decorum you can find no room in and probably swear at. No sacrilegious restorer has laid his hands on these. They evidently contemplate going on forever, for though their axes grow more and more oblique every day, their self-confidence remains unshaken. But then they think they are St. Sennans, and that the wooden houses are subordinate accidents, and the church a mere tributary that was a little premature, got there first in its hurry to show respect for them. And no great wonder, seeing what a figure they cut, seen from a boat when you have a row, or rather used to cut. For now the new town, which is beastly, has come on the cliff above, and looks for all the world as if it was St. Sennans, and speaks contemptuously of the real town as the beach houses. The new town can only be described as a tidy nightmare. Yet it is a successful creation of the brains that conceived it, a successful creation of ground rents. As a development of land ripe for building, with more yards of frontage to the main road than at first sight geometry seems able to accommodate, it has been taking advantage of unrivalled opportunities for a quarter of a century, backed by advances on mortgage. It is the envy of the neighbouring proprietors east and west along the coast, who have developed their own eligible sites, past all remedy and our endurance, and now have to drain their purses to meet the obligations to the professional mortgagee, who is biding his hour in peace, waiting for the fruit to fall into his mouth, and murderously sure of his prey. But at St. Sennans a mysterious silence reigns behind a local office that yields keys on application, and answers all inquiries, and asks ridiculous rents. And this silence, or its keeper, is said to have become enormously rich over in the new town. The shareholders in the St. Sennans Hotel Limited cannot have become rich. If they had, surely they would provide something better for a hungry paying supplicant than a scorched, greasy chop, inflamed at the core, and glass bottles containing a little pellucid liquid that parts with its carbon dioxide before you can effect a compromise with the cork, which pushes in, but not so as to attain its ideal. So your seltzer water doesn't pour fast enough to fizz outside the bottle, and your heart is sad. Of course you can have wine if you come to that, for look at the wine list. Only the company's ideas of the value of wine are not limited, and if you decide not to be sordid and order a 3-shilling bottle of Medoc, you will find its contents to be very limited indeed. But why say more than that it is an enormous hotel at the seaside? You know all about them, and what it feels like in rainy weather, when the fat gentleman has got today's Times and means to read all through the advertisement column before he gives up the leaders, and you have to spend your time turning over thick and shiny snapshot journals with a surfeit of pictures in them, or the real lady, or the ladylike lady, or the titled lady, the portraits of whom, one or other of them, sweep in curves about their folio pages, and while they fascinate you, make you feel that you would falter on the threshold of matrimony, if only because they couldn't possibly take nourishment. Would not the discomfort of meals eaten with a companion who could swallow nothing justify a divorce à mensa? A 6-shilling volume might be written about the new hotel, with an execration on every page. Don't let us have anything to do with it, but keep as much as possible at the sea houses under the cliff, which constitute the only St. Sennans necessary to this story. We shall be able to do so, because when Mrs. and Mr. Fenwick and their daughter went for a walk, they always went up the cliff pathway, which had steps cut in the chalk, past the boat upside down, where new-laid eggs could be brought from the coastguard's wife. And this path avoided the new town altogether, and took them straight to the cliff track that skirted growing wheat and blazing poppies, till you began to climb the smooth hill pasture the foolish wheat had encroached upon in the protection days, when it was worth more than Southdown mutton. And now every ear of it would have been repenting in sackcloth and ashes if it had been qualified by nature to know how little it would fetch per bushel. But it wasn't. And when, the day after their arrival, Rosalind and her husband were on the beach, talking of taking a walk up that way when Sally came out, it could have heard, if it would only have stood still, the sheep bells on the slopes above reproaching it, and taunting it with its usurpation and its fruitless end. Perhaps it was because it felt ashamed that it stooped before the wind that carried the reproachful music and drowned it in a silvery rustle. The barley succeeded the best. You listen to the next July barley field you happen on, and hear what it can do when a breeze comes with no noise of its own. Down below on the shingle the sun was hot and the tide was high, and the water was clear and green close to the shore, and jellyfish abounded. You could look down into the green from the last steep ridge at the high water mark, and if you looked sharp you might see one abound. Only you had to be on the alert to jump back if a heave of the green transparency surged across the little pebbles that could gobble it up before it was all over your feet, but didn't this time. Oh dear, how hot it was! Sally had the best of it, for the allusion to Sally's coming out referred to her coming out of the water, and she was staying in a long time. "The child's been 24 minutes already," said her mother, consulting her watch. "Just look at her out there on the horizon. What on earth are they doing?" It was a little inexplicable. At that moment Sally and her friend, it was one Fräulein Braun, who had learned swimming in the baths on the Rhone at Geneva and in Paris, appeared to be nothing but two heads, one close behind the other, moving slowly on the water. Then the heads parted company, and apparently their owners lay on their backs in the water and kicked up the British Channel. "They're saving each other's lives," said Gerry. He got up from a nice intaglio he had made to lie in, and after shaking off a good bushel of small pebbles a new-made beach acquaintance of 4 had heaped upon him, resorted to a double opera glass to see them better. "The kitten wanted me to get out of my depth for her to tow me in, but I didn't fancy it. Besides, a sensitive British public would have been scandalised." "You never learned to swim, then, Gerry?" She stopped herself just in time. The words "after all" were on her lips. Without them her speech was mere chat. With them it would have been a match to a mine. She sometimes wished in these days that the mine might explode of itself and give her peace. "I suppose I never did," replied her husband as a matter of course. "At least I couldn't do it when I tried in the water just now. I should imagine I must have tried BC, or I shouldn't have known how to try. It's not a thing one forgets, so they say." He paused for a few seconds and then added, "Anyhow, it's quite certain I couldn't do it." There was not a trace of consciousness on his part of anything in her mind beyond what her words implied, but she felt in peril of fire so close to him, with a resurrection of an image in it, a vivid one, of the lawn tennis garden of 20 years ago, and the speech of his friend, the real Fenwick, about his inability to swim. The sense of peril did not diminish as he continued. "I've found out a lot of things I can do in the way of athletics, sir. I seem to know how to wrestle, which is very funny. I wonder where I learned. And you saw how I could ride at Sir Mountmassingham's last month." This referred to a country visit, which has not come into our story. "And that was very funny about the boxing. Such a peaceful old fogey as your husband. Wasn't it, Rosey darling?" "Why won't you call the Bart by his proper name, Gerry? Wasn't what?" "Funny about the gloves. You know that square fellow? He was a well-known prize fighter that young Sales Wilson had picked up and brought down to teach the boys. You remember him? He went to church and was very devout. I remember. Well, it was in the billiard-room after dinner. He said quite suddenly, 'This gentleman now can make use of his daddles. I can see it in him.' Meaning me. 'What makes you think that, Mr. Macmurrough?' said I. 'We have the fancy, sir,' says he. 'See these things, without referring to no books, by the light of nature.' And next day we had a set-to with the gloves, and his verdict was, 'Only just short of professional.' Those boys were delighted. I wonder how and when I became such a dab at it." "I wonder." Rosalind doesn't seem keen on the subject. "I wish those crazy girls would begin to think of coming in. If it's going to be like this every day, I shall go home to London, Jerry." "Perhaps when Vereker comes down on Monday he'll be able to influence. Medical authority." Here the beach acquaintance, who had kept up a musical undercurrent of disjointed comment, perceived an opportunity for joining more actively in the conversation. "My mamma says... My mamma says... My mamma says..." "Yes, little pet, what does she say?" Thus Rosalind. "Yes, Miss Gwendolen Arkwright, what does she say?" Thus Fenwick, on whom Miss Arkwright is seated. "My mamma says she wishes us not to paggle, Tundy, when the tides is goed out, but my mamma says... My mamma says..." "Yes, darling." "My mamma says we must paggle Monday, up to here." Miss Arkwright indicates the exact high water mark sanctioned, candidly. "With no shoes and no stockings." And then she becomes diffuse. "And my big sister Totie's doll came out in my bed, and Dane dusted her out with a duster, and I can do sums, and they make 3. At this point, Miss Arkwright's copy runs short, and she seizes the opportunity for a sort of seated dance of satisfaction at her own eloquence, a kind of subjective horsemanship. "I wish I never had to do any sums that made more than 3, is the putative horse's comment. But there are only 2 possible, alas, and the totals are stale, as you might say. "I'm afraid my little girl's being troublesome." Thus the mamma, looking round a huge groin of breakwater a few yards off. "Troublesome, madame!" exclaims Fenwick, using French unexpectedly. "She's the best company in Sussex." But Miss Arkwright's nurse Jane domineers into the peaceful circle with a clairvoyance that Miss Gwendolen is giving trouble, and bears her away rebellious. "What a shame," says Jerry, sotto voce. "But I wonder why I said madame." "I remember you said it once before." And she means to add, "the first time you saw me," but dubs it in thought a needless lie, and substitutes, "that day when you were electrocuted," and then imagines she has flinched, and adds her original text boldly. She isn't sorry when her husband merely says, "That was queer too," and remains looking through his telescope at the swimmers. "They're coming at last, a couple of young monkeys," is her comment. And sure enough, after a very short spell of stylish side-strokes, Sally's voice and laugh are within hearing, ahead of her companion's more guttural intonation. Her mother draws a long breath of relief as the merpussy vanishes under her awning, and is shouted and tapped at to hold tight, while Capstan Power tugs and strains to bring her dressing-room up a sharp slope out of reach of the sea. "Well, Jeremiah, and what have you got to say for yourself?" says the merpussy soon after, just out of her machine, with a huge mass of briny black hair spread out to dry. The tails had to be split and sorted and shaken out at intervals to give the air a chance. Sally was blue and sticky all over, and her fingertips and nails all one colour. But her spirits were boisterous. "What about?" "What about, indeed? About not coming into the water to be pulled out. You promised you would, you know you did." "I did, but subject to a reasonable interpretation of the compact. I should have been out of my depths ever so long before you could reach me. Why didn't you come closer?" "How could I, with a fat pink party drying itself next door? You wouldn't have if it had been you and him Goody Vereker." "Sally, darling," her mother remonstrates. "Well, there's nothing in that. As if we didn't all know what the Goody would look like." Rosalind is really afraid that the strict mamma of her husband's recent incubus will overhear, and sit at another breakwater next day. "Come along," she says. dispersively and emphatically. "We shall have the shoulder of mutton spoiled." "No, we shan't, shall we, Jeremiah? We've talked it over, me and Jeremiah, haven't we, Gaffer Fenwick?" She is splitting up the salt congestions of his mane as she sits by him on the shingle. He confirms her statement. "We have, and we have decided that if we are 2 hours late it may be done enough, but that in any case the so-called gravy will be grey hot water." "Get up and come along, and don't be a mad kitten. I shall go and leave you two behind, so now you know." And Rosalind goes away up the shingle. "What makes mother look so serious sometimes, kitten?" She did just now. "She's jealous of you and me flirting like we do. Don't put your hat on. Let the sun dry you up a bit. Does she really look serious, though? Do you mean it?" "Yes, I mean it. It comes and goes, but when I ask her she only laughs at me." A painful thought crosses Sally's mind. Is it possible that some of her reckless escapades have froisséed her mother? She goes off into a moment's contemplation, then suddenly jumps up with, "Come along, Jeremiah," and follows her up the beach. But the gravity on the face of the latter, by now halfway to the house, had nothing to do with any of Sally's shocking vulgarities and outrageous utterances. No, nor even with the green-eyed monster jealousy her unscrupulous effrontery had not hesitated to impute. She allowed it to dominate her expression, as there was no one there to see, until the girl overtook her. Then she wrenched her face and her thoughts apart with a smile. "You are a mad little goose," said she. But the thing that weighted her mind, oppressed or puzzled her as might be, what was it? Had she been obliged to answer the question offhand, she herself might have been at a loss to word it, though she knew quite well what it was. It was the old clash between the cause of Sally and its result. It was the thought that but for a memory that every year seemed to call for a stronger forgetfulness, a more effective oblivion, this little warm star that had shone upon and thawed a frozen life, this salve for the wound it sprang from, would have remained unborn, a nonentity. Yes, she might have had another child, true, but would that child have been Sally? She was so engrossed with her husband and he with her that she felt she could, as it were, have trusted him with his own identity. But then how about Sally? Though she might, with time, show him the need for concealment, how be sure that nothing should come out in the very confusion of the springing of the mine? She could trust him with his identity, yes, not Sally with hers. Her great surpassing terror was, do you see, not the effect on him of learning about Sally's strange provenance, but for Sally herself. The terrible knowledge she could not grasp the facts without would cast a shadow over her whole life. So she thought and turned and looked down on the beach. There below her was this unsolved mystery sitting in the sun beside the man whose life it had rent asunder from its mother's 20 years ago. And as Rosalind looked at her, she saw her capture and detain his hat. "To let his mane dry, I suppose," said Rosalind. "I hope he won't get a sunstroke." She watched them coming up the shingle, and decided that they were going on like a couple of school children. They were, rather. Perhaps the image in Sally's profane mind of hers affectionately Rebecca Vereker, before or after an elderly bathe, would not have appeared there if she had not received that morning a letter so signed, announcing that, subject to a variety of fulfilments, among which the will of God had quite a conspicuous place, she and her son would make their appearance next Monday, as our text had already hinted. On which day the immature legs of Miss Gwendolen Arkwright were to be released from a seclusion by which some religious object, undefined, had been attained the day before. But the conditions which had to be complied with by the lodgings it would have been possible for this lady to occupy were such as have rarely been complied with, even in houses built specially to meet their requirements. Each window had to confront not a particular quarter, but a particular 90th of the compass. A full view of the sea had to be achieved from a sitting-room not exposed to its glare, an attribute destructive of human eyesight and fraught with curious effects on the nerves. But the bedrooms had to look in directions foreign to human experience, directions from which no wind ever came at night. A house of which every story rotated on an independent vertical axis might have answered. Nothing else would. Even then, space would have called for modification, and astronomy and meteorology would have had to be patched up. Then, with regard to the different levels of the floors, concession was implied to a flat, but stairways granted, the risers were to be at 0 and the treads at boiling point. A strained simile. As to cookery, the services of a chef with great powers of self-subordination seemed to be pointed at, a cordon bleu ready to work in harness. Hygienic precautions, such as might have been insisted on by an Athanasian sanitary inspector on the premises of an Arian householder, were made a sine qua non. Freedom from vibration from vehicles was so firmly stipulated for that nothing short of a balloon from Shepherd's Bush could possibly have met the case. The only relaxation in favour of the possible was a diseased readiness to accept shakedowns, sandwiches standing, cuts off the cold mutton, and snacks generally, on behalf of her son. Mrs. Iggulden, who was empty both sets on Monday, didn't answer in any one particular to any of these requisitions, but a spirit of overgrown compromise crept in, making a sufficient number of reasons why no one of them could be complied with an equivalent of compliance itself. Only in respect of certain racks and tortures for the doctor was Mrs. Iggulden induced to lend herself to dangerous innovation. "I can't have poor Prosy put to sleep in a bed like this," said Sally, punching in the centre of one and finding a hideous crossbar. Either Mrs. Iggulden's nephew must saw it out and tighten up the sacking from end to end, or she must get a Christian bed. Poor Prosy! Whereon Mrs. Iggulden explained that her nephew had, by an act of self-sacrifice, surrendered this bed as a luxury for lodgers in the season, having himself a strong congenital love of bisection. He hadn't slept at night so sound 2 months past, and the crossbar would soothe his slumbers. So it was finally settled that the Goody and her son should come to Iggulden's, the question of which set she should occupy being left open until she should have inspected the stairs. Thereon Mrs. Iggulden's nephew, whose name was Solomon, contrived a chair to carry the good lady up them, which she, though faint, declined to avail herself of when she arrived, perhaps seeing her way to greater embarrassment for her species by being supported slowly upstairs with a gasp at each step and a moan at intervals. However, she was got up in the end, and thought she could take a little milk with a teaspoonful of brandy in it. But as to giving any conception of the difficulties that arose at this point in determining the choice between above and below, that must be left to your imagination. A conclusion was arrived at in time, in a great deal of it, and the Goody was actually settled on the ground floor at Mrs. Iggulden's, and contriving to battle against collapse from exhaustion, with an implication that she had no personal interest in reviving, but would do it for the sake of others. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 28. How Sally put the finishing touch on the doctor who couldn't sleep. Of the Grand Duke of Hesse-Junkerstadt. And of an interview overheard. Fenwick was not a witness of this advent, as the Monday on which it happened had seen his return to town. He had had his preliminary week, and his desk was crying aloud for him. He departed, renewing a solemn promise to write every day, as the train came into the little station at Egbert's Road for St. Sennans and Growborough. It is only a single line even now to St. Sennans from here, but as soon as it was done it was good-bye to all peace and quiet for St. Sennan. Rosalind and her daughter came back in the omnibus, not the one for the hotel, but the one usually spoken of as Padlock's, the one that lived at the Admiral Collingwood, the nearest approach to an inn in the old town. The word omnibus applied to it was not meant literally by Padlock, but only as a declaration of his indifference as to which 4 of the planet's teeming millions rode in it. This time there was no one else except a nice old farmer's wife, who spoke to each of the ladies as my dear, and of each of them as your sister. Rosalind was looking wonderfully young and handsome, certainly. They secured all the old lady's new-laid eggs, because there would be Mrs. Vereker in the evening. We like adhering to these ellipses of daily life. Next morning Sally took Dr. Vereker for a walk round to show him the place. Try to fancy the condition of a young man of about 30 who had scarcely taken his hand from the plough of general practice for 4 years, for his holidays had been mighty insignificant, suddenly inaugurating 3 weeks of paradise in the society man most covets, of delicious seclusion remote from patients, a happy valley where stethoscopes might be forgotten and carbolic acid was unknown, where diagnosis ceased from troubling and prognosis was at rest. He got so intoxicated with Sally that he quite forgot to care if the cases he had left to Mr. Neckett, who had been secured as a substitute after all, survived or got terminated fatally. Bother them and their moisturals and cardiac symptoms and effusions of blood on the brain. Dr. Conrad was a young man of an honest and credulous nature, with a turn for music naturally, and an artificial bias towards medicine infused into him by his father, who had died while he was yet a boy. His honesty had shown itself in the loyalty with which he carried out his father's wishes, and his credulity in the readiness with which he accepted his mother's self-interested versions of his duty towards herself. She had given him to understand from his earliest years that she was an unselfish person and entitled to be ministered unto, and that it was the business of every one else to see that she did not become the victim of her own self-sacrifice. At the date of this writing, her son was passing through a stage of perplexity about his duty to her in its relation to his possible duty to a wife undefined. That he might not be embarrassed by too many puzzles at once, he waived the question of who this wife was to be, and ignored the fact that would have been palpable to any true reading of his mind, that if it had not been for Miss Sally Nightingale, this perplexity might never have existed. He satisfied his conscience on the point by a pretext that Sally was a thing on a pinnacle, out of his reach, not for the likes of him. He made believe that he was at a loss to find a foothold on his greasy pole, but was seeking one in complete ignorance of what would be found at the top of it. This shallow piece of self-deception was ripe for disillusionment when Sally took its victim out for a walk round to show him the place. It had the feeblest hold on existence during the remainder of the day, throughout which our medical friend went on dram drinking, knowing the dangers of his nectar draughts, but as helpless against them as any other dram drinker. It broke down completely and finally between moonrise and midnight, a period that began with Sally calling under Iggulden's window, "Come out, Dr. Conrad, and see the phosphorescence in the water. It's going to be quite bright presently," and ended with, "Good gracious, how late it is! Shan't we catch it?" An exclamation both contributed to, for it was certainly past 11 o'clock. But in that little space it had broken down, that delusion. And the doctor knew perfectly well, before 10 o'clock certainly, that all the abstract possible wives of his perplexity meant Sally, and Sally only. And further, that Sally was at every point of the compass, that she was in the phosphorescence of the sea and the still golden colour of the rising moon, that space was full of her, and that each little wave splash at their feet said, "Sally," and then gave place to another that said, "Sally," again. Poor Prosy. But what did they say, the two of them? Little enough, mere merry chat. But on his part so rigid a self-constraint underlying it that we are not sure some of the little waves didn't say, not Sally at all, but Miss Nightingale. And a persistent sense of a thought that was only waiting to be thought as soon as he should be alone, that was going to run somewhat thus. How could it come about that this girl, whom I idolize till my idolatry is almost pain, this girl who has been my universe this year past, though I would not confess it, this wonder whom I judge no man worthy of, myself least of all, that she should be cancelled, made naught of, hushed down, to be the mate of a poor G.P., to visit his patients and leave cards, make up his little accounts perhaps, certainly to live with his mother. But he knew under the skin that he would be even with that disloyal thought, and would stop it off at this point in time to believe he hadn't thought it. Still, for all that this disturbing serpent would creep into his Eden, for all that he would have given worlds to dare a little more that moment in the moonlight, with a glow-flecked water at his feet and hers, and the musical shingle below, and a sense of Christy minstrels singing about Billy Patterson somewhere in the warm night air above, and the flash of the great revolving light along the coast, answering the French lights across the great, dark, silent sea. That moment was the record moment of his life till then. It would never do to say so to Sally, that was all. But it was true for all that. For his life had been a dull one, and the only comfort he could get out of the story of it so far was that at least there was no black page in it he would like to cut out. Sally might read them all, and welcome. Their relation to her had become the point to consider. You see, at heart he was a slow coach, a milksop, nothing of the man of the world about him. Well, her race had had a dose of the other sort in the last generation. Had the breed wearied of it? Was that Sally's unconscious reason for liking him? "How very young Prosy has got all of a sudden," was Sally's postscript to this interview, as she walked back to their own lodgings with her mother, who had been relieving guard with the selfless one while the doctor went out to see the phosphorescence. "He's like a boy out for a holiday," her mother answered. "I had no idea Dr. Conrad could manage such a colour as that. I thought he was pallid and studious." "Poor dear! We should be pallid and studious if it was cases all day long, and his ma at intervals. Do you know, kitten darling, I can't help thinking perhaps we do that poor woman an injustice." "Can't you?" Thus Sally in a parenthetic voice. "And that she really isn't such a very great humbug after all." "Why not?" "Because she would be such a very great humbug. Don't you see, chick?" "Why shouldn't she? Somebody must, or there'd be no such thing." "Why should there be any such thing?" "Because of the word. Somebody must, or there'd be no one to hook it to. Have they stopped, I wonder, or are they going to begin again?" This referred to the Ethiopian banjos afar. "I do declare they're going to sing Pesky Jane, and it's nearly 12 o'clock." "Never mind them. How do you come to know all the vulgar nigger songs? I was going to say, it's very difficult to believe it's quite all humbug when one hears her talk about her son and his welfare and his prospects and... I know what she talked about. When her dear son marries, she's going to devote herself to him and her dear daughter that will be. Wasn't that it?" "Yes, but then she couldn't say more than that all she had would be theirs, and she would take her to her bosom, etc., could she?" "She'll have to pull a long way." The vulgar child's mind has flown straight to the goodie's outline in profile. She is quite incorrigible. "But wasn't that what old Mr. Turveydrop said, or very nearly? Of course, one has to consider the parties and make allowance." "Sallykin, what a madcap you are! You don't care what you say." "Well, there's nothing in that. But look here, mummy darling, did that good woman, in all she said to-night, all the time she was jawing, did she once lose sight of her meritorious attitude?" "It may only be a façon de parler, a sort of habit." "But it isn't. Jeremiah says so. We've talked it over, us two. He says he wouldn't like his daughter, meaning me, to marry poor Prosy because of the goody." "Are you sure he meant you? Did you ask him?" "No, because I wasn't going to twit Jeremiah with being only step. We kept it dark who was what. But of course he meant me, like a submarine telegraph." Sally stopped a moment in gravity. Then she said, "Mother dear." "What, kitten?" "What a pity it is Jeremiah is only step. Just think how nice if he'd been real. Now, if you'd only met 20 years sooner." A nettle to grasp presented itself, a bad one. Rosalind seized it bodily. "I shouldn't have had my kitten," she said. "I see. I should have been somebody else. But that wouldn't have mattered to me." "It would have, to me." But this is the most she can do in the way of nettle grasping. She is glad when St. Sennan from his tower with the undoubted peace of Norman begins to count 12 and gives her an excuse for a recall to duty. "Do think how we're keeping poor Mrs. Lobjoit up, you unfeeling child," is her appeal on behalf of their own fisherman's wife. Sally is just taking note of a finale of the Ethiop choir. They've done Pesky Jane, and they're going away to bed, she says. How the black must come off on the sheets! And then they hurried home to sleep sound. But there was little sleep for the doctor that night, perhaps because he had got so young all of a sudden. So it didn't matter much that his mother countermanded his proposal that bed should be gone to, on the ground that it was so late now that she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. If she could have gone an hour ago, it would have been different. Now it was too late. An aggressive submissiveness was utilised by the good lady to the end of his discomfort and that of Mrs. Iggulden, who, perhaps from some memories of the Norman Conquest hanging about the neighbourhood, would never go to bed as long as a light was burning in her house. "It is very strange and unusual, I know," she continued saying, after she had scarified a place to scratch on. "Your great-uncle Everett Gayler did not scruple to call it phenomenal, and that when I was the merest child. After 11, no sleep." She continued her knitting with tenacity to illustrate her wakefulness. "But I am glad, dear Conrad, that you forgot about me. You are in pleasanter society than your old mother's. No one shall have any excuse for saying I am a burden on my son. No, my dear boy, my wish is that you shall feel free." She laid aside the knitting needles, and folding her hands across the outlines Sally was to be dragged up or along, dropped her eyelids over a meek glare, and sat with a fixed, submissive under-smile slightly turned towards her son. "But I thought, mother, as Mrs. Fenwick was here..." Slow, slight, acquiescent nods stopped him. They were enough to derail any speech except the multiplication table or the house that Jack built. But she waited with exemplary patience for certainty that the train had stopped, then spoke as one that gives a commission to speech and observes its execution at a distance. Her expression remained immutable. "She is a well-meaning person," said she. "I didn't know how late it was." Poor Dr. Conrad gives up self-defence, climbs down. The time ran away. It had done so, there was no doubt about that. "And you forgot your mother. But Mrs. Fenwick is a well-meaning person. We will say no more about it." Whereupon her son, feeling that silence is golden, said nothing. But he went and kissed her for all that. She said inscrutably, "You might have kissed me." But whether she was or wasn't referring to the fact that she had succeeded in negotiating his kiss on the rim of her spectacles, Conrad couldn't tell. Probably she meant he might have kissed her before. There was no doubt, however, about her intention of knitting till past 1 in the morning. She did it, enlarging on the medical status of her illustrious uncle, Dr. Everett Gayler, who had just crept into the conversation. Her son wasn't so sorry for this as Mrs. Iggulden, who dozed and waked with starts, on principle, outside in the passage unseen. He could stand at the wide open window and hear the little waves plash "Sally" in the moonlight, and the counter-music of the down-drawn shingle echo "Sally" back. Sometimes the pebbles and the water gave place for a moment to the tread of 2 persistent walkers up and down, men who smoked cigars, and became a little audible, and died again at every time of passing. One time the doctor caught a rise of voice, though they did not pass so very near, that said, "My idea is to stay here till..." Then at the next turn the same voice grew from inaudibility to "So I arranged with the parson here for to-morrow, and we shall get..." and died again. At this moment Dr. Everett Gayler was at the climax of his fame, having just performed tracheotomy on the Grand Duke of Hesse-Junkerstadt, and been created Knight Commander of some order whose name Mrs. Vereker wasn't sure about. Next time the men returned, the same voice that seemed to do all the talking said, "Expensive, of course, but she hates the idea of a registry office." They paused, and the listener heard that the other voice had said something, to which the first replied, "No, not Grundy, but she had some friends cooked at one, and they said it was stuffy, and they would sooner have endured 20 short homilies." A wax vesta scratched, blazed, lighted another cigar, and the second voice said, "Oh, ah," and both grew inaudible again. Dr. Everett Gayler had just pronounced the Grand Duchess's disease. They were an afflicted family, a disease his narrator couldn't pronounce at all. most of her bones, in a state of necrosis, had been skilfully removed by the time the smokers had passed back. But so much more was Dr. Conrad listening to what the waves said to the shingle, and the shingle answered back, than to either the Grand Duchess or the registry office, that it never crossed his mind whose the voice was who lit the vesta. He heard it say good night, its owner would get back to the hotel, and the other make due response, and then nothing was left but the coastguard. But the Grand Duke's family were not quite done with. It had to be recorded how many of his distinguished ancestors had suffered from plica polonica. Still, the end did come at last, and the worthy lady thought perhaps if she could lie down now she might drop off. So Mrs. Iggulden got her release and slept. Dr. Conrad didn't. Not a wink. The whole place was full of Sally. The flashlight at intervals in couplets seemed to say Sally twice when it came, and then to leave a blank for him to think about her in. The great slow steamer far out to sea showed a green eye of jealousy or a red one of anger because it could not come ashore where Sally was, but had perforce to go on wherever it was navigated. The millions of black sea elves, did you ever discriminate them, that the slight observer fancies are the interstices of the moonlight on the water, were all busy about Sally, though it was hard to follow their movements. And every time St. Sennan said what o'clock it was, he added, 1 hour nearer to Sally to-morrow. Poor Prosy. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 29. Of a Marriage by Special Licence. Rosalind's Comparisons. Of the 3 bridesmaids, and how the bride was a good sailor. But it never occurred to Dr. Vereker that the voice of the smoking gentleman, whose she knew a couple that had been cooked at a registry office, was a voice quite familiar to him. The only effect it had on his Sally-dazed mind was to make him wonder 4 hours after what it was that kept putting Julius Bradshaw into his head. If a brain molecule could have been found not preoccupied with Sally, he might have been able to give her next day a suggestive hint about a possibility ahead. But never a word said he to Sally, and when, on her return from bathing the following morning, Mrs. Lobjoit, the fisherman's wife, surprised her with the news that the young lady had come and had left her luggage, but would be back in half an hour, she was first taken aback, and thought it was a mistake next. But no chance of that. The young lady had asked for Mrs. Algernon Fenwick, or, in default, for Miss Sally, quite distinctly. She hadn't said any name, but there was a gentleman with her. Mrs. Lobjoit seemed to imply that had there been no gentleman, she might have been nameless. Padlock's omnibus they came in. So Sally went on being taken aback where she had left off, and was still pondering over the phenomenon when her mother followed her through the little yard paved with round flints bedded in mortar, all except the flower beds, which were in this case marigold beds and fuchsia beds and tamarisk shakedowns, and the street door, which always stood open, and it was very little use ringing, the bell being broken, but you could pass through, and there would always be old Mr. Lobjoit in the kitchen, even if Mrs. Lobjoit was not there herself. "Why not look on the boxes, you stupid kitten? There's a name on them, or ought to be." Thus Rosalind, after facts told. "What a thing it is to have a practical maternal parent." Thus Sally. And Mrs. Lobjoit put on record with an amiable smile that is what she kept saying to Miss Nightingale. Why not look? Whereas the fact is Mrs. Lobjoit never said anything of the sort. "Here's a go," says Sally, who gets at the label side of the trunk first. "If it isn't Tishy!" And the mother and daughter look at each other's faces, each watching the other's theory forming of what this sudden apparition means. "What do you think, mother?" "What do you think, kitten?" But the truth is both wanted time to know what to think, and they hadn't got much forwarder with the solution of the problem when a light was thrown upon it by the sudden apparition of Lætitia herself, accompanied by the young gentleman whom Sally did not scruple to speak of, but not in his presence, as her counter-jumper. She did this, she said, to pay Tishy out for what she had said about him before she made his acquaintance. The couple were in a mixed state of exultation and confusion, Tishy half laughing, a third crying, and a sixth keeping up her dignity. Both were saying, might they come in, and doing it without waiting for an answer. Rosalind's remark was one of those nonsequences often met with in real life. "There's enough lunch, or we can send out." Sally's was, "But are you the Julius Bradshaws, or are you not? That's what I want to know." Sally won't be trifled with, not she. "Well, Sally dear, no, we're not. Not just yet." Tishy hesitates. Julius shows firmness. "But we want to be at 2 o'clock this afternoon, if you'll come." "Both of us?" "Why, of course, both of you." "Then Mrs. Lobjoit will have to be in time with lunch." It does not really matter who were the speakers, nor what the share of each was in the following aggregate. "How did you manage to get it arranged?" "Why, now? Have you quarrelled with your mother? How long can you be away? I hate a stingy honeymoon. You've got no things. Do you think they'll know at home where you are? Where are you going afterwards? What do you think your father will say? What I want to know is, what put it into your head now more than any other time?" Responses to the whole of which, much at random, are incorporated in what follows. "Julius isn't wanted for 3 weeks. I'm sure the Professor's on our side, really. I left a letter to tell them, anyhow. Calais. We shan't be sick in weather like this. We'll cross by the night boat. I've got a new dress to be married in, and a new umbrella. Oh, yes, and other things. I'll tell you the whole story, Sally dear, as soon as I've had time to turn round. No, not quarrelled, at least no more than usual. Special licence, of course." What time Vereker, who had been to the post office which sold all sorts of things to inquire if they had a packet of chemical oatmeal, the only thing his mother could digest this morning, and was coming back baffled, called in on his way to Mrs. Iggulden's. Not to see Sally, but only to take counsel with the family about chemical oatmeal. By a curious coincidence, the moment he heard of Miss Sales Wilson's arrival, he used Sally's expression, and said that there was a go. Perhaps there was, and that accounted for it. "Here's Dr. Conrad. He'll have to come too." Thus Sally, explicitly. To which he replied, "All right. Where?" Sally replied with gravity, "To see these two married by special licence." And Julius added, "You must come, Doctor, to be my bottle holder." A small undercurrent of thought in the doctor's mind, in which he can still accommodate passing events and the world's trivialities, begins to receive impressions of the facts of the case. The great river called Sally flows steadily on its own account, and makes and meddles not. It despises other folks' petty affairs. Dr. Conrad masters the position, and goes on to draw inferences. "Then that must have been you last night, Bradshaw." "I dare say it was. When?" "Walking up and down with another fellow in front here, smoking cigars, both of you." "Why didn't you sing out?" "Well, now, why didn't I?" He seems a little unable to account for himself, and no wonder. "I think I recollected it was like you after you had gone." "Don't be a brain case, Dr. Conrad. What would your patients say if they heard you go on like that?" Sally said this, of course. Her mother thought to herself that perhaps the patients would send for a married doctor. But her mind was taking no strong hold on the current of events, considering what a very vital human interest was afloat on them. It was wandering back to another wedding day, her own first wedding day of 20 years ago. As she looked at this bridegroom, all his upspring of hope, making light of such fears as needs must be in like case all the world over, he brought back to her vividly, for all he was so unlike him, the face of the much younger man who had met her that day at Umballa, whose utter freedom from suspicion as he welcomed her almost made her able to forget the weeks gone by, the more so that they were like a dream in hell, and their sequel like awakening in paradise. Well, at any rate, she had recaptured this man from chaos, and he was hers again. And she had Sally. But at the word the whole world reeled, and her feet were on quicksands. What and whence was Sally? At least this was true. There was no taint of her father there. Sally wasn't an angel, not a bit of it, no such embarrassment to merely human family, but her mother could see her truth, honour, purity, call it what you will, in every feature, every movement. As she stood there, giving injunctions to Vereker to look alive or he'd be late, her huge coil of sea-soaked black hair making her white neck look whiter, and her white hands re-establishing hairpins in the depths of it, she seemed the very incarnation of non-inheritance. Not a trace of the sire her mother shuddered to think of, in the music of her voice, in the laughter all who knew her felt, in the mirth of her eyebrows and the sparkle of her pearly teeth. All her identity was her own. If only it could have been known then that she was going to be Sally. But how fruitless all speculation was. Perhaps mother knows. Chemical oatmeal, mother, for invalids and persons of delicate digestion? They haven't got it at Pemberton's? The eyes and the teeth flash round on her mother, and in a twinkling the unhallowed shadow of the past is gone. It was only a moment in all, though it takes more to record it. Rosalind came back to the life of the present, but she knew nothing about chemical oatmeal. Never mind, the doctor would find out, and he would be sure to be in time. He was in time, plenty of time, said public opinion, and the couple were duly married, and went away in Padlock's omnibus to catch the train for Dover in time for the boat. And Dr. Conrad's eyes were on the eldest bridesmaid. For, after all, 2 others were obtained, jury bridesmaids they might be called, in the persons of Miss Gwendolen Arkwright and an even smaller sister, who were somehow commandeered by Sally's enterprise and bribed with promises of refreshment. But the smaller sister was an erring sister, for having been told she was on no account to speak during the service, she was suddenly struck with the unfairness of the whole thing, and, pointing at St. Sennan's archpriest, said very audibly that he was peaten, so why wasn't she to peat? However, it was a very good wedding, and there was no doubt the principals had really become the Julius Bradshaws. They started from Dover on a sea that looked like a mill pond. But Tishy's husband afterwards reported that the bride sat with her eyes shut the last half of the trajet and said, "Don't speak to me, and I shall be all right." That summer night, Rosalind and her daughter were looking out over the reputed mill pond at the silver dazzle with the elves in it. The moon had come to the scratch later than last night, from a feeling of what was due to the almanac, which may or must account for an otherwise enigmatical remark of Sally's, who, when her mother wondered what time it was, replied, "I don't know. It's later than it was yesterday." But did that matter, when it was the sort of night you stopped out all night on, according to Sally? They came to an anchor on a seat facing the sea, and adjourned human obligation sine die. "I wonder if they've done wisely." Rosalind represents married thoughtfulness. Sally shelves misgivings of this sort by reflections on the common lot of humanity, and considers that it will be the same for them as everyone else. "They'll be all right," she says, with cheerful optimism. "I wonder what's become of Prosy." "He's up there with his mother. I saw him at the window. But I didn't mean that. They'll be happy enough together, I've no doubt. I mean, has Lætitia done wisely to quarrel with her family?" "She hasn't. It's only the she-dragon. Tishy told me all about it going to church." And, oh dear, how poor Prosy, who was up there with his mother, did long to come out to the voices he could hear plain enough, even as far off as that. But then he had been so long away to-day, and he knew his excellent parent always liked to finish the tale of her own wedding day when she began it, as she often did. So he listened again to the story of the wedding, which was celebrated in the severest thunderstorm experienced in these islands since the days of Queen Elizabeth, by a heroic clergyman who was suffering from pleuropneumonia, which made his voice inaudible till a miraculous chance produced one of Squilby's cough lozenges, which are not to be had now for love or money, and cured him on the spot, and how the bridesmaids all had mumps, more or less, and much concerning the amazingly dignified appearance of her own father and mother, which was proverbial, and therefore no matter of surprise to any one, the proverb being no doubt well known to Europe. But there, it didn't matter. Sally would be there tomorrow. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 30. How a fortnight passed, and the honeymooners returned. Of a chat on the beach, and Miss Arkwright's scientific experience. Almost the last man's head. Sally tomorrow. And tomorrow, and tomorrow. Sally for 14 morrows. And the moon that had lighted the devoted young man to his fate, whatever it was to be, had waned and left the sky clear for a new one, on no account to be seen through glass. They were morrows of inextinguishable, indescribable delight for their victims. Or victim, for how shall we classify Sally? Who shall tread the inner temple of a girl's mind? How shall it be known that she herself has the key to the Holy of Holies, that she is not dwelling in the outer court, unconscious of her function of priestess, its privileges and responsibilities? Or, in plainer language, metaphors having been blowed in obedience to a probable wish of the readers, how do we know Sally was not falling in love with the doctor? How do we know she was not in love with him already? How did she know? All we know is that the morrows went on, each one sweeter than the last, and all the little incidents went on that were such nothings at the time, but were so sure to be borne in mind for ever. You know all about it, you who read. Like enough you can remember now, old as you are, how you and she, or he, according as your sex is, got lost in the wood, and never found where the picnic had come to an anchor, till all the wings of chicken were gone and only legs left. Or how there was a bull somewhere. Or how next day the cat got caught on the shoulder of one of you and had to be detached, hooking horribly, by the other. Or how you felt hurt, not jealous, but hurt, because she, or he, was decently civil to some new he or she, and how relieved you were when you heard it was Mr. or Mrs. some name you've forgotten. Why, if you were to ask now of that grey man or woman whose life was linked with yours, maybe now 60 years agone, did she or he have a drumstick or go on to ham sandwiches? Or was it really a bull after all? Or had that cat's claws passed out of memory? Or what was the name of that lady or gentleman at the so-and-so's? If you asked any of these things, she or he might want to repeat into a deaf ear, but would answer clear enough in the end, and recall the drumsticks and the equivocal bull, the cat's claws and the unequivocal married person. And then you would turn over all the little things of old, and wrangle a bit over details here and there, and all the while you would be the very self-same two that were young, and were lost in the wood, and trampled down the fern, and saw the squirrels overhead, all those long years ago. Many a little thing of a like nature, perhaps some identical, made up hours that became days in that fortnight we have to skip, and then the end was drawing near, and Dr. Conrad would have to go back and write prescriptions with nothing that could possibly do any harm in them, and abstain with difficulty from telling young ladies with cultivated waists they were liars when they said you could get a loaf of bread between all round, and it was sheer nonsense, and other little enjoyments of a GP's life. Yes, the end was very near, but Sally's resolute optimism thrust regrets for the coming chill aside, and decided to be jolly while we could, and acted up to its decision. Besides, an exciting variation gave an interest to the last week of the doctor's stay at St. Sennans. The wandering honeymooners, in gratitude to that saint, proposed to pay him a visit on their way back to London. Perhaps they would stop a week. So the smallest possible accommodation worthy of the name was found for them over a brandy ball and bull's-eye shop in a house that had no back rooms, being laid like a vertical plaster against the cliff behind, and having an exit on a flat roof where you might bask in the sun and see the bright red poppies growing in the chalk, and contribute your share towards the settlement of the vexed question of which are Briggs. There wasn't another room to be had in the real St. Sennans, and it came to that or the hotel, which was beastly, and you might just as well be in London. Thus Sally, and settled the question. And that is how it came to pass that at the beginning of this chapter, which we have only just got to after all this circumlocution, Sally and one of the Julius Bradshaws were sitting talking on the beach in the shadow of a breakwater, while the other Julius Bradshaw, the original one, was being taken for a walk to the extremely white lighthouse 3 miles off, or nearly 5 if you went by the road, by Dr. Conrad, who by this time knew all the walks in the neighbourhood exactly as well as Sally did, neither more nor less, and both knew them very well. The tide had come up quite as far as it had contemplated, and seemed to have made up its mind this time not to go back in too great a hurry. It was so nice there on the beach, with Tishy and Sally and Miss Gwendolen Arkwright, the late bridesmaid, who was having an independent chat all to herself about the many glories of the pier end and the sights to be seen there by visitors for a penny. And it, we are speaking of the tide, had got a delightful tangle of floating weed, Fucus vesiculosus, and well-washed scraps of wood from long-forgotten wrecks, who knows, and was turning it gently to and fro, and over, with intermittent musical caresses against the shingle bank, whose counter-music spoke to the sea of the ages it had toiled in vain to grind it down to sand. And the tide said, "Wait, we shall see. The day will come," it said, "when not a pebble of you all but shall be scattered drifting sand, unless you have the luck to be carted up at a shilling a load by permission of the authorities, to be made into a concrete of the proper consistency according to the local bye-laws." But the pebbles said, "Please, no. We will bide our time down here, and you shall have us for your own. Play with us in the sun at the feet of these two ladies, or make the whirling shoals of us, beaten to madness, thunder back your voice when it shouts in the storm to the seaman's wife, who stops her ears in the dark night alone, that she may not hear you, heralding her husband's death." And the tide said, "Very good, but a day would come when the pebbles would be sand for all that, and even the authority would be gone, and the local bye-laws, but it would sound upon some shore for ever." So it kept on saying. Probably it was mistaken. This has nothing to do with our story, except that it is approximately the substance of a statement made by Sally to Miss Arkwright, who was interested, and had been promised it all over again to-morrow. For the present she could talk about the pier and take her audience for granted. "But was it that Kensington Gardens business that did the job?" asked Sally, in the shadow of the breakwater, getting the black hair dry after 3/4 of an hour in the sea, because caps, you know, are all nonsense as far as keeping water out goes. So Sally had to sit ever so long with it out to dry. And the very tiny pebbles you can almost see into stick into your hands, as you know, and come off in your hair when you run them through it and have to be combed out. At least Sally's had. But she kept on running the pebbles through her still blue fingers, for all that, as she half lay, half sat by Tishy on the beach. "Did the job?" repeats the bride on her honeymoon with some indignation. "Sally, dear, when will you learn to be more refined in your ways of speech? I'm not a précieuse, but did the job? Really, Sally." "Observe the effect of 3 weeks in France. The Julius Bradshaws can parley like anything. No, Tishy, darling, don't be a stuck-upper, but tell me again about Kensington Gardens." I told you it was just like that. Julius and I were walking up the avenue, you know. The one that goes up and across and comes straight like this. Tishy, helped by a demonstration of blue fingertips, recognises this, strange to say. No, not that one. It doesn't matter. We didn't see Mamma coming till she was ever so close because of the Speke Monument in the way. And what could possess her to come home that way from Hertford Street, Mayfair, I cannot imagine. Never mind, Tishy dear, it's no use crying over spilled milk. What did she say? Nothing, dear. She turned purple and bowed civilly. To Julius, of course, but it included me, whether or no. But was that what did the job? Well, I do not see anything to object to in that expression. Was it? If you mean, dear, was it that made us, me and Julius, feel that matters would get no better by waiting, I think perhaps it was. Well, when it comes to meeting one's mother in Kensington Gardens, near the Speke Monument, and being bowed civilly to, it seems to me it's high time. Now isn't it, Sally? Sally evaded giving testimony by raising other questions. What did your father say? Did the dragon tell him about meeting in the park? What do you think he'll say now? Now? Well, you know, I've got his letter. He's all right and rather dear, I think. What do you think, Sally? I think very. Perhaps I should say very, but with Papa you never know. He really does love us all after a fashion, except Egerton, only I'm never sure he doesn't do it to contradict Mamma. Why don't they chuck each other and have done with it? The vulgar child lets fly straight into the bull's eye, then adds thoughtfully, I should, only then I'm not a married couple. Tishy elided the absurd figure of speech and ignored it. The chance of patronising was not to be lost. You are not married, dear. When you are, you may feel things differently. But of course Papa and Mamma are very odd. I used to hear them through my door between the rooms at LBG Road. It was wrangle, 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 fight, 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 all through the night, till 2 o'clock sometimes. Oh, dear. You're sure they always were quarrelling? Oh, dear, yes. I used to catch all the regular words. Settlement and principle and prevaricate, all that sort of thing, you know. But there they are, and there they'll be 10 years hence, that's my belief, living together, sleeping together, and dining at opposite ends of the same table, and never communicating in the daytime, except through me or Theeny, but quarrelling like cat and dog. What shall you do when you go back? Go straight there? I think so. Julius thinks so. After all, Papa's the master of the house, legally at any rate. Shall you write and say you're coming? Oh, no, just go and take our chance. We shan't be any nearer if we give Mamma an opportunity of miffing away somewhere when we come. What is that little maid talking about there? The ex-bridesmaid is 3 or 4 yards away and is discoursing eloquently, a word in the above conversation having reminded her of a tragic event she has mentioned before in this story. I sleeps with my bid sister Toty's dolly, is what she appears to be saying. Never mind the little poppet, Tishy, till you've told me more about it. Sally is full of curiosity. Did that do the job, or did it not? That's what I want to know. I suppose it did, dear, indirectly. This was on Saturday afternoon. Next morning we breakfasted under a thundercloud, with Egerton grinning inside his skin and looking like, won't you catch it, that's all, at me out of the corner of his eye. That was bad enough, without one's married sister up from the country taking one aside to say that she wasn't going to interfere, and calling one to witness that she had said nothing so far. All she said was, me and Mamma settle it between us. Settle what? Said I. And she didn't answer, and went away to the first celebration. She's not bad, your married sister, Sally decided thoughtfully. Oh, no, Clarissa's not bad. Only she wants to run with the hare and explain to the hounds when they come up. What happened next? Why, as I went upstairs past Papa's room, out comes Mamma, scarlet with anger, and restraining herself in the most offensive way for me to go past. I took no notice, and when she was gone I went down and walked straight into the library. I said, "What is it, Papa?" I saw he was chuckling internally, as if he'd made a hit. Wasn't he angry? What did he say? Oh, no, he wasn't angry. Let's see. Oh, what he said was, "That depends so entirely on what it is, my dear. But broadly speaking, I should say it was your mother." "What's she been saying to you?" I asked. And he answered, "I can only give her exact words without pledging myself to their meaning. She stated that she supposed I was going to tell my daughter I approved of her walking about Kensington Gardens with that man's arm around her waist. I replied, reasonably as it seems to me, that I supposed that man was there himself. Otherwise it certainly did seem to me a most objectionable arrangement, and I hope you'll promise your mother not to do it again." "What on earth did he mean?" "You don't understand Papa. He quibbles to irritate Mamma. He meant like a waistband, separate. Don't you see?" "I see, but it wouldn't bend right." Sally's truthful nature postpones laughing at the Professor's absurdity, looks at the case on its merits. When she has done justice to this point, she laughs, and added, "What did you say, Tishy?" "Oh, I said, what nonsense! And it wasn't tight round like all that, only a symptom. And we didn't even know Mamma was there because of Speke and Grant's obelisk. There wasn't a soul. Papa saw it quite as I did, and was most reasonable. So I thought I would feel my way to developing an idea we'd been broaching, Julius and I, just that very time by the obelisk. I asked Papa flatly what he would do if I married Julius straight off. 'I believe, my dear,' said he, 'that I should be bound to disapprove most highly of your conduct and his.' 'But should you, Papa?' I said. 'I should be bound to, my dear,' said he. 'But should you turn us out of the house?' I asked. 'Most certainly not,' said he emphatically. 'But I should disapprove.' I said I should be awfully sorry for that. 'Of course you would,' said he. 'Any dutiful daughter would. But I don't exactly see what harm it would do to you.' And you see how his letter begins, that he is bound, as a parent, to feel the strongest disapprobation and so on. No, I don't think we need to be frightened of Papa. As for Mamma, of course, it wouldn't be reasonable to expect her to... To expect her to what? Well, I was going to say to keep her hair on. The expression is Egerton's, and I'm sorry to say his expressions are not always ladylike, however telling they are. So I hesitated. Now, what is that baby talking about down there? For through the whole of Tishy's interesting tale, that baby had been dwelling on the shocking occurrence of her sister's doll, as before recorded. Her powers of narrative, giving a dramatic form to all things, and stimulated by Sally's statements of what the beach said to the sea, and the sea said back, had, it seemed, attracted shoals of fish from the ocean depths to hear her recital of the tragedy. "Suppose now you come and tell it us up here, Gwenny," says the bride to the bridesmaid. And Sally adds, "Yes, delicious little Miss Arkwright, come and tell us all about it too." Whereupon Miss Arkwright's musical tones are suddenly silent, and her eyes, that are so nearly the colour of the sea behind her, remain fixed on her two petitioners, their owner not seeming quite sure whether she shall acquiesce, or coquette, or possibly even burst into tears. She decides, however, on compliance, coming suddenly up the beach on all fours, and exclaiming, "Take me!" flings herself bodily on Sally, who welcomes her with, "You sweet little darling," while Mrs. Julius Bradshaw, anticipating requisition, looks in her bag for another chocolate. They will spoil that child between them. "Now tell us about the Fisses and Dolly," says Sally. But the narrator, all the artist rising in her soul, will have everything in order. "I told the Fisses," she says, reproach in her voice. "I see, ducky. You told the fishes, and now you'll tell us all about Dolly." "I sleeps with Dolly because my big sister Toti said yes. Dolly sleeps in her things. I sleep in my nightgown, keen from the wash." "How nice you must be! Well, then, what next?" Sally may be said to imbibe the narrator at intervals. Tishy calls her a selfish girl. "You've got her all to yourself," she says. The story goes on. "I sleep very sound. Papa sleeps very sound. Dolly got between the sheets and the blankets and came out. It was a good job. Dane said it was a good job." What did Jane say was a good job? Poor Dolly coming out? A long, grave headshake denies this. The constructive difficulties of the tale are beyond the young narrator's skill. She has to resort to ellipsis. Or I should have been all over Brang and Thordath. Jane said so. Don't you see, Sally, said Tishy, Dolly was in another compartment on the other side of the sheet. But Sally says of course she understands, perhaps even suspects Tishy of claiming more acquaintance with children than herself, because she has been married 3 weeks. This isn't fair patronising. Dolly came out at Vistitz's, so the sad tale goes on, and died, Dolly did. Dame put her head on to tie with my pocket handkerchief. I see, you little ducky, of course. Her head had come off, and she couldn't cry till it was put on. Was that it? Don't dance, but say yes or no. This referred to a seated, triumphal dance the chronicler indulged in at having put so much safely on record. Having subsided, she decided on "sass" as the proper thing to say, but it took time. Then she added suddenly, "But I told the fisses." Sally took a good long draught and said, "Of course you did, darling. You shan't be done out of that." But an addendum or appendix was forthcoming. "My mamma says I must take Dolly to be socked for a penny where the man is with buttons, and the man let Totey look through his spy-glass and see all the long sips, 6 miles long, and I shall see when I'm a glowed-up little girl like Totey." "Coastguard's telescope, evidently," says Sally. "The man up at the flagstaff. 6 miles long is how far off they were, not the length of the ships at all." "I saw that. But what on earth were the socks? Does his wife sell dolls' clothes?" "We must try to find that out." And Sally sets herself to the task. But it's none so easy. Some mystery shrouds the approach to this passage in Dolly's future life. It is connected with "kiming up" and "tanding on a tep." And when it began, it went whizzy, 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 and ee, and never stopped. But Gwendolen had not been alarmed, whatever it was, because her papa was there. But it was exhausting to the intellect to tell of, for the description ended with a musical, if vacuous, laugh and a plunge into Sally's bosom, where the narrator remained chuckling, but quite welcome. So Gwenny wasn't frightened. What a courageous little poppet! I wonder what on earth it was, Sally. Thus Tishy, at a loss, but Sally is sharper, for in a moment the solution dawns upon her. "What a couple of fools we are, Tishy dear. It wasn't socks, it was shocks. It was the galvanic battery at the end of the pier. A penny a time, and you mustn't have it on full up or you howl. Why on earth didn't we think of that before?" But Nurse Jane comes in on the top of the laughter that follows, which Miss Gwendolen is joining in, rather claiming it as a triumph for her own dramatic power. She demurs to removal, but goes in the end on condition that all present shall come and see Dolly galvanised at an early date. Jane agrees to replace Dolly's vitals and sew her up to qualify her for this experience, and so they depart. "What a dear little mite," says Mrs. Julius. And then they let the mite lapse and go back to the previous question. "No, Sally dear, mamma will be mamma to the end of time. But I didn't tell you all papa said, did I?" "How on earth can I tell, Tishy dear? You had got to 'any dutiful daughter would,' etc. Cut along. Comes of being in love, I suppose." This last is a reflection on the low state of Tishy's reasoning powers. "Well, just after that, when I was going to kiss him and go, papa stopped me and said he had something to say, only he mustn't be too long because he had to finish a paper on, I think, some technical terms in use in Cnidos in the 6th century B.C. Or was it? That was it. That one will do beautifully. Go ahead." "Well, of course it doesn't matter. It was like papa, anyhow. Oh yes, what he said then. It was about Aunt Priscilla's £1,000. He wanted to repeat that the interest would be paid to me half yearly if by chance I married Julius or any other man without his consent. I wish it to be distinctly understood that if you marry Bradshaw it will be against my consent. But I only ask you to promise me this, Lætitia, that you won't marry any other man against my consent at present." I promised, and he said I was a dutiful daughter. There won't be any trouble with papa. Doesn't look like it. I say, Tishy, that £1,000 is very nice. How much will you have? £40 a year? It's more than that. It's gone up somehow. Sums of money do, or down. They're never the same as at first. I'm so glad about it. It's not as if I brought Julius absolutely nothing. How much is it? Sally is under the impression that sums of money that exist on the word of signed documents only, and whose materialisation can only be witnessed by bankers, are like fourpence, one of whose properties is that it is fourpence. They are not analogous, and Lætitia is being initiated into the higher knowledge. "Well, dear, you see the stock has gone up, and it's at 6¾ You must ask Julius. He can do the arithmetic." "Does that mean it's £67.10? "You'd better ask Julius. Then, you know, there's the interest." Sally asked, "What interest?" "Why, you see, Aunt Priscilla left it to me 11 years ago, so there's more." But a vendor of mauve and magenta woollen goods, known to Sally as the beach woman, was working up towards them. "That woman never goes when she comes," said Sally. "Let's get up and go." We like lingering over this pleasant little time. It helps on but little, if at all, with our story. But in years to come this young couple, who only slip into it by a side chance, having really little more to do with it than any one of the 1,001 collaterals that interest the lives of all of us, and come and go and are forgotten, this Julius and Lætitia will talk of the pleasant 3 days or so they had at St. Sennans when they came back from France, and we too, having choice of how much we shall tell of those 3 or 4 days, are in little haste to leave them. Those hours of unblushing idleness under a glorious sun, idleness fostered and encouraged until it seems one great exertion to call a fly and another to subside into it, idleness on matchless moonlight nights, on land or on water, idleness with an affectation of astronomical study, just up to speculating on the identity of Aldebaran or Arcturus, but scarcely equal to metaphysics. Idleness that lends itself readily to turning tables and automatic writing, and gets some convincing phenomena, and finds out that so-and-so is an extraordinary medium. Idleness that says that letter will do just as well to-morrow, and Smith must wait. Such hours as these disintegrate the moral fibre and anaesthetise our sense of responsibility, and make us so oblivious of musical criticism that we accept brass bands and inexplicable serenaders, white or black, and even accordions and hurdy-gurdies, as intrinsic features of the ensemble, the feng shui of the time and place, and give them a penny if we've got one. That is and will be Mr. and Mrs. Julius Bradshaw's memory of those 3 days or so, when they have grown quite old together, as we hope they may. And if you add memory of an intoxicated delirium of love that was on no account to be shown or declared or even hinted at, and of a tiresome hitch or qualification, an unselfish parent in full blow, you will have the record that is to remain in the mind of Conrad Vereker. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 31. How Sally didn't confess about the doctor, and Jeremiah came to St. Sennans once more. That evening Sally sat with her mother on the very uncomfortable seat they affected on what was known as the parade, a stone's throw from the house for a good stone thrower. It had a little platform of pebbles to stand on, and tamarisks to tickle you from behind when the wind was northerly. It was a corrugated and painful seat, and had a strange power of finding out your tender vertebrae and pulverising them, whatever your stature might be. It fell forward when its occupants, goaded to madness, bore too hard on its front bar. and convinced them they would do well, henceforward, to hold it artificially in its place. But Rosalind and her daughter forgave it all these defects, perhaps because they were really too lazy to protest even against torture. It was the sea air. Anyhow, there they sat that evening, waiting for Padlock's omnibus to come, bringing Fenwick from the station. Just at the moment at which the story overtakes them, Rosalind was looking wonderfully handsome in the sunset light, and Sally was thinking to herself what a beautiful mother she had, and how, when the afterglow dies, it will leave its memory in the red gold that is somewhere in the rich brown her eyes are resting on. Sally was fond of dwelling on her mother's beauty. Perhaps doing so satisfied her personal vanity by deputy. She was content with her own self, but had no admiration for it. "You are a dear good mammy. Fancy your losing all the best time of the morning indoors." "How the best time of the morning, chick?" "Sitting with that old cat upstairs. Well, I can't help it. She is an old cat." "You're a perverse little monkey kitten, that's what you are." Rosalind laughed with an excuse, or caress, it may be, in her laugh. "No," she continued, "we are much too hard on that old lady, both of us. Do you know, to-day she was quite entertaining. Told me all about her own wedding day, and how all the bridesmaids had the mumps." "Has she never told you that before?" "Only once. Then she told me about the late lamented, and what a respect he had for her judgment, and how he referred to her at every crisis. I didn't think her at all bad company." "Because you're a darling. I suppose you had it all about how Prosy, when he was a boy, wanted to study music, and how his pa said the turning point in the career of youth lay in the choice of a profession." "Oh, yes. And how his strong musical turn came from her side of the family. In herself it was dormant, but her Aunt Sophia had never once put her finger on a false note of the piano. This was confirmed by the authority of her eminent uncle, Dr. Everett Gayler, himself no mean musician." "Poor Prosy, I know." "And how musical faculty, amounting to genius, often remained absolutely unsuspected, owing to its professor having no inheritance. But it would come out in the children. Then, and not till then, tardy justice was done. Well, I don't know exactly how she worked it out, but she managed to suggest that she was Handel and Mozart in abeyance. Her son's fair complexion clinched matters. It was the true prototype of her own, a thoroughly musical complexion, bespeaking German ancestry." "Isn't that the omnibus?" says Sally. But no, it isn't. She continues, "I don't believe in musical complexions. Look at Julius Bradshaw. Dark, with high cheekbones, and a thin olive hand with blue veins in it. I say, Mother." "What, chick?" "He's changed his identity, Julius Bradshaw has. I can't believe he was that spoony boy that used to come hankering after me at church." And the amusement this memory makes hangs about Sally's lips as the two sit on into a pause of silence. The face of the mother does not catch the amusement, but remains grave and thoughtful. She does not speak, but the handsome eyes that rest so lovingly on the speaker are full of something from the past, some record that it would be an utter bewilderment to Sally to read, a bewilderment far beyond that crux of the moment which maybe has struck her young mind for the first time, the old familiar puzzle of the change that comes to all of us in our transition from first to last experience of the strange phenomenon we call a friend. Sally can't make it out. The way a silly lad, love-struck about her indifferent self so short a while back, has become a totally altered person, the husband of her schoolmate, an actual identity of life and thought and feeling, he who was in those early days little more than a suit of clothes and a new prayer book. But if that is so strange to Sally, how measurelessly stranger is she herself to her mother beside her, and the man they are waiting and watching for, who is somewhere between this and St. Egbert's station in Padlock's venerable bus. What a crux is he, compared now to that intoxicated young lover of 22 years ago in that lawn tennis garden that has passed so utterly from his memory. And a moment's doubt, but has it, is caught and absorbed by what seemed to Rosalind now an almost absurd fact, that a week before he had been nothing but a fidus Achates of that other young man provided to make up the lawn tennis set, and that it was that other young man at first, not he, that belonged to her. And he had changed away so easily to... who was it? Jessie Nairn, to be sure, and left the coast clear for his friend. Whatever now was his name? Oh dear, what a fool was Rosalind, said she to herself, to have half let slip that it was he that was Fenwick, and not Jerry at all. All this compares itself with Sally's experience of Bradshaw's metamorphosis, and her own seems the stranger. Then a moment of sharp pain, that she cannot talk to Sally of these things, but must lead a secret life in her own silent heart. And then she comes back into the living world and finds Sally well on with the development of another topic. Of course, poor dears, they've not played a note together since the row. It's been nothing but Kensington Gardens or the Albert Hall. But I'm afraid he's no better. If only he could be, it would make all the difference. What's that, darling? Who could be? Not your father? For as often as not Rosalind would speak of her husband as Sally's father. Not Jeremiah, no. I was talking about Julius B. and his nervous system. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it what? Make all the difference? I mean that he could get his violin playing back. I told you about that letter. No, what letter? From an agent in Paris. Rateau, I think was the name. Had heard Signor Carissimi had recovered his health completely and was playing. Hoped he might be honoured with his instructions to make his arrangements in Paris, as he had done so 4 years ago. Wasn't it aggravating? Does it make any difference? Why, of course it does, mother darling. The aggravation. Just think now. Suppose he could rely on £10 a night. Fancy that. Suppose he could. Yes, that would be nice. But there is a preoccupation in her tone, and Sally wants sympathy to be drawn with a vigorous outline. What's my maternal parent thinking about, as grave as a judge? Jeremiah's all right, mammy darling. He's not killed in a railway accident. Catch him. This is part of a systemised relationship between the two. Each always discredits the possibility of mishap to the other. It might be described as chronic reciprocal Christian Science. I wasn't thinking of Jerry. Which is true in a sense, as she does not think of the Jerry her daughter knows, and the partial untruth does not cross her mind, a tacit recognition of the powers of change. I was wool-gathering. No, what was she thinking of? For some reason the third person is thought more persuasive than the second. Thinking of her kitten. And this is true enough, as Rosalind is really always thinking of Sally, more or less. Well, I'm all right. What's the matter with me? Nothing at all that I know of, darling. But it does cross the speaker's mind that the context of circumstances might make this an opportunity for getting at some information she wants. For Sally has remained perfectly inscrutable about Conrad Vereker, and Rosalind has been asking herself whether it is possible that, after all, there is nothing. She doesn't know how to set about it, though. Perhaps the best thing would be to take a leaf out of Sally's own book and go straight to the bull's-eye. Do you really want to know what I was thinking of, Sallykin? But no sooner has she formulated the intention of asking a question and allowed the intention to creep into her voice than Sally knows all about it. As if I don't know already, you mean me and Prosy. Of course, but how did you know? Mammy dear, as if I was born yesterday. If you want people not to know things, you mustn't have delicate inflections of voice. I knew you were going to catechise about Prosy the minute you got to, did I really want to know? But I'm not going to catechise, chick. Only when you ask me what I'm thinking about and really want to know, I tell you. I was thinking about you and Conrad Vereker. For some mysterious reason, this mention of his name in full seems to mature the conversation and make clearer definition necessary. Our own private opinion is that anyone who closely observes human communion will see that 2/3 of it runs on lines like the foregoing. Very rarely indeed does a human creature say what it means. Exhaustive definition, lucid statements, concise terminology, even plain English, are foreign to its nature. The congenial soil in which the fruit of intelligence ripens is suggestion, and the wireless telegraphs of the mind are the means by which it rejoices to communicate. Don't try to say what you mean, because you can't. You are not clever enough. Try to mean what you want to say, and leave the dictionary to take care of itself. This little bit of philosophising of ours has just given Sally time, pondering gravely with the eyebrows all at rest and lips at ease, to deal with the developed position created by the mere substitution of a name for a nickname. Ought there to be? Anything to think about? Thus Sally, and her mother sees, or thinks she sees, a little new colour in the girl's cheeks. Or is it only the sunset? Then Rosalind says to herself that perhaps she has made a mistake, had better have left it alone. Perhaps, but it's done now. She is not one that goes back on her resolutions. It is best not to be too tugging and solemn over it. She speaks with a laugh. It's not my little daughter I'm afraid of, Sallykin. She's got the key of the position. It's that dear good boy. He's not a boy. He's 31 next February. Only he's not got a birthday because it's not leap year. Going by birthdays, he's not quite 7:30. Then it won't do to go by birthdays. Even at 31, though, some boys are not old enough to know better. He's very inexperienced in some things. A babe unborn. Only he can write prescriptions. Only they don't do you any good. Ungrateful child. Well, they don't. You see, he hasn't anyone to go to ask about things except me. Of course, I can tell him if you come to that. There's his mother. His mother? That old Dianthus? Oh, Mummy darling, what different sorts of mothers do crop up when you think of it. And Sally is so moved by this scientific marvel that she suddenly kisses her mother, there, out on the public parade, with a gentleman in check trousers and an eyeglass coming along. Why do you call the old lady a Dianthus, chick? Really, the way you treat that poor old body. Not when Prosy's there. I know my place. Well, you know what a Dianthus's figure is like? When the tentacles are in, I mean. But Rosalind tacitly condemns this analogy. Is she not herself a mother, and bound to take part with her kind, however obese? What were you and the doctor talking about in the boat all that long time yesterday? She asks, skipping an interval which might easily have contained a review of Mrs. Vereker inside out like a sea anemone. Sally is quite equal to it. Resuscitation after drowning. Prosy says death is really due to carbonic acid poisoning. Anybody would think it was choking, but it's nothing of the sort. The arterial blood is insufficiently fed with oxygen, and death ensues. How long did you talk about that? Ever so long, till I asked him what he should do if a visitor were drowned and couldn't be brought to. Not at the hotel, down here. Me, for instance. What did he say? He was jolly solemn over it, Prosy was. Said he should try his best, and as soon as he was sure it was a no-go, put an end to his own existence. I said that would be wrong, and besides, he couldn't do it. He said, oh yes, he could. He could inject air into a vein and lots of things. He went on a physiological tack, so I quoted Hamlet. What did he make of Hamlet? Said the researches of modern science all tended to prove that extinction awaited us at death, and he would take his chance. He was quite serious over it. And then you said? I said, suppose it turned out that modern science was tommyrot, wouldn't he feel like a fool when all was said and done? He admitted that he might, in that case, but he would take his chance, he said. And then we had a long argument, Prosy and I. Has he ever resuscitated a drowned person? Oh, yes, 2 or 3, but he says he should like a little more practice, as it's a very interesting subject. You really are the most ridiculous little kitten that ever was, talking like the President of the Royal College of Surgeons. Not a smile. Well, there's nothing in that. slightly offended dignity on Miss Sally's part. "I say, the bus is very late. It's striking 7." But just as St. Sennan ceases and leaves the air clear for listening, Rosalind exclaims, "Isn't that it?" And this time it is it, and by 10 minutes past 7 Fenwick is in the arms of his family, who congratulate him on a beautiful new suit of navy blue serge, in which he looks very handsome. Often now, when she looks back to those days, can Rosalind see before her the grave young face in the sundown, and hear the tale of Dr. Conrad's materialism. And then she sees once more, over the smooth purple sea of the day before, the little boat sculled by Vereker, with Sally in the stern steering, and the white sails of the Grace Darling of St. Sennans that had taken a large party out at 6d. each person 3 hours ago, and couldn't get back by herself for want of wind, and had to be towed by a rowboat, whose oars sounded rhythmically across the mile of intervening water. She was doing nothing to help, was Grace, but her sails flopped a little now and again, just enough to show how glad she would have been to do so with a little encouragement. Rosalind can see it all again, quite plain, and the little white creamy cloud that had taken pity on the doctor sculling in the boat, and made a cool island of shadow, coloured imperial purple on the sea, for him and Sally to float in, and talk of how some unknown person, fool enough to get drowned, should one day be recalled from the gate of death. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Somehow Good. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor, Oxford, UK. Chapter 32. How Sally dived off the boat and shocked the beach. Of the sensitive delicacy of the octopus, and of Dr. Everett Gayler's opinions. Fenwick had been granted, or had appropriated, another week's holiday, and the wine trade was to lose some of his valuable services during that time. Not all, because in these days you can do so much by telegraph. Consequently, the chimney-piece, with the rabbits made of shells on each side, and the model of the Dreadnought, with real planks and a companion ladder that went too far down, and almost serviceable brass carronades ready for action, and a sampler by Mercy Lobjoit, 1763, showing David much too small for the stitches he was composed of, and even Goliath not big enough to have 2 lips, this chimney-piece soon became a magazine of yellow telegrams, which blew away when the window and door were open at the same time. It was on the second day of Fenwick's days on this visit that an unusual storm of telegrams, as he came into breakfast after an early dip in the sea, confirmed the statement in the paper of the evening before that west and south-west breezes might be expected later. Wind freshening was the phrase in which the forecast threw doubts on the permanency of its recent references to a smooth channel passage. However, faith had already been undermined by current testimony to light easterly winds backing north on the coast of Ireland. Sally was denouncing meteorology as imposture when the returning bather produced the effect recorded. It interrupted a question on his lips as he entered, and postponed it until the telegram papers had all been reinstated and the window closed, so that Mrs. Lobjoit might come in with the hot rolls and eggs and not have anything blown away. Then peace reigned, and the question got asked. "What are we going to do to-day?" said Sally, repeating it. "I know what I'm going to do first. I'm going to swim around the buoy." "My dear, they'll never put the machines down to-day." This was her mother. "They'll do it fast enough if I tell them to. It's half the fun having it a little rough." "Well, kitten, I suppose you'll go your own way. Only I shall be very glad when you're back in your machine. Coffee, Jerry?" "Yes, coffee, in the big cup with a chip and lots of milk. You're a dangerous young monkey, Sarah, and I shall get old Benjamin's boat and hang around, and then you'll be happy, eh, Rosie?" "No, I shan't. We shall have you getting capsized too. I put in 3 lumps of sugar. No, not little ones, big ones. What a thing it is to be connected with aquatic characters." "Never you mind the mother, Jeremiah. You get the boat. I should like it to dive off." "All right, I'll get Vereker and we'll row out. The doctor's not bad as an oarsman. Bradshaw doesn't make much of it. Yes, thanks, another egg. The brown one preferred. Don't know why. Yes, I'll get Dr. Conrad, and you shall come and dive off. All which was duly done, and Sally got into great disgrace by scrambling up into the boat with the help of a looped rope hung over the side, and was thereafter known to more than one decorous family group frequenting the beach as that bold Miss Nightingale. But what did Sally care what those stuffy people thought of her, with such a set-off against their bad opinion as the glorious plunge down into the depths and the rushing sea murmur in her ears, the only sound in the strange green silence, and then the sudden magic of the change back to the dazzling sun on the moving foam, and some human voice that was speaking when she dived, only just ending off. Surely, after so long a plunge down, that voice should have passed on to some new topic. For that black and shining merpussy, during one deep dive into the underworld of trackless waters, had had time to recollect an appointment with a friend, and had settled in her mind that, as soon as she was once more in upper air, she would mention it to the crew of the boat she had dived from. She was long enough under for that. Then up she came into the rise and fall and ripple overhead, like a sudden Lorelei, and as soon as she could see where the boat had got to, and was free of a long stem of floating weed she had caught up in the foam, she found her voice. And in it, as it rang out in the morning air, was a world of youth and life and hope, from which care was an outcast, flung to the winds and the waves. "I say, Jeremiah, we've got to meet a friend of yours on the pier this afternoon." "Time for you to come out of that water, Sarah." This name had become nearly invariable on Fenwick's part. "Who's your friend?" "A young lady for you. She's going to bring her dolly to be electrified for a penny. She'll cry if we don't go. So will Dolly." "Then we must go, clearly. The doctor must come to see fair, or Dolly may get electrocuted like me." Fenwick very rarely spoke of his accident now, most likely would not have done so this time, but for a motive akin to his wife's nettle-grasping. He knew Sally would think of it, and would not have her suppose he shirked speaking of it. But the laugh goes for a moment out of the face down there in the water, and the pearls that glittered in the sun have vanished, and the eyes are grave beneath their brows. Only for a moment. Then all the Lorelei is back in evidence again, and Sally is petitioning for only one more plunge, and then she really will swim in. The crew protests, but the Lorelei has her way. Her sort generally has. "I always wonder," says Dr. Conrad as they row to shore with studied slowness, "one must, to keep down to the pace of the swiftest swimmer, I always wonder whether they found that half-crown." Probably he, too, only says this to accentuate the not necessarily to be avoided character of the subject. The reason Fenwick answered nothing, but remained thoughtfully silent, was, as Dr. Vereker perceived after he had spoken, that the half-crown was mere hearsay to him, and as such naturally enforced speculation on the strange B.C. period of which he knew nothing. Time did but little to minimise the painful character of such speculations, although it seemed to make them less and less frequent. Vereker said no more, partly because he felt this, partly because he was so engrossed with the Lorelei. He dropped the half-crown. "You needn't row away yet," said the voice from the water. "The machines are miles off. Look here, I'm going to swim under the boat and come up on the other side." Said Fenwick, "You'll be drowned, Sarah, before you've done. Do consider your mother a little." Said the Lorelei, "All right. Good-bye," and disappeared. She was so long under that it was quite a relief when she reappeared, well off the boat's counter, for of course there was some way on the boat, and Sally made none. The crew's eyes had been watching the wrong water over the beam. "Didn't I do that nicely? Beautifully? Yes, I should rather think I did. Good-bye, I must go to my machine. They won't leave it down any longer." Off went the swimmer in the highest spirits, and landed with some difficulty, so much had the south-west wind freshened, and the machine started up the beach at a brisk canter to rejoin its many unused companions on their higher level. Dr. Conrad, with the exhilaration of the Lorelei in his heart, was to meet with a damper administered to him by his affectionate parent, who had improved immensely in the sea air and was getting quite an appetite. There is nothing, my dear, that I detest more cordially than interference, said she, after accepting, rather more easily than usual, her son's apologies for coming in late to lunch, and also being distinctly gracious to Mrs. Iggulden about the beefsteak pudding. Your father disapproved of it, and the whole of my family. The words "never meddle" were on their lips from morning till night. Is it wonderful that I abstain from speaking, as I so often do? Whatever I see, I am silent. And accordingly was, for a few illustrative seconds. But her son, conceiving that the pause was one very common in cases of incipient beefsteak pudding, and really due to kidneys, made an autopsy of the centre of Mrs. Iggulden's masterpiece. But when he had differentiated its contents, and insulated kidneys beyond a doubt, he stood exposed and reproved by the tone in which his mother resumed. "Not for me. I have oceans. I shall never eat what I have, and it is so wasteful. No, my dear. You ask, what is it then? But I was going to tell you when you interrupted me." Here a pause for the universe to settle down to attention. "There is always so much disturbance, but my meaning is plain. When I was a girl, young women were different. I dare say it is all right. I do not wish to lay myself open to ridicule for my old-fashioned opinions. What is it? I came back early, certainly, because I found the sun so tiring. But surely, my dear, you cannot have failed to see that our front window commands a full view of the bathing machines. But I am silent. Mrs. Iggulden does not understand making mustard. Hers runs." Dr. Conrad was not interested in the mustard. He was about the cryptic attack on Sally's swimming and diving, which he felt to have been dexterously conveyed in his parent's speech, with scarcely a word really to the point. There was no lack of skill in the Goody's method. He flushed slightly and made no immediate reply, even to a superhumanly meek "I know I shall be told I am wrong," until after he had complied with a requisition for a very little more, so small a quantity as to seem somehow to reduce the lady's previous total morally, though it added to it physically, and then he spoke, taking the indictment for granted. "I can't see what you find fault with. Not Miss Sally's bathing costume. Nobody could." Which was truth itself, for nothing more elegant could have been found in the annals of bathing. And if she has a boat to dive off, somebody must row it. Besides, her mother would object if... But the doctor is impatient and annoyed, a rare thing with him. He treats his beefsteak pudding coldly, causing his mother to say, "Then you can ring the bell." However, she did not intend her text to be spoiled by eruptions of Mrs. Iggulden, so she waited until the frequent rice pudding had elapsed, and then resumed at an advantage. "You were very snappish and peevish with me now, Conrad, without waiting to hear what I had to say. But I overlook it. I am your mother. If you had waited, I should have told you that I have no fault whatever to find with Miss Nightingale's bathing dress. It is no doubt strictly en règle. Nor can I say in these days what I think of girls practising exercises that in my day were thought unwomanly. All is changed now, and I am old-fashioned. But this I do say, that had your father or your great-uncle, Dr. Everett Gayler, been told 40 years ago that a time would come when it would be thought no disgrace for an English girl to jump off a boat with an unmarried man in it, my dear, I am sure the latter would have made one of those acrid and biting remarks for which he was celebrated in his own circle, and which have even, I believed, been repeated to royalty. That is the only thing I have to say. I say nothing of girls learning to swim and dive. I say nothing of their bicycling. Possibly the young lady who passed the window this morning with a gentleman on the same bicycle was properly engaged to him, or his sister. Even about the practice of Sandow or Japanese wrestling, I have nothing to say. But if they are to dive off boats in the open sea, in the face of all the beach, at least let the boats be rowed by married men.
That is all I ask. It is very little."
What fools mothers sometimes are about their sons! They contrive that these sons shall pass through youth to early manhood without a suspicion that even mothers have human weaknesses. Then all in a moment, just when love has ridden triumphant into the citadel of the boys' souls, they will sacrifice all they have won in a lifetime, to indulge some petty spleen against the new regime that threatens their dethronement. And there is no surer way of undermining a son's loyalty than to suggest a want of delicate feeling in the new queen. Nothing that can make him question the past so effectually as to force him to hold his nostrils in a smell of propriety, puffed into what seems to him a gale from heaven. The contrast between the recent merpussy in the freshening seas and this, as it seemed to him, perfectly gratuitous intrusion of moral carbolic acid, gave Dr. Conrad a sense of nausea, which his love for his mother enjoined ignorance of. His mind cast about, not for ways of excusing Sally, the idea, but of whitewashing his mother, without seeming to suggest that her own mind had anything fescennine about it. This is always the great difficulty skywardness has in dealing with the moral scavenger. Are not the motives of purity unimpeachable? Goody Vereker, however, did not suspect herself of being a fool. On the contrary, she felt highly satisfied with her speech, and may be said to have hugged its peroration. Her son flushed slightly and bit his lip, giving the old lady time for a corollary in a subdued and chastened voice. "Had I been asked, had you consulted me, my dear, I should certainly have advised that Mr. Fenwick should have been accompanied by another married man, certainly not by a young single gentleman. The man himself, I am referring to the owner of the boat, would have done quite well, whether married or single. Boatmen are seldom unmarried, although frequently tattooed with ladies' names when they have been in the navy. You see something to laugh at, Conrad? In your mother? But I am used to it." The doctor's smile was in memory of two sun-browned arms that had pushed the boat off 2 hours ago. One had Eleanor and Kate on it, the other Bessie and a Union Jack. "Don't you think, mother dear," said the doctor at last, "that if Mrs. Fenwick, who knew all about it, had seen anything outrageous, she would have spoken? She really only seemed anxious none of us should get drowned." "Very likely, my dear, she would be. You will, I am sure, do me this justice, that I have throughout said from the very beginning that Mrs. Fenwick is a most excellent person, though I have sometimes found her tiring." "I am sorry she has tired you. You must always tell her, you know, when you're tired, and then she'll come and fetch me." The doctor resisted a temptation to ask, "From the very beginning of what?" For the suggestion that materials for laceration were simmering was without foundation, was, in fact, only an example of the speaker's method. She followed it with another. "It is so often the case with women who have passed a good deal of time in India." "Are women tiring when they have passed a good deal of time in India?" "My dear Conrad, is it likely I should talk such nonsense? You know perfectly well what I mean." But the doctor merely awaited natural development, which came. "Mind, I do not say I believe Mrs. Julius Bradshaw's story, but it would quite account for it, fully." What would account for what? Heaven only knew. However, the speaker was getting the bit in her teeth, and Earth would know very soon. Dr. Conrad was conscious at this moment of the sensation which had once made Sally speak of his mamma as an octopus. She threw out a tentacle. "And, of course, Mrs. Julius Bradshaw's story may be nothing but idle talk. I am the last person to give credit to mere irresponsible gossip. Let us hope it is ill-founded." Whereupon her son, who knew another tentacle would come and entangle him if he slipped clear from this one, surrendered at discretion. What was Mrs. Julius Bradshaw's story? A most uncandid way of putting it, for the fact was he had heard it all from Sally in the strictest confidence, so the insincerity was compulsory, in a sense. The Octopus, who was by this time anchored in her knitting chair and awaiting her mixture, 2 tablespoons after every meal, closed her eyes to pursue the subject, but warmed to the chase visibly. "Are you going to tell me, my dear Conrad, that you do not know what has been said? I vouch for nothing, remember. That Miss Nightingale's mother was divorced from her father 20 years ago in India?" "I don't think it's any concern of yours or mine." But having said this, he would have liked to recall it and substitute something else. It was brusque, and he was not sure that it was a fair way of stating the case, especially as this matter had been freely discussed between them in the days of their first acquaintance with Sally and her mother. Dr. Conrad felt mean for renegading from his apparent admission at the time that the divorce was an affair they might properly speculate about. Mrs. Vereker knew well that her son would be hard on himself for the slight unfairness, and forthwith climbed up to a pinnacle of flawless rectitude for his confusion. "My dear, it is absolutely none. Am I saying that it is? People's past lives are no affair of ours. Am I saying that they are?" "Well, no." "Very well, then, my dear. Listen to what I do say, and do not misrepresent me. What I say is this. Are you sure Perkins has mixed this medicine the same as the last? The taste is different. Now listen. What I say is, and I can repeat it any number of times, that it is useless to expect sensitiveness on such points under such circumstances. I am certain that your father, or your great-uncle, Dr. Everett Gayler, would not have hesitated to endorse my opinion that on the broad question of whether a girl should or should not dive off a boat rowed by an unmarried man, no one is less likely to form a correct judgment than a lady who was divorced from her husband 20 years ago in India. But I say nothing against Mrs. Fenwick. She is, so far as she is known to me, an excellent person and a good wife and mother. Now, my dear Conrad, I must rest, for I fear I have talked too much." Poor Prosy! All the edge of his joy of the morning was taken off. But never mind. It would very soon be Sally herself again, and his thirsty soul would be drinking deep draughts of her at the pier end, where the appointment was to be kept with the young lady and her dolly. End of chapter 32.